Check one, two. 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 Check one, two.
Test, test, test. Hey, this is Teams test. One,
Hey.
two, two.
I hear you. Do you hear me?
I hear you, Alex. You're good. Oh,
Alright.
you want me to hang it up? All right, see you.
Check one, two. Check one, two. 1, 2, 3, 4. Check 1, 2, 3, 4.
2. 1, 2, 3. Two, two.
Alex, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, good. Nobody can see me, right?
Just a very pretty picture with a nice scarf.
Oh, good. It's all one. All right. Have we started yet?
The guys in the control room will probably not because I see that the slate is still up.
Okay. All right. So I'll put myself. You want to mute my mic until we're ready?
Can we get the countdown, please? Countdown. Are you ready? Yes.
Welcome to today's special school board meeting. We are happy to have you join us, and we are thankful for your time and dedication to our district. This special school board meeting of the School Board of Broward County is now called to order. Our primary focus is to create a safe and productive environment for all participants. Please be reminded of the exit doors that are clearly marked for emergency exiting. While in the boardroom, refrain from obstructing the exit doors. All attendees must occupy a seat with the exception of media. Once the boardroom has reached its seating capacity, attendees will be directed to a designated overflow area. Upon activation of the fire alarm system, please exit from the room in an orderly fashion and continue to exit the building and remain outside until the authority that has jurisdiction has deemed the building safe to return. Thank you for your cooperation. All please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation.
Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please be seated.
Thank you. We will now have moments of silence. First, I would like to ask for a moment of silence for Dr. Bob Parks. Dr. Parks' distinguished career in education spanned more than 2 decades on the Broward County Public School Board, being elected in 1986 and serving to 2010. Prior to serving in the role, he was a longtime Broward County Public Schools teacher and also a professor for some of our local universities. He is survived by his loving wife of 25 years, Linda, and his brothers John and Alex Parks. Our deepest condolences are expressed to his family and friends. We are grateful to Dr. Parks for his selfless service to our district. Next, Board Member Bullman has requested a moment of silence for a student from the Quest Center. Mrs. Bullman?
Thank you, Chair. The District 1 community mourns the death of Jazara Seffold, a past program student at the Quest Center. A student since 2015, the Quest Center was often referred to as Jazara's home away from home. Jazara was sweet and gentle and loved by her family. Jazara loved to do sing-alongs and play with bubbles. She was a princess who loved pink and purple. She loved sensory input and familiar faces. She found comfort and joy in interacting with her classmates and staff who greeted her gentle soul with lots of love and compassion. Jazara was very loved and will be missed by the Quest Center family.
Thank you. Next, Board Member Al-Hadef has requested a moment of silence for a student from Marjorie Stoneman Douglas. Mrs. Al-Hadef.
I would like to request a moment of silence for Maxim Georgieff, 11th grader at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School. Shared from Marjorie Stoneman Douglas staff, Max was a highly intelligent and motivated young man who was successful both inside and outside of the classroom. He excelled academically with a schedule comprised of almost all college-level courses where he earned very high grades. He was a member of MSC swim team and was also active in their recruiting club. He is described by his teacher as a kind and very sweet young man. He is already missed terribly by his school community and friends. Max will truly be missed. Please join me in recognizing a moment of silence in his honor at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. And Board Member Rupert has requested a moment of silence for a recently retired staff member from Monarch High School. So Mrs. Rupert is requesting a moment of silence for Rosemary Bon-Jackson, who tragically passed away recently. Ms. Bon-Jackson was a newly retired teacher of 20 years from Monarch High School. Her loss is deeply felt by her family, friends, teachers, and our entire school community. Please join me in a moment of silence. Thank you. As we prepare to begin our special school board meeting, we are reminded that our vision is 100% proficiency for all our students. As an A-rated school district, our vital task is to sustain this achievement. We will continue educating all students to reach their highest potential. Our theme this year is Believe, Empower, Achieve, One Broward. Today's special school board meeting will operate in accordance with the School Board Policy 1020, and the board will review the items as advertised and presented by the superintendent. The superintendent released a revised agenda with certain changes for this meeting and published it on the school district's website. The chair finds pursuant to section 120.525 Florida statutes that good cause exists for such changes and accepts the revised agenda. May I have a motion and a second to close the agenda?
So moved.
It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Leonardi. All in favor of closing the agenda, please let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposers say no. The agenda is now closed. The first item of business on the agenda is item number 1, a motion to approve the Fourth Amendment to agreement between the School Board of Broward County, Florida and Navigate 360 LLC. May I have a motion and a second on item 1?
So moved.
Been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Leonardi. It is moved and seconded to approve item number 1. Is there any discussion from the audience? Any public comment?
No public comment, Madam Chair.
Is there any discussion from board members? Mrs. Al-Hada.
Thank you. So I have a few questions. My first question is in regards to the first responders training. Are they training with these emergency plans and the mapping during the monthly drills? And if they are not, why? Or are we using a different mapping company?
Dr. Hepburn.
Mr. Lozano.
Thank you for that, Ernie Lozano, Task Assigned Chief Safety Security Officer. We recently partnered with Centegix, who updated all our mapping for all our schools, and Centegix has partnered with Safer Watch. So even when our school administrators and first responders go into the Safer Watch application at each school location, they can now access our maps real time. and they're much more integrated and comprehensive and interactive for first responders to be able to respond appropriately and immediately to situations. So Navigate 360 housed our maps when we had the two-dimensional fish maps, and now that we've integrated two more sophisticated maps, we are using the Centegix platform with our maps. In January, Chief Nosowitz and I are meeting with the chiefs to Safer Watch is providing all first responders now access to Safer Watch to also have access to the mapping. And we've also already brought to all first responders files of the map, so they have it on file, and they've integrated them into their platforms, because our goal is 100% of first responders are able to access the map real time on their way to a site location.
Okay, so then if another company is doing the mapping, then why are we approving this where it speaks to, if we vote yes, the Navigate 360 Emergency Management Suite, which includes the emergency plans and mapping and tracking of the fire drills?
Great question. So we're looking at the primary use of what we use as platform is to ensure our schools and locations are in compliance with House Bill 1473 in documentation of their monthly required drills, their tabletops, their behavior threat assessment, monthly meetings. So this is the management system we use with our school locations to ensure they're in compliance with drill reporting. We've been using this platform for 4 years. Again, looking to be financially responsible. We are currently, under the direction of the superintendent, looking at how we can best integrate all the information we collect and use into one platform, so we can be as efficient as possible and also financially responsible.
Okay, so the Navigate 360 will not be using the mapping aspect of their program.
So again, we will have the option to add the maps into that as well as a feature, but that's not currently the primary mechanism we use to share maps with first responders. It is primarily used for documentation of our required drills.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other board members have questions on item number 1? Okay. All those in favor of approving item 1 say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed say no. The ayes have it, and item 1 is approved. The next item of business on the agenda is item number 2, a motion to approve the piggyback agreement between the School Board of Broward County, Florida and Staples Contract and Commercial LLC. May I have a motion and a second on item 2?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Alhadeff. Is there any discussion from the audience on item number 2? Any board member discussion on item number 2? Mrs. Alhadeff?
My favorite, bulk copy paper.
Let's go.
So what percentage of this paper is going to be used in our schools, and what percentage is going to be used for district offices?
Dr. Hepburn.
The lion's share will be used in our schools. We've been cutting back on central office and regional office staff and using paper and transitioning to more electronic means of signature requirements and just the frivolous use of paper in the system. So these numbers will get lower and lower for central and regional offices, but we won't stifle what the schools need.
Thank you, Dr. Hepburn. That's exactly what I want to hear.
Thank you. Any other board member questions on that? Okay, great. All those in favor of approving item number 2 say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no.
No.
The ayes have it, and item 2 is approved with 1 dissenting vote. The next item is item number 3, a motion to approve the First Amendment to the Order Agreement Fiscal Year 24-120 between the School Board of Broward County, Florida and Civic Plus LLC. May I have a motion and a second on item 3?
Second.
It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Alhadeff. Any discussion from the audience on item number 3?
No registered public comment, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any board member discussion on item number 3? Mrs. Pham?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had requested specifically the annual amount that we're going to be saving by making this change is how we're advertising board meetings and other committee meetings to the public. I know in there it generally states approximately 6,000. I just want to know, is that the annual amount, well, if I can have the annual amount, is that just for the Sun Sentinel, or does that include other outlets that we used to use? That's my one question. And the other question is, how are we going to monitor the effectiveness of making this change and communicating information to parents? Do we have some kind of guardrail in place so we are certain that it is reaching the public that we're there to serve?
Dr. Hepburn?
Mrs. Sullivan?
Yes, thank you, Superintendent. So over the course of the 4 years, this contract would cost us about $30,000, more or less, and the savings is about $260,000 utilizing this mechanism versus the newspaper. The newspaper, I don't think a lot of people were looking at it anyway, so we really never relied on that to get the word out. We rely on our website or our social media channels to get the information out to our parents, because we know they are more likely to see it there than on a last page of a newspaper that they may or may not be a subscriber to.
May I, through the chair, may I make the recommendation that also an email go out to all the parents of IB? This is a huge change for people that would like to attend meetings and want to know what's going on.
So we're actually working with Civic Plus now. There is a feature that folks can sign up to get the email alerts as well. So we're hopeful that will be implemented in the coming months.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other board members on item number 3? Okay. All those in favor of approving item 3 say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it, and item 3 is approved. The scheduled order of business for the special school board meeting of the School Board of Broward County, Florida has been completed. Seeing no obligation, I now adjourn the meeting. Welcome to today's school board workshop. This workshop of the School Board of Broward County, Florida is now called to order. Board members, I am advised the General Counsel would like to request an attorney-client session. At this time, I am requesting all those not attending the attorney-client session to exit the boardroom. Ms. Batista?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to request the school board convene an attorney-client session in order to discuss litigation pending before the United States District Court for the Southern District of Florida in the following matter. The Reverend Dr. Timothy Shas Stevens versus the School Board of Broward County, Florida, case number 024 Civil 61926. A certified court reporter will record the entire session. The following persons will attend this attorney-client session. School board members, Deborah Hickson, Chair, Sarah Leonardi, Vice Chair, Lori Al-Hadef, Maura McCarthy-Bullman, Brenda Pham, Dr. Jeff Holness, Rebecca Thompson, Dr. Alan Zeman, Dr. Howard Hepburn, Superintendent of Schools, Robert Bushell, Esquire, and Marilyn C. Batista, Esquire. In anticipation of this request, the attorney-client session was properly advertised for today, December 10th, 2024, at 9 a.m. in accordance with Section 286.011, parent 8 of the Florida statutes. The purpose of the attorney-client session is to discuss settlement negotiations and/or strategy relative to the pending litigation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
At this time, the School Board of Broward County, Florida will recess the workshop for an attorney-client session. The attorney-client session will be held in the boardroom on the first floor of the Casey Wright Administration Center, 600 Southeast 3rd Avenue, Fort Lauderdale, Florida, 33301. The attorney-client session will take approximately 30 minutes. At the conclusion of the business of the attorney-client session, the workshop will reconvene. All persons not scheduled to attend the attorney-client session, please exit the room at this time. The workshop is now recessed. The workshop is now reconvened. We are happy to have you join us, and we are thankful for your time and dedication to our district. I will now introduce the students of Seminole Middle School to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. All please rise.
Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please be seated.
Thank you. As we prepare to begin this school board workshop, we are reminded that our vision is 100% proficiency for all our students. As an A-rated school district, we will begin the vital task of sustaining this achievement. We will continue educating all students to reach their highest potential, and our theme this year is Believe, Empower, Achieve, One Broward. Today's workshop will operate in accordance with School Board Policy 1020, and the board will review the items as advertised and presented by the superintendent. Our first item for discussion is the quarterly joint school board and advisory committee groups discussion. For today's discussion, we will open the item with presenting advisory representatives with the opportunity to provide brief 5-minute verbal remarks for the board's consideration. Just a quick reminder on that, as you speak in the 5 minutes, if you're bringing up an item that we're going to discuss at the school board meeting next week, we just can't respond to that. So I just wanted to make sure to give you that information. That after the 5-minute remarks from all the committee chairs or committee representatives, we'll have public comments, and then the board members will have remarks and discussion. So we look forward to hearing your insights and ideas on how we can improve our district for our students. So I am going to start, it says on my left, so I'm going to start with Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh. And since she's representing 2 committees, I believe she gets 10 minutes.
Good morning. Oops, sorry. I'm trying to make sure. Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh, Chair of the Audit Committee and District Advisory Council. Before I get started, I just wanted to remind everyone and for the new board members that these meetings came from a District Advisory Council motion to have at least quarterly discussions with the school board, not 5-minute reports where there's no dialogue. So if there's no dialogue, then what we're about to do is the exact opposite of what the motion was and what the board agreed to have. And we somehow got here. This is what, our fourth meeting? So in 4 meetings, we've managed to completely get away from the purpose of these get-togethers. It's supposed to be about dialogue. So, and speaking of dialogue, we put together, those of us that were available last Friday, put together a list of concerns. And there were 5 items on the list, and those who were present wanted the B item that is coming next week to be first on the list. The B item is to initiate rulemaking for Policy 1070 district committees and their membership. The second item was the boundary committee. The third were calendar options. The fourth is the open items, because we have items that remain open from our March meeting, and we haven't gotten a response. I will forward to the rest of the school board what was forwarded to the school board chair. There are 7 attachments. Most of them have to do with Policy 1070. And the concerns are around the 4 proposed changes regarding chair term limits and how many committees you can chair at the same time. The people that were at that meeting, if we can't have a discussion and get a sense for where the board is on this item, then the rest of this meeting doesn't really matter. Because we have communication has been an open item. The way the motions are presented to the board doesn't work. The way that communication, we weren't even communicated to as a reminder about this meeting until 5 o'clock last night after I sent an email to everybody that I could think of that was involved in this meeting. So it's entirely possible that there are people not here today because they did not put it on their calendar or remember, and there was no reminder sent. If that just demonstrates what we mean by the lack of communication where advisories are concerned. So for this first item, there are 4 things being proposed, and I'll be blunt. I'm not under any illusion that this was aiming for anyone but me, but the problem when you aim for one person is that you inadvertently send friendly fire to others. So, to promote innovative perspectives and expand community participation, it is proposed to initiate rulemaking for this policy and adopt language that committee-elected officers to school board established advisory committees may not serve as chair or vice chair on more than one committee at the same time. Other than Linda being chair of CUSAC, this only applies to me. No individual may serve in the capacity of chair, vice chair, recording secretary, or their equivalent for more than a combined period of 2 consecutive years without a break of at least 2 years. So you'll be getting all of the backup and all of the work, which several current board members were on the board when the Policy 1070 Committee spent 2 or 3 years.
2.5.
2.5 years developing Policy 1070, revising it. Are there things that we've since discovered need to be updated? Absolutely. Are there things that got taken out, like due process? That's not being suggested here. What's being suggested here is to undo all that work and what's currently in policy. So you can't serve in those 3 positions, and nobody ever wants to be recording secretary. Good luck with that. And if an individual has served in one of these positions for 2 consecutive years, their term will conclude on June 30th, 2025. Of the people currently sitting here, I think the only person, actually, I can't see who's at the end, but okay, I was going to say that is not Mary. So it impacts, I can only think of 2 people that it may not impact. One being Kimberly Burke Mohorn, because she was just elected chair of Facilities Task Force, so this is her first year. And the other person being potentially Carla Figueroa, who is, I think, in her first year as a gifted advisory chair. She's in her second? Oh, then it does impact her. So essentially, all the people you're looking at here today, I think Ms. Fry might even be in her second. You in your second? Okay, so you wouldn't see any of us as chairs after the end of this year. And if that's the goal, this gets you there. So as such, in the upcoming election committee cycle, if you've served as 2, you're not eligible. So now understand what, I'm going to call it what it is, the hypocrisy. You're all elected to 4-year terms, and one of your colleagues is bringing an item, and we all have to get elected each year. We don't elect ourselves, nor are we appointed. We're all elected each year by our advisories. So you who get elected once for 4 years, one of your colleagues is suggesting that once you've served 2 years, 2 one-year terms, unlike a board member, that's it, you're done. And think about how long it takes a board member to know how the district works, what your function is. I think some of you have said it out loud. It takes you about 2 years. So right about the time a chair has a grip on what the advisory is, where it needs to go, what's happening, and how everything works, poof, they're gone. So what do we have? Chaos, because you're constantly going to have new people being chair. And that's what's being proposed next week. So what we were looking for is a sense from the school board as to whether 5 or more of you are on board with this. And this does not have the thing that we said was important, which is due process. There's no due process unless you're a school board appointee, which not all of us are. So that's the first thing on here. The boundary committee, I believe Kim, when she gets here, will address that. I know she's on her way. Calendar options, I think the areas had concerns. We tried to mention them here. I don't know if someone's trying to get in. And then our open items. And then a timeline for responses to the open items. We tried requesting timelines, but that didn't seem to happen. And now I'm going to switch to specific items. having to do, since I still have 2 minutes, 30 seconds. Oh, that was you trying to get in. Oh, Linda, can you hand out this list, please? All right, Audit Committee, we passed a motion on November 14th regarding the fund balance, and there are two parts to it. The chief auditor has been working on getting a response from the district staff, but what we also requested was an opinion from the Auditor General, which that requires board action, I believe. So what we're looking for is for a B item to be brought to ask the Auditor General for an opinion supporting what staff is doing, because it didn't make any sense to the Audit Committee, which is why they passed the motion, which requested a written opinion from the Florida Auditor General on the treatment of the charter school settlement and a written explanation from the Chief Financial Officer reviewed by the superintendent explaining the reason for the current proposed treatment of the charter school settlement by December 5th. We will be meeting on Teams on the 12th, and I believe we're going to be joined by the Chief Financial Officer to discuss that. We also had what is on the agenda for next week about the payroll system, which is not the first time we've passed that. There's an initial staff response. Understand that as far as motions go, staff has informed me that they are just going to give you the motion. No rationale, no attachment. So our motions are being treated unlike any other board item. And if there's an explanation, so on this, so it's the Beacon, about streaming on Beacon, and an electronic payroll system. And I attached when we passed a similar motion and the district saying that it was working on it, I think, in 23. That's not included here, and that's a problem. As far as DAC goes, we will be discussing focus and the back-to-school forms. And it might have taken me about 12 or 13 years, but I think the disconnect is that you have staff coming to meetings thinking they're there to share information about how fabulous everything is. And their purpose is to answer questions and learn how they can do what they do better. So there's a dissonance between what we think we're there for and what staff thinks we're there for. And this all rolls up into culture and the need to change the culture, which is what we've been saying since March. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to jump back since Mrs. Mohan just came in because we're going left to right. So you want me to do you last? Okay. Ms. Ferrara. Mrs. Ferrara.
Sorry.
Oh, there went your sign.
That's okay. Good morning, school board members, chair, Dr. Superintendent, somebody calls you. There's really nothing to report on TAC, only because very few things come before us from departments. So like the Windows devices and accessories, that did not come before us. I had a number of questions on there, but by the time I was provided with the RFP, it was already going out. And there were a number of concerns that were identified in there, which probably would have simplified an addendum that was 94 pages. This past meeting, we did speak about Maximo because we know that's approximately 8 to 10 years behind. 6 to 8 years behind, I'm sorry, 6 to 8 years behind implementation. And the implementation schedule that it's on currently and where it's going. And unfortunately, for a number of items, we can't move forward until the piggyback comes before the board, which now they're not anticipating until sometime in February. So again, that's putting us behind everything that PPO needs to do and have done, and to upload information that's being collected in another venue, another method. So that, you know, that puts everything behind in that. RFPs. We did address a number of concerns that were out there, and we're finding out that there are contracts out there. We're not sure what they mean and what they stand for or can find them. So we're now delving into that a little bit further. Teachers are offered things, but they don't know about them. There's no communication about them, and that is posing a problem and a lot of questions. For our next meeting, we are going into the update on Final Site, which technically is also behind schedule, which is supposed to take effect, I believe, in March, hopefully. Didn't look promising at yesterday's meeting. The other items were the B item for next week. This impacts area advisories tremendously because now you're also saying school advisory council chairs, school advisory forum chairs cannot serve more than 2 years. Trying to find people to fill those positions is very difficult. I served for 6 years on one school, and then as my kids went through, I served also. The other position is recording secretary. Try to find a recording secretary. But if the district's willing to pay for one to take our minutes, that would alleviate a lot of stress on the committees. I, for one, Technology Advisory Committee, cannot get a recording secretary. So not only as chair, I have to do the minutes. And that is required by Sunshine Law, that minutes are recorded. As whether it's a regular meeting or a workshop, meetings need to be recorded. So that puts an extra burden on the chairs. Facilities Task Force also doesn't have a recording secretary. An extra burden that's put on their members. And when you're saying people can't serve more than 2 years, where's our succession plan going now? Our succession plan counts on staff chairs moving forward to sitting on areas, moving forward to sit on DACs. But you don't get that knowledge in 2 years. I'm doing this 29 years, and I still don't have all the knowledge. As members who've been sitting on the board for a number of years, you don't have the knowledge. Hypothetically, if you were to implement this policy into your practice, Ms. Hickson couldn't be chair because you already served 2 years as vice chair. So we need to look at what's really the root of it and get through that. And if it's a matter of having individual conversations with everybody, then let's move forward with that. But to put a blanket statement out there that infects the entire district is absolutely disrespectful to all the volunteers that put their times, the 260 some odd volunteers that work at the schools, or 500 because you're talking about staff chairs and SAC chairs, about the people, the 60 schools per area that make their commitment every month to come to an area meeting. And then from those, you get into other committees. You get appointed to other committees because of where you sit. As a school board member, you get the opportunity to sit on Children's Services, MPO, those others. Does that disqualify you from being a chair of those committees because you're a chair of this committee? No. So we have to look in that respect and to see what benefits the district, not an individual person. As a policy writer, number one rule, you don't write a policy based on a person. You base it based on the best for the organization. And that's all I have to say right now.
Perfect timing. Thank you so much. Next, I can't see the Central Area Advisory.
Hi, good morning and greetings, Dee Defoe. Thank you for having me. So as far as Central, similarly, we really don't have a lot to report back. I will share that Central Advisory, in collaboration with the Central Region Office, we were able to host our focus support session, and it was held at Dillard High School. Thank you, Dillard, on November 13th. This session guided participants through accessing the system, understanding its features, and ensuring that they would be able to stay engaged with their scholars' academic progress. Every parent was able to navigate the system when they completed the session. Some of the feedback that we received was, thank you for the training. I find it very beneficial to both child and myself. I love the fact that it is all-inclusive and necessary information from attendance, not only grades, but assignment specific. So this was something that our community was asking for, and we were able to deliver with the Central Region Office. A lot of the things in regards to focus, a lot of parents still don't have access, and it's because it's as simple as they don't realize that the information has to match directly. So if my name is Debbie Defoe, but I also go by Debbie Defoe Glover, I need to know how I registered the child in order to do it. So there are still quite a few parents who still don't have access. So we're hoping to potentially do something like that again in collaboration with the Central Region Office. But it was well read, and we were happy that we were able to have that. So that's that. Going to the handout that was sent out in regards to the different information on here, line item number 1, the B item, I'm really not in alignment with that. If it was the case where we did make these changes to the policy, I wouldn't be a chair anymore. I started chairing the year 2021, 2022, and it's not because I really wanted to, it's because there was no one there saying that they wanted to do it. So I didn't put my hat in, but I refused to let the school year start without there being a chair. Subsequently, I've been here. This is going on my 4th year. If you attend any of my meetings, you'll know that I consistently do not put my hat in the ring. Yet, there's no one knocking saying that they're gonna take that either. So, again, I refuse for Central to not have representation, but if this is enacted, I'm not going to be able to serve. So that's with that. In regards to the boundary committee and the redefining, I just have to say that when I attended all of the meetings, when I was voting based on what the community wanted. So in some of the meetings, the community wanted one thing, the city wanted something else, but for me and how I was voting, and you'll get that information when you all go through that, I did it based on the community. Our community over at Broward Estates does not want that. Something that maybe we could potentially do, because we didn't have an opportunity to share, is perhaps for that particular one, they wanted to take the children from Broward Estates and move them over to MLK with the Montessori program. Potentially, what could potentially happen, and we understand why it needs to be done, because those buildings were built back in 1954, 55, and it's really not the safest place for our children to be in, which is fine. But perhaps we could do a 2-phase process. Move them over for the year, to MLK, and then demolish what's there. And I know all of this is going to take money, but maybe we could find a little money. Demolish what's at Broward Estates so that we can build a new facility for the children and then move them back. One of the things that the community was saying was that they felt that the 31st Street corridor was very dangerous, and they didn't feel like that was a neighborhood school as far as location as compared to Broward Estates, and that being a neighborhood school and being comfortable for the children to walk to. So that was something that they were saying, yes, they would love to see the early learning, but maybe all of that would happen at the newly envisioned Broward Estates, where we would have early learning to 5th grade, and I think even potentially moving over to make it a middle school, having the middle school there so the entire campus would encompass it all. I know many years back it was something proposed, but I don't think the community had all of the information to make the decisions that they made. Maybe if we bring this up again, we'll be able to do it. But the community at Broward Estates does not want to go to MLK. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Diversity Committee.
Good morning. Thank you all for having us, board members, Dr. Superintendent, Chair. We appreciate this opportunity. So I just wanted to circle back on diversity in our last meeting, this last meeting with the board, the quarterly meeting. There were 3 policies that sunsetted that affected the diversity concerning and related to the CCC settlement, and I still haven't received any feedback or information from that. I know I provided Dr. Superintendent a paper, and I believe at the time Dr. Wanza was still in her position, so I provided that to her as well. And so I just wanted to kind of reiterate that we didn't get that back, and I wanted to talk about that and make sure that we have that. The other thing is committee members on the diversity committee. So again, like I mentioned before, I appreciate having members who are on this committee who are staff. However, when there's so many staff members on the committee, sometimes it hinders our job. Well, the committee's job, in my opinion. And then you also have committee members who are appointed, because you have to be appointed by a board member, that don't show up at all. And I'm having to strip people off the committee because they don't come at all. And so what I would recommend and ask and gently suggest is that you all vet your people better and explain to them the commitment level and what this committee is about. That way we can have people who are participating in there to make sure that we do the work of the committee. Written communication reports, I'm unable to participate in that because, and I know that that's still a thing that you guys are still requesting written. I can't do that because I have a lot to do, and I do show up to every board meeting to give my reports. So I've been asking, could I be exempt, and I haven't had a response for that. So I just wanted to know if I can get that either in writing or verbal, whatever. As far as the redefining, I did go attend all the meetings, just as Dee mentioned, and I was also voting in what the community wanted. The only issue that I have in terms of this redefining I guess the parameters of how we were supposed to vote didn't provide us with enough information for us to make meaningful decisions on that. There was a lot of stuff that was left out that we could not consider to make our decisions in terms of voting. And so I feel that the process, while the process in itself worked, but the information that we should have, what I believe we should have had in order to make a meaningful vote was not available to us. And so I wasn't really too happy with the way that was. And then our open items. I'm making a recommendation or a suggestion that the response to these items be provided to all chairs by December 17th, right? So I'm giving you guys like a week to kind of respond to that. We've had these open items since the second round table with the chairs, and we haven't had any kind of response to that. So I'm making a recommendation that we put a time limit on there, a time frame. So I'm assuming you may not get everything to us, but at least some of the stuff that we've been asking for, because communication is not the best. And then the last thing is that now we've changed. There's no longer a chief of staff. Now we're under, is it chief of staff? I don't know. But now we're under something new, and we just need to understand what our parameters are, like our websites, our communication, who do we turn to. I know I have been in I've been in contact with Mr. Sullivan and some other people in his office trying to narrow down what that looks like. So I just need to get something definitive so we know where we're at and what we're doing. And as far as the policy, the B item, I agree with the rest of the board, the chairs, in terms of this. To me, I feel like if you all are going to be putting things in place to hinder us, then what I would suggest you all do is get rid of all the advisories that the law doesn't require you to have. Keep the ones you have, get rid of them. Because if you're going to put limitations and micromanage and big brother us or whatever, when we already have policies and guidelines that governs our committees, then get rid of the ones you don't need. I think that's an easy fix. You all can vote together, decide, okay, do we need this committee? Some of these committees are just created, get rid of them. Because to me, it's offensive if you have people, we put countless hours in. So it's really offensive when you start trying to micromanage us when we already have stuff that manages us already. Thank you.
Thank you. Perfect timing also. Human Relations Committee.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Nancy Fry, Chair of the Human Relations Committee. Good morning, Superintendent, School Board. Welcome to our new members, and congrats to those that were reelected. So just a few things I wanted to go through. First, I wanted to thank the board for requesting those new calendar options that are going out. We appreciate that you asked the calendar committee to take the time and give us new options for us to look at that were a little more tenable with our student body and the community. And we wanted to talk about the motion that we had made last year regarding the Inclusive Schools Guide, that we wanted more training for our staff and to have it be known more within the community. We've heard some really great things coming from Equity, Diversity, and School Climate with the trainings that they've created for the principals and assistant principals going into this school year. Because of that, the most notable thing, I think, is that the report is that there have been a lot fewer calls regarding how to handle situations this year. The staff feels more secure in knowing what to do in different situations and feels more capable handling any of these different situations that come up in the Inclusive Schools Guide. So having that training, I think, has been really beneficial, and I'd like to encourage us to keep going with that and perhaps expand it when we can. I know it's also being tied in with professional development, which is not mandatory, but we've already had 120 staff members participate in sessions that have included training on the guide. And I know we also have had the training go to our service support staff, mental health, and our mental health professionals, and over 300 staff members took that training as well. So we're really glad to see that this is getting traction and that people are going to understand a lot better how to care for our students. One ask that we have is that there is a bigger push from the district regarding the seriousness of online threats. We've had, as you all know, we've had a number of them this year. And we know that there's Think Before You Post and different programs, but if we can look at making those more of a priority so that we can address this situation. We recently had our fall HRC Agents of Change summits for our middle and high school HRCs. It's the first year we've brought in the middle schools. And it was great, except transportation is a big impact on how much our students can participate. And we didn't have as high a participation as we would have liked. We did have over 100 middle school students, but that could have been a lot better, and it was mostly due to transportation limitations. So we would love to find some ways that we could figure out how to make it so that our students can participate in these events, and obviously they need to get there somehow. Also regarding feedback with the summit, a lot of our feedback in general, it seems like for students, especially in the middle and high school age, we seem to be giving them QR codes a lot, which kind of goes in the face of the cell phone policy. And also just not all students have cell phones, and I think we need to be mindful of that and not create divisions among our students for their ability to give feedback if it's only accessible to students with certain technology. We did receive a lot of feedback also, regardless of that, we did receive a lot of feedback from the students and the advisors during the summit. Top of the line, they really appreciated being able to collaborate with other schools and have the students talk with each other. All the teachers and staff apparently treated all the students like they were their own. The students were really happy to get to speak together and hear what's going on at other schools. And there were some very consistent themes among everybody. There was a lot of discussion about toxic atmospheres at schools, about school environments, both facilities, cleanliness, food quality, and then activities, school spirit, and morale. And I know that we've been looking at putting in more mental health supports in. And just the one caveat I would like to give with that is that a lot of times the schools that are not having these issues as much are the ones that are going to implement it, and the ones that are having the issues are not going to be as productive with having some of these supports in. And I would just really like to reiterate once again my ask that we start looking at some ways to address the administration at our schools that are creating a less positive environment. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next up is North Area Advisory.
Good morning. My name is Nicole Morris. I'm sitting in for our North Area Chair, Cynthia Dominique, who could not be here today. One of the things that we care deeply about at North Area is equity. We were asked, or I was asked to attend the some of the boundary town hall meetings that you all had. And one of the ones that I attended was Pines Middle School, and I've reached out to a few of you about some things that we noticed when we were looking at the over-enrolled schools versus the under-enrolled schools. And one of the things was Pines Middle School is at 30% of their capacity, and they have a school 4 miles up the road, Pioneer Middle School, that is at 129% of their capacity, and they have 29 portables. So at some point, rather than doing boundary changes, we just kept adding portables. So now you have one school that's in deep trouble. They have over 50% of their population attending charter, while Pioneer has 8% of their students attending charter. And if you look at the socioeconomic and the racial divide, it's sickening. When I talked to some of the parents at Pines, I said, why do you think that 50% of your students are going to charter when 4 miles up the road, they're almost all, 92% are going, and they said, well, those are Cooper City schools. I said, there are no Cooper City schools. They're Broward County Public Schools. So I think we need to take a look at what we're doing really well in the Cooper Cities and the Parklands and make sure that that's being distributed not equally, but equitably. Equally is when we're giving everyone Cambridge, but if you give everyone Cambridge, then everyone's going to go to the best schools, the newest schools. So we care about that. We've been paying attention to the patterns. Vaping is a big issue right now. We hope to get vape detectors in our high schools, in our middle schools. I would hope that we could implement some sort of curriculum when we do sex ed curriculum, online, social media curriculum. Can we do something with vaping so these kids know what it's doing to their lungs so they can look and see? And they're not only vaping nicotine, they're also vaping K18, a synthetic marijuana that has dangerous effects on their brain. So I've actually helped host 2 town halls in the North region on the dangers of vaping and drug abuse. We're working on our 3rd. We're in the middle of our 3rd right now when we had to pivot. Well, I asked them to pivot because we've had 2 suicides in the North area in the last month. And so I reached out to Jody Washington's office and said, can we implement something on suicide awareness as well? Because 2 in 1 month is pretty scary. And when we get to the B item, I know that there's been some divisiveness between the board and the chairs, but my area chair, when she found out that there was a suicide last week, she called me and she said, we have to do something. If she's driving through a school zone and doesn't see a light, she calls and says, we have to do something. This is a person that's on her 4th year as chair. I've been on the nominating committee for the last 4 years with North Area. I was on the nominating committee for DAC. We're not beating each other up to be chair. No one wanted it. And my husband said, I don't think so. You're not taking on another thing. So we need people that care. If we just put anybody, then we don't have Cynthia that's going and saying, hey, we need to do something about mental health right now. And she didn't want to be chair again, but no one else would do it, and she wasn't going to let it fall. So I think that we have to be careful that we're not letting go of people that really, really care, because we've done a lot of good things in the North area. I mean, I could write a list of things that I felt like we've done because we have people that care, but we're not beating each other up to be chair. So, okay, typing. A lot of our parents are interested in having typing in the middle school. So if we could start getting typing in the elementary level so that they're ready for it in the middle school. We have parents who come every month and they're concerned that their students, one is at River Glades and her child's still not reading and her IEP isn't being met, so she's having to go out and pay a tutor because they're not giving her the services that her IEP says that she should get. So I think I'm out of time. Thank you.
You had a few seconds left. Thank you.
I'll tell you later.
Next up is ESE.
Good morning, Jackie Luscombe, ESE Advisory, and this is my first meeting where Ms. Thompson and Ms. Bullman have been here, so welcome, nice to see you. I'll ditto everything rather than just say the same thing again, but we did spend 2.5 years on the Policy 1070 Committee and worked with the board over that period to put in place a policy that we felt reflected how difficult it is to get volunteerism these days and to ensure continuity and consistency in leadership to an extent at some of the advisories and to help encourage volunteerism. So it is, I share the dismay that's been articulated. I'm not going to take my 5 minutes to repeat it all, but just ditto to that. I do think there's some improved communication that could be done between the district and board and advisory chairs, I have found that we used to have Angel Gomez in the Legislative Affairs Office who would send out regular bulletins to advisory chairs with things like copies of flyers for events and notification of things that were coming up that we could help publicize. We're out here with our own networks of communities and parents that we can be helping emphasize when there are issues and processes and initiatives coming up that need shared promotion, and we're not getting them. I've just been dealing with a parent on here, actually, whose kid was suspended or asked to be taken, or whose parent was told to take their kid home 30 times in the course of the last school year. She reached out to a grand list of folks, some of whom are in here, for assistance by email. She's had help only or response only from the same school that she's complaining about. She says not from the district level, so she's now gone to Florida Department of Education, who have pulled together a meeting with Broward school staff and with her to try and resolve it. And I want to mention that because that is symptomatic of every single day I am getting parents who are in a tangle with Broward County Public Schools over ESE, and they're just, for all the good work that Diane Egan's department does, and I commend all the good, there are just still so many problems out at schools, particularly with how to deal with behavior. We've asked so many times, can you just tell schools it's not okay to just call mum and say, take your kid home, we can't deal with them. That's an illicit backdoor suspension. And I don't know what it is that precludes somebody just being able to write a memo or pull everybody into a meeting at school level and say, you do not do this, here is how we deal with these challenges. If we need to make a motion in order to do that, let's make a motion at ES Advisory asking, please could you just inform schools and remind them of this. I've then got to go lobbying 9 board members for them, one of them to adopt our motion, then get it on an agenda for a board meeting, which takes, can take a couple of months. So maybe in, 6 months' time, then somebody might say, yeah, that was a good idea, let's write a memo. That can't be the way that we get business done. We've got lots of good suggestions that can just be maybe suggestions that we make at meetings or information that we ask for to help inform us to advocate that we're just not getting. The $11 million rollover of ESE funds, I am going to keep banging on about it because unless we do, it will keep happening because last year we brought it up too, that there was a rollover of unspent federal funds that is utterly reprehensible. If there are that many gaps in this ESE system in terms of staff out at schools where salaries weren't being paid, so that accounts for some of that money being rolled over, then there is a serious crisis and we need to have an inventory of what staff we are missing where in the ESE network of providing for students, so that there is something actually being identified and done, and so that we are seeing where the money is being spent. Focus, my thoughts on that. I'm banging my head on a brick wall trying to get anybody to still understand that when I bring issues forward about focus, I'm simply getting nothing back. I wrote you a whole report in May, 0 response, a whole list of things that we needed to have crunched ahead of time before that leap over from EdPlan to Focus was made, that now, 6 months down the line are being identified and there's problems. We needed to have had planning aforethought. Cameras in classrooms, glad to see that that's still a thing, but we've had no update on a timeline for that. Mental health. I was out at Cross Creek a few weeks ago, as was Chair Hickson. There was an awesome program that the school district used to run called, in association with the Center for Mind Body Medicine. It lapsed under Dr. Cartwright, and I think that would be incredibly valuable. They have it out at Cross Creek in a number of schools, and anybody who was out there would have been really impressed to see how it benefited students and staff. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Parent Community Involvement Task Force.
Hi, I'm Erin Golan. I'm sitting in for Mary Ferdig. Our task force meetings this year have focused on how to improve communications to parents from schools and the district, how to ensure parents know how to communicate to the schools, and we ourselves have heard from parents as well as students, staff, and community members on issues of both celebration and concern over engaging the community in policy development implementation, or policy development and implementation, most specifically on the cell phone policy. A primary focus of ours has been on creating accessible opportunities for parents and community members to access information, learn from experts within our district, and know how to reach out and receive a timely response from schools when they need assistance. To that end, we have had 2 successful parent university sessions. One was on library and media resources that support literacy. The other was on digital citizenship. We are hearing a lot from our community that we want more on that digital citizenship piece. I need to say a big thank you to Dr. Wilson and the Innovative Learning team for being absolutely incredible partners on those. And we're excited to work with them and partner more on future events to help engage parents and caregivers in ensuring our students are prepared for the future they will meet. Again, that has been a really big topic that has come up repeatedly. How do we make sure we're preparing our students in a way where they know how to use the tools that they will have available to them? Seeing the ways these sessions have resonated with the community, we are hoping to extend the reach by creating a podcast, which would be geared towards parents and other caregivers to empower them with information to support their children. We've had really exciting conversations about this, so stay tuned in 2025 about that. In January, we are going to jump into planning our nonprofit forum, which is geared toward connecting community nonprofits with ways to support our students, our schools, and our educators. And I do want to say a thank you to Dr. Canning and her team. They just provide such wonderful support and access to help our task force. Thank you.
Thank you. That was quick. Facilities Task Force.
Good morning. My name is Kimberly Burke Mulhorn. I would like to welcome the new board members. I'm a new chair, and things have been quite interesting as the chair. I really want to go over some things about the B item first, because to talk about the B item, it sets the tone for everything else that we do. So my question is, what are your perspectives as far as the advisors and the advisories and the chairs? Because we spend a lot of time, and to have an item like this, it's like a slap in the face. We spend a lot of and we are volunteers. So the time that we spend to try to help our schools, we are parents, we are taxpayers. So this is our money and our time on top of our money and our time. The majority of these women, all of them, I'm not going to say majority, all of them are passionate, determined, they're driven, they're very loving women. But when it comes to their babies, you do get some resistance from us. You do get some attitudes from us. But what you don't need to do is take it personal. It is about the children, always. On where I sit as a facility task force chair, we have schools that are absolutely filthy. And when people tell me that, oh, you need to talk to the principal, or you need to talk to the head janitor, the custodian, trust me when I tell you that we've done that. When I reach out to a board member or Dr. Hepburn or Dr. Wanza, that means that we have basically gone through the chain of command at every aspect. So we just ask that you really reconsider that B item. You really consider that, because there's not a lot of people that are running to be chairs. It is a lot of work. I have huge shoes to fill after Dr. Lynch Walsh. it's in her, every hour of the day. I have a job and do this. And this is a part of her job. But anyway, on to some other things. Redefining schools, we really need to talk about that. I'm with you, Chair of the Central area. There has to be a better way between MLK and Broward Estates. I think that, a lot of facility people may say, well, a 1958 school, it's no, the year doesn't matter. But if it's been neglected for years and years and years, it does matter. And my suggestion would be, and we are, with the community, that yes, that one of those schools, they need to come together. It'll probably be more than a year. They need to come together and decide on which school they're going to use and build a brand new school. And we will definitely support that. Again, administration doing site work, the principals facilitating or watching over construction, that shouldn't happen. They don't have the know-how. Please, I don't know, where this idea came up, and I know we have a new chief, so I hopefully things will change a little different. But principals don't know about construction sites. Assistant principals don't know about construction sites. So we ask that you make sure that let them do the teaching and learning, and make sure that we have site managers on site to facilitate. And that is the end of my report, and I thank you guys.
Okay, thank you so much. Next up, we will go to public comments.
There's no registered speakers, Madam Chair. Well, we'll take public comment if there's any public comment, but I don't have any on the list.
I did. I did. All right, thank you. Because it was available, and I'll send you the confirmation. I don't know what's going on systematically. Okay. But this is yet another problem to talk about. So just going over all of these and starting at the end. So the thing with Broward Estates, just to be clear, because the Boundary Committee, which I was on that as well, and I was the one yes vote, but there were conditions. And so some of those conditions are the right thing to do. At FTF, we had a discussion about this, and we didn't have quorum, so we couldn't pass a motion, but we came to consensus about consolidating the two schools and then doing the right thing and funding a new school. And because MLK is in slightly better shape than the Broward Estates 1957 buildings, which if you do a Castaldi, it's going to come back that it is more economical to replace than to renovate. And renovating things that should have been torn down is one of the themes of the SMART program. And you can go back and see on tape where the decision was made to renovate things that should have been torn down. And that's one of the reasons for the delays, because you keep trying to fit square pegs into round holes, and we now have buildings that we can't tear down in the near future. So anyway, consolidating the community, as Dee said, is adamant about the 31st Ave, and that makes sense that you would want to put it within the community. If you can fund a $37 million, because that was the latest estimate we got for the Coral Glades Amphitheater auditorium, if you can fund an auditorium to the tune of $37 million, then you can find the money to do the right thing with Broward Estates, let them know it's Christmas, because it is, and fund them for a new school that merges Broward Estates and MLK, and then you're going to have to do it again because North Fork is in a similar boat. Reassign the kids in the short term, and part of long term, which this has been a recurring motion, that your long-range facility master plan steering committee reports directly to the school board, so that independent of whoever is the superintendent, That committee is reporting to the school board and making sure that long-term planning is happening, which did not happen in 2014. That's a problem. Our motions and how they are on these agendas, next week being an example, in terms of responses today, the B item is key, because if the majority of you are on board with what's being proposed, we don't have anything else to talk about but then to start wrapping things up, and it's going to be a bumpy ride to June. So the B item is key. Doing the right thing for Broward Estates and MLK, which is not leaving kids in 1957 buildings or just moving them forever to MLK. That's not the right thing either. And then these open items, the motions, if we give you additional backup, it needs to be included. It is for every other item. So I hope you guys, if we can have open dialogue about these issues, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment? Okay. Oh. Yeah. Next, we're going to go to board discussion. So, sorry. Ms. Luscombe, did you want to?
That's what I'm keen for. I wasn't sure how this is working, if we're all now going to go around and have another 3 minutes, or if we're going to have some dialogue. So I'm in your hands. I'm cool.
Okay, great. So we'll move on to board discussion. Anybody want to start? Ms. Bowman? Oh, I thought you had your hand up. All right, Mrs. Leonardi.
I'll be brief. I, again, want to thank everyone for coming, for their participation in the committees. I know it is a lot of work and a lot of time, and you do it out of the goodness of your heart, so thank you. I take in all of the feedback, and I know that the superintendent is hearing that, and I hope that we can get some progress, especially on the pieces that Ms. Pierre Grant brought up about the CCC and not hearing back about some of the issues that were raised with that. And just as a former English teacher, I have to echo the desire for typing classes, especially, from a very pragmatic place and in a place that I don't love coming from, which is testing. I taught high school students, and they would type like this. And it is a skill that they need to have. It is valuable. It is useful across a variety of different aspects of their lives. So I just wanted to reiterate that. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, I'll jump in. Okay, go ahead, Mrs. Pham.
Thank you. Firstly, I want to thank everyone for coming in. I think this is really important that we share this dialogue and have these conversations, and also that they are a part of public record, because your concerns are a lot of the community's concerns. You're hearing their voices. So I really do appreciate you coming in and going through this. I comprehend that we're just sitting on this board for 4 years now by law, and we're subject to 2 renewals. I don't see any reason why you should be limited and capped at 2 years. And I don't see, to me, it seems discriminatory, number D, because it's, if you're, you've served as a chair, vice chair, or recording secretary, then you're not eligible for a recommendation in 25 or 26. Why is that? Where did that come from? I don't remember voting on that. So anyway, I agree, 2 years is not enough to jump into the fire. You're just getting your feet wet. So I applaud you for making recommendations. I'm listening. Kimberly, I'm so impressed. I know you're a new chair, but you're overwhelmingly incredible. So thank you again for coming today.
Okay. Oh, Mrs. Alhada.
Thank you. So I would make a little bit of a recommendation, maybe for a future meeting, that we do small groups in collaboration between the school board members and the committee members. So I think with those small groups, we could have a more back and forth conversation. So that's a recommendation, Ms. Hickson. Also, I'm recommending possibly to use AI notes to help record your meetings. This could help to save time, reduce the manual effort, and ensure accuracy in capturing your committee meetings and details for your meetings. Thank you for bringing up about the issue that we have with threats to our schools and the need to do more about think before you post. The portables, I know we have been trying to eliminate portables. Possibly we need to do that in a more aggressive manner to help to eliminate those numbers for the student count. The vape detectors, I hope that we're looking into trying to figure out how to install the vape detectors. We got the funding from the settlement, and so we have funding to put those vape detectors into our bathrooms. I absolutely agree. There needs to be more to be done with the suicide awareness. Not only that we've had the 2 suicides this month, but we also have almost every day a student that is doing self-harm to themselves. So we need to do more to be able to connect with our students and create those relationships and provide the mental health that they need. I also agree about the typing class and also learning cursive. Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Zeman.
Thanks so much, Chair, and thank you all for your time and energies to be put into this. Advisories have a very special role in our school system, and I note the frustration about getting answers to questions and about getting time and attention, and I hope that we can create an even better system moving forward. To set an example of what really great looks like, I want to thank Erin Gohl and her committee. Last month, I went out and attended the Parent Community Involvement Task Force. I was the bad guy there because I didn't agree with their opinion about cell phones. And we spent an hour and a half talking to real parents and real community members about their real feelings about cell phones. I learned a lot. And I've spent a lot of time reading about cell phones in K through 12 environment, and I have a body of knowledge between books and articles about it and lots of evidence about effects that it's had on academic performance, on mental health, and on safety and security. But I didn't know the perspective of the parents in the community, and that was just a really useful way to do that. And so I just want to say thank you, because that is what advisory boards' intents are, is to really inform the school board. And I use several points from that session as I've talked to other folks at conferences and things like that, and as I've melded my opinion about kind of where these things make sense, and with the superintendent thinking a little bit about what data we want to gather in order to prove or disprove some of the ideas that came up at that meeting. So I hope that that continues to be the model for Broward County, whether the B item happens the way it is or it happens in a different or other way as that goes through. The partnership is really important, and the frustrations about getting answers and responses, I understand. This is a big system. It's doing some things extraordinarily well. It has become an A district because 800,000 people in Broward County work to make it that way, and you're a big part of that. But we have to kind of keep working on the things that we're not doing well, while at the same time we make sure that the A district activities that we've had in fact are controlled and built into our system and into our culture so that they never go away. I also want to, while we have all of you here, thank your staff counterparts. That is additional duty for them as well, and they do their job to try and get information, to attend meetings, to help set agendas and get some things put together. I'm sure if an outside observer came and looked at this partnership, there'd be ways for the advisory committee folks and for our staff to do an even better job. And I look forward to those kinds of improvements going forward. But for today, thank you very much for your help and support. And Thank you, Aaron, to you and to Mary for hosting that meeting and having such a, I mean, it's not even an advisory council, it's a task force, right? It's a temporary group set up by the school board to handle a temporary problem. I think parent community involvement is probably not a temporary problem, it's probably a perennial problem. But I thank you for that meeting and for all of the meetings you've held for enforcing the need for parent university. Those are incredibly helpful things that everybody can point to and say all kinds of goodness has come out of that advisory council and for what they've done. And so thank you for setting such a great example. Thank you, Chair.
A point of order, Chair. May I ask a question? Through the chair. Would it be possible for the district to look into a grant for Lighthouse Point in order to get the blind up there? When I had my company, we used them as transcriptionists. And what we would do was dictate, or you could actually submit a meeting, and a blind person would translate that with the use of their equipment they would assign them. And I'm sure there might be a grant out there where it could cut down on them taking their meeting notes or someone being responsible for that, as long as the person would identify who they are as a speaker. But we could possibly partner with them and actually look for a grant to cover those costs.
Dr. Hepburn?
It's noted. We'll pass that information on to our grant team.
Thank you. Any other board members before I jump in? No. Okay. So I guess I'll bring us home. A couple of items. Thank you. First of all, thank you all very much for coming today, for sharing your thoughts, your concerns, good ideas, and things that we can do better. A lot of things were echoed, so I hope that our staff took note of that. And I agree that the communication has to improve, so we will work on how to do that. I want to point out a change that I'm planning on making to address something all of you have said. So right now, when you make recommendations to the school board, it comes as an L item, which is a consent item. And we're going to make some changes to that in our meetings. Consent items typically don't have discussion with them. They just are their consent, so you come along. So we've had a discussion about making them an LL item, which would take them off a consent, make them an open item. So instead of just receiving them, we would have an opportunity to receive them and then also direct the superintendent to act on those recommendations as they're coming before us, so that it's more timely for you all to see we've heard the recommendation and we've acted on it through an LL item as opposed to a consent item. So we're going to try it, see how that works, and hopefully that will help to address how quickly things are, because some of them are just are things we can direct the superintendent to do immediately. When they're policy items, of course, that's something a little different, but I think some of the items coming before us next week are really operational items that we could just direct the superintendent. Either we agree or we don't agree, and we could do that quickly. So that's going to be a change. Hopefully that will work, but I want you to know we've heard the concerns and we're going to try to do something to address those. So that's the first thing. The next thing also we would like to ask your help with is that under policy 1070, it says that each school board established advisory committee appointee must regularly communicate with his or her appointing school board member to provide updates. And so we know you come to us every month with reports, but really who we have appointed, they're supposed to update us. I ask my appointees to either call me or email me, and I know you're having issue with attendance, but if we could work on this both ways, and at the end of your meeting, remind everyone that's there, please send a short report to your school board member on what the things were, so that it's a constant reminder and a reinforcement of what happened in your meetings and what actions they would like for us to do. So it's not falling on you as a chair to do that. That's not really your job. We each have an appointee, and their commitment was that they would get back to us. So we can work on making sure they show up. And if you could remind them to report back to us, then hopefully we can make that a better communication piece as well. So I think that's also really important. I'd like to ask some feedback from the superintendent because the mental health piece is huge, and we know from all the Baker Acts that we see on a daily basis that we wanted to address the issues of mental health and suicide prevention. So we hired, using money, mental health coordinators and suicide prevention coordinators. So there's a few, they run through the district, and we see this epidemic happening. So I'd like to just ask the superintendent, how do those staff members get out throughout the district? And if we have, I think, 2 suicide prevention coordinators, what's happening, and how are we making sure they're getting to the places that they need to get to?
Absolutely. I'll start with listing that we do have a plethora of services for mental health, especially for support of suicide. I don't have all the specifics of how they're deployed, and we deploy based on certain circumstances. So, no, Ms. Hollingsworth, I don't see Ms. Washington in the room, but Ms. Hollingsworth's not here either. So we may have to provide a follow-up on the specifics. But one thing, talking with our student advisors, that they gave feedback to us is that we advertise to students in an adult-centric way, right? We have posters and lanyards and all those other things, and Landon and the student advisors. The last session we met with the monthly and student advisory groups from all of our schools that they represent, pretty much echoed that, hey, we know you have services, but everybody's not aware of how to access those services. So the team challenged the team to think a little bit differently, to get information from students to find out how they want to receive the information in an easy and common way so that they're aware of the services. Because we think too adult-centric with the 2D art way of doing things with posters and lanyards, and posting more of this information on social media, really working with our student advisors for their students on their campus to kind of make commercials for their peers and things like that, so they really understand all of the services that we provide and know how to access them. So trying to close the communication gap with our kids too.
Okay, well, I appreciate that, because I hosted a town hall with students to get some feedback, and it was pretty simple what they want. They want someone to talk to.
Yep.
They don't want programs. They don't want those kinds of services. They want to sit down and have a conversation with a person. And the second thing that they said, which actually I found really interesting because we think students just want to be on social media all the time, they said the best way to get information to them is through Canvas.
Yep.
Because they have to look at it every day. So we're making an assumption that they have followed us as a school board, that they have to do some steps before we just post things out on social media. And the parents, interestingly enough, said email was the best way to contact them. But we think it's text, and we think it's different things. But it wasn't a huge number of people, but I'm just, giving you the feedback. I thought giving them information on Canvas made sense because they do open that every single day to start their day. So I would make that suggestion, but I just want to reiterate, I think we've said it over and over again, we need to invest in people that are going to be able to talk to our students when they need to talk to them. That's why we changed the job description for the guidance counselors. Instead of having them to do a lot of the other things, we wanted them available for our students. But I would hope that a suicide prevention coordinator and a mental health coordinator through the district would be setting up times to not be just teaching other staff members, but to sit down with a student that's having a crisis at the moment that they're having the crisis. So if that's not what that looks like, I would make a suggestion that we do something for that. I also would say I agree about the online threats, and something more has to be done, and I hope that when we get to the legislative section of today, we add that there, because I think we need help from the state in providing more consequences for students doing that. Typing and cursive are things that I think are important. So if we can add them in there and at a younger age, because we hear that a lot, even in kindergarten, they have to take their test online, but they don't know how to type it in their henpecking. We just assume that they know, or, they're used to their thumbs, they're not used to typing. And that was actually something we had to do when I was in school. We had to take typing. And when I did testing, when you'd ask a student to sign their name, they had no idea what that meant as a signature. So I think cursive is also important. And for chairs, so I'm going to say two things. One, I appreciate all the time that someone gives to be a chair to the different committees. When I went to sign up my son for Boy Scouts, my husband said, "Don't sign up for anything. Just go and listen." And I came back being the leader of the whole thing. So it's very difficult, especially when you have service in your blood and it's your nature, to not step up when no one else is. So I wouldn't want to limit that to a time frame, because it's very difficult to find people if there's obviously, and they're voted on, so it's not someone imposing themselves. But I will say something else, because we were comparing what chairs look like to us being elected. We can only be elected to one office at a time. I can't be the school board member and the commissioner at the City of Hollywood. So if we're going to compare it that way, I think being the chair of two things at one time is very difficult. So I'm just saying, if we're comparing it, we can't be the leader of two things. So I don't know how I feel about too many people being the chair of more than one organization. But that's just, doesn't mean that's how I'm going to vote. I'm just throwing it out there because the discussion was us being elected. So if we're comparing apples to apples, that would be what I would say to that. One more thing, and then I'll let Dr. Zeman go again. The K-8 suggestion.
May I?
Oh, sure. Yeah, I'll put you on the list, Mrs. Rupert.
Thank you.
The K-8 suggestion for Broward Estates. The community was very strong in saying, don't you dare bring that back to us again. We voted a number of times. We don't want it. And I think there's conflicting. We were at one meeting where they absolutely wanted the Head Start and the pre-K at Broward Estates, and then we were at another meeting where they didn't. So I don't know if it's clear to me after the meetings that we've attended in the emails we've gotten what the community really wants. So, and I would ask, what do we look at the community? Some of the people didn't even live in Lauderhill that were telling us they wanted it to stay open. They used to go there 50 years ago and they didn't like the idea of their school being closed, but they didn't really have skin in the game at this point because they didn't have students there. So I'd really like more of a discussion about people who are in Broward Estates, what they're wanting. So that's just, going back to that. So Dr. Zeman, and then Mrs. Rupert, you'll go after Dr. Zeman.
Thanks so much, Chair. I want to open up a little bit more about the mental health challenges, because this is not a Broward issue alone. It's clearly a national issue. Disproportionately affects young women more than young men. We've tried to do things besides suicide prevention counselors. We've also added 60 positions last year for school psychologists to be there to talk to people. We've also, part of our cell phone thinking was that if people connected more to each other, they might experience greater mental health, which is clearly what the evidence suggests in other districts that have done that. It seems to me, though, that we need a very pragmatic session at a workshop as soon as possible about things like, can a student talk to somebody when they experience a crisis? Do we have systems in place to train people about suicidal ideation and indicators of potential suicides? And it's not just suicides, it's also severe depression, it's anxiety disorders, it's a whole bunch of other things that we need to take more seriously probably than ever. And I would be an advocate of saying, can we get a wrapper around all those things and start asking some practical questions like, if I'm having a crisis in a school, Can I find somebody to talk to? Or if I'm going through a group outing and there's somebody acting in a certain way, what do I do? Like, what is a practical response to one of my colleague students who is experiencing things, and what should I be looking for, and then what do I do? To Landon's very cogent point, I think, we have lots of programs, but if they're not exposed to the students, then what's the point of having 12 more programs, as opposed to kind of approaching this from an operational or pragmatic level of what is it that we need to do as a school system to ensure that the students are getting what they want, that the staff is getting what they need to know what to look for, and those kinds of questions. So I think we've talked about mental health in terms of programs and sometimes as part of an action, but it would be great to kind of put all that one wrapper around it as soon as possible at a workshop. The community is clearly asking for it, and they're asking, I think, some very good questions, as you point out, Chair. If I'm having trouble, can I get to somebody? Landon's question, I need help, but it's an alphabet soup of solutions. And then at that meeting, I want to talk more about some other organizations too, and what they do to kind of measure on an ongoing basis kind of what the overall mental health of their staff and their students are. In a world that we live in today, obviously the triggers of mental health problems are very real, so much so that we have astronomical numbers of people who have thought about suicide, and unfortunately a huge number of people who know how they're going to do it. And I think the reaction to that has to be kind of equal to the challenge, and I would prefer to not do it in a program budget basis, but to do it in a basis of, what are some of the really critical questions that we'd like to know answers to? Things like, being able to talk to people, understanding the triggers, and things like that. So we've talked about that, but it sure would be great to have that on a workshop as soon as possible.
Okay, thank you. And we are going to end with Mrs. Rupert.
Thank you. Hope you guys can hear. My voice is in and out as we go. Thank you all for your comments about the mental health issues. Very important. I've been focusing on that for several years. And what I did want to mention is that we have certain zip codes in our areas of at-risk communities, and how it really became an important aspect of me as a board member deciding to actually take up the torch was several suicides in my Pompano Beach and Deerfield Beach area. And upon further questioning our staff, we actually have schools that are on a list that they have higher than normal kids that had the ideation of mental health to die by suicide. And it's alarming. As long as we let it hide in the shadows, we're part of the problem. It's very uncomfortable to talk about things like that. Kids are nervous. So I think, I'm not sure if it was Dr. Demon or if it was one of the other board members about, instead of having a one-shop stop or just talking about it in one session, we need to make sure. So Dr. Hepburn, do ask your staff about the zip code areas and the areas that are focused on because either they've had a high number of kids trying to, and one important factor is don't just focus in on Rupert School of the Arts, because if one child tried it at an elementary school and there's brothers and sisters in middle and in high school, that act itself is already spread out in that community. It's sisters, brothers, family members, neighborhoods. And our staff does a tremendous job. Last year, I was able to shadow our mental health support people and to see how they fit stuff in during a day, which is chaotic. But there was so much professionalism and caring that it just oozed out into the entire school. So we're trying to get to the lunchroom, elementary school, and everybody's checking in with our mental health support person. As she's walking, she's checking with them. Hey, Johnny, how's it going today? Oh, I've had a, so-and-so, as we're walking, I've had a so-and-so and such. And she goes, all right, I know you have a test today. Come see me at 3 o'clock or whatever it is. they don't have to be seated in an audience or in an office, because our mental health providers, our staff, their hearts are so big. All they're doing is walking around doing their job, even when they should be taking a break. But I was very fascinated to see that there wasn't I'm going to talk to this child when. It was, I'm responding to people in the hallway that are reaching out to me. And that's an extremely and I think successful part of what we do in Broward County. So Dr. Hepburn, do ask your staff people to explain that to us. I would absolutely support having our mental health specialist come and do us a workshop. I would definitely support that. Let me see here. Sorry, mental health shadowing, very important. I think we should keep our noses out of our committees, right? Having type A personality. I was chair of this and that, PTA this, staff that, and if somebody told me, I'm sorry, you're not allowed to do anymore, several of those committees would be vacant, and that school would be troubling. And the more trouble we have getting parents involved, I think this is working in the other direction. So I would not personally support term limits, for lack of a better word, and believe that our community workers work incredibly hard. And it is, I feel, a slap in the face to them and to our parents, our aunties, everybody that come in and work with our students. So that's my thought on that. And was there any other answer that you needed from me, Madam Chair?
No answers right now.
Okay, thank you so much.
All right, thank you. We want to thank you all so much for coming today, for having a discussion, again, sharing some ideas on how we could do better, and also some of the concerns that you had. Our next joint meeting will be held March 4th, and then we'll have it June 24th, and then September 24th, just so you can jot those down on your calendar. So thank you so much for that. At this time, we're now going to move into two closed-door sessions, and we're actually going up to the 14th floor because they're going to rearrange the room. While we're doing that, it should last for 1 hour, so all persons not scheduled to attend the closed door, please exit the room at this time. Thank you so much.
Check one.
1, 2. One, two. 1, 2. 1, 2.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, Ms. Ruber, we can hear you.
Okay, I'll mute myself. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm
1,
not sure
2.
what they're best amongst themselves.
1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2.
Check. Oh, there we go. Okay, we're in.
1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2.
Check, check. Check, check. Check, 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 check.
1, 2. 1.
Check, check.
1, 2.
Check, check.
Reset this one too, so it's waiting for it to come back up. 1, 2.
Check mic 1, 2. Check mic. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2.
Yep. Gotcha.
Thank you. This school board meeting is again reconvened. School board workshop is reconvened. The next item is redefining our schools. I will now turn it over to staff for a brief presentation.
Thank you, Chair. This workshop that Dr. Wanza and the team is about to embark on provides an update about the Redefining Our Schools initiative, which their review involves a recent review or update from the regional stakeholder meetings, boundary committee recommendations, surplus properties, programmatic updates, marketing initiatives, and also detailing some next steps. In addition, information about cost savings and potential revenue for reallocation of school buildings at under-enrolled schools based on board consensus at the October workshop will be provided at a later date upon verification of the plethora of information we've gathered thus far. This would also include cost savings and approximate or expected revenue from the surplus of some district facilities as well. I also want the board and the public to know that this is just the initial phase of our Redefining Our Schools initiative, with phase 2 starting immediately after the January 22nd regular school board meeting. I also see some of our partners in MODS and City of Coral Springs. Thank you for being here. And City of Coconut Creek. See Coral Cove in the back. Thank you for being here, and also the members of the Boundary Committee. Thank you for being here. And at this time, I'll go ahead and turn it over to Dr. Wanza and her team as they'll provide updates of where we are thus far and some next steps as we move forward.
Good afternoon. Season's greetings to everyone. Beacon, if you can load the presentation, we would greatly appreciate it. Also, happy early birthday to my birthday twin, Mr. Hickson, tomorrow. I would ask my colleagues seated with me to introduce themselves so that I don't have any Freudian slips, and then we will walk the board through the conversation and look forward to guidance and direction. Mr. Parker.
Good afternoon. Adrian Parker, Executive Director, Strategic Initiative Management.
Good afternoon. Willie Wood, Director of Performance Management.
Okay, now on. Okay, good afternoon, Joe Beck, Director, Demographics and Enrollment Planning.
Good afternoon, Natalie Allen, the Boundary Committee Chair.
Good afternoon, everyone. Dante Collins, Director of the Choice Charter Schools Management Support Department.
So if we can put the presentation back up, Dr. Hepburn pretty much walked us through what we're going to talk about. We will try to get through the presentation as expeditiously as possible because we understand that the board would want to engage in dialogue as well as hear from the community. This is our timeline, which is, we've been presenting at every workshop, and where we are today is really to have a conversation with the board around the recommendations that are coming from the School Boundary Committee. And just so everyone's aware, after conversation today, the superintendent will do his own analysis, his work, his thought process, and then tomorrow he will distribute a memo to the board advising what his recommendations will be. And those recommendations will come forward to the board on January 22nd at the January 22nd school board meeting, which would be the final rulemaking. We did have 3 regional community meetings as our timeline indicated, and what we provided in this slide is just summary of the participants, the thoughts they gave, and if the community members, also the board, want to click on each one of those live links, the survey is still open, the data is still there, but this is just a summary of the thoughts and the information number-wise that we received at the 3 regional meetings the week before Thanksgiving. So as the Boundary Committee met on December 2nd, the board in the resolution asked the committee to look at each one of the boundary proposals and the impact of these elements: enrollment, feeder pattern, neighborhood integrity, distance to schools, school diversity, and students with special needs, as they studied each proposal and then came up with their vote and final recommendations. So the next slide provides for you a summary of the 6 proposals and whether or not the proposals were recommended or if they were not recommended. And as you can see, of the 6 proposals, 5 of them, the committee, the School Boundary Committee, voted to recommend to go forward. And the one proposal that they did not recommend to go forward was to combine Broward Estates with Dr. Martin Luther King Elementary School and then create an early learning program or early learning programming and services with community resources at Broward Estates Elementary School. And when we get to the discussion, the representative from the School Boundary Committee is here, so she can talk in greater detail about the dialogue amongst the committee for each one of the recommendations. So I'll just go briefly because the board and the community have seen these multiple times. We know the first proposal was to reconfigure Pines Middle from its current 6 to 8 grade configuration to 6 through 12 collegiate academy. The second recommendation was to combine Silver Shores Elementary and Silver Lakes Elementary School, and then also clean up a feeder pattern, if you will, that allows for a portion of Silver Shores to go to Silver Palms, and then at the Silver Shores campus, create, the community has voiced a full choice K-8 school. And based on the conversations that we had out at the school, we actually went, Mr. Strauss and I went and met with the school during their SAC meeting. And one of their greatest interests is to create a full choice K-8 around STEM/STEAM. So they would like a STEM focus with also a strand of the arts. Then the next proposal was to reconfigure Hollywood Central Elementary. We know that this has come up multiple times, but to reconfigure the school from a current K-5 to a K-8 school and make the K-8 choice, if you will. The students would still be allowed to go to Olson, which is their bounded middle school, but remain for grades 6 through 8 as a choice. Coral Cove, we know that this came with much enthusiasm from the community to reconfigure that school to a K-8. It is currently a K-5 with the same choice option, if you will, for the students in grades 6 through 8. They could attend what is their current bounded middle school or remain at Coral Cove for middle grades 6 through 8. The Coconut Creek Elementary proposal, as we know, this came with much enthusiasm from the community as well, to extend the grades of Coconut Creek Elementary School to also be a school that would go from a K-5 to a K-8, and with that choice option for the middle grades as well. And then the last proposal was the proposal to combine Broward Estates and Dr. Martin Luther King so that the students at Broward Estates would transition to Dr. Martin Luther King, allow for any students in the magnet program that is currently at Broward Estates to continue at Plantation Elementary School, which has the same magnet theme, and then transition this campus into an early learning center with community programming with input from the community. And this was the one proposal that the committee did not recommend going forward. And that's some data from Broward Estates. Okay. So that's it as it relates to the proposals. We do want to move through 2 other things. The board did ask us to provide some information as it related to district-operated and district-managed charter schools. What is the difference? What options would the board have if that is a direction that we wanted to go in as a school district? So I'm going to allow Ms. Collins to briefly go through the next 3 slides, and then I'll come back.
Good afternoon again. The slide that's posted, it really goes through the definition of what a charter school is, and just understanding that there are three types of public schools that are currently in Broward County. The traditional operated schools, the Florida State University Lab School, which is in Pembroke Pines, and the district has no oversight over that one, and also the 88 charter schools that the School Board of Broward County, Florida serves as the sponsor over. Charter schools are public schools that operate under a performance agreement or a charter, which frees them from many regulations created for your traditional public schools. Charter schools do not have to abide by sections 1000 to section 1013 in Florida statute, but they are required to follow those provisions regarding health, safety, welfare, civil rights, and of course, discrimination. All charter schools are organized and operated by a nonprofit entity or governing board, and the charter agreement is between the governing board and the sponsor. In terms of the application and who can remit an application, individuals, teachers, parents, municipalities, and of course legal entities can submit a proposal or application using the model Florida charter application template to an authorizer, which the School Board of Broward County, Florida is an approved authorizer. The superintendent has designated the Choice Charter Schools Management Support Department as a department responsible for facilitating and coordinating with other district departments to review new and renewal charter applications. Next slide. We did have a conversation, or I actually had a conversation with the Office of the General Counsel regarding district-run charter schools. I'm not sure if Ms. Batista, if you want to share any information on that one.
I have Mr. Vignola on the line, and he will be able to do that.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. The Florida statutes have set up a very comprehensive structure for how charter schools will come into being and how they will be operated. And as the board knows from having approved such items, a charter school, first of all, a charter school starts off by an application that is submitted, it's reviewed, and it's approved by the authorizer, which is the school board. After a charter application has successfully been approved, then the parties negotiate a contract for the operation of the charter school. And that's in keeping with section 1002.33 Florida statutes. And that's the charter school statute. And what it basically does is it bifurcates responsibilities relating to the charter school. A charter school governing board has the responsibility for the operation, liability, et cetera, of the charter school. The sponsoring school board, once a charter school agreement is entered into with the charter school governing board, the district's responsibilities are, in general, we're the area through which funding goes from the state to the charter schools. So we receive that, we distribute it. We have various responsibilities for oversight for aspects of the charter school operations. So there are two parties to a charter school agreement. The concept of a district-run charter school is incompatible with that bifurcation of responsibilities and duties. The Florida Commission on Ethics has ruled that a district school administrator, even a board member, could serve as a member of the governing board of a charter school without having a conflict with regard to the code of ethics that governs board members and district administrators. However, that does not mean the fact that you don't have a voting conflict or an ethical conflict doesn't mean you can have the responsibilities of charter school operation and charter school monitoring all in a single party. If that was the case, there would be no need for a contract, because you would have the school board contracting with itself, and you don't need a contract for a single party to conduct its affairs. So under those circumstances, and let me put it this way. One way I've thought about this, because yes, there are high schools in Polk County that were spun off of the public school system, the district school system there. And there are one or two in Miami-Dade. However, those are not operated by those two school districts. They are operated by governing boards for those individual charter schools. And one way I think of it is where you have this split where, in theory, the school district, because we're an entity, we could submit an application to ourselves for a proposed charter school, and we could approve the application. But when it comes time to go to charter contract, that has to have a second party, and that would be the governing board. I kind of think of this, and maybe an awkward way to put of it, but I sort of think of a situation with a surrogate parent, where the child is brought along at the point you come to the birth of the child, then the responsibilities need to get turned over to someone other than the surrogate parent. And that would be the same thing here. The district could propose, if it felt it was in its interest to do so, could propose a charter school through an application and approve it. But when it comes time for the charter school to, in essence, be birthed and come into existence under a charter school agreement, at that point you need to have a second party, which is that governing board we talked about. So you could have a situation that follows that path where you end up with what you might call a friendly governing board for the charter school of people who generally have supported and support the mission of the school district. You could do that. But one thing to consider along those lines is what would be the interest of the district in creating a school to provide a particular program and have that be operated by a separate entity and take it out of the, in essence, school inventory or possible school inventory of the district. As to what advantages there would be for the district to do such a thing, that is not a legal question. That would be a philosophical question that the administration would need to guide the school board with. Thank you.
Thank you. Beacon, can you put the presentation back up, please?
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Vignola. Now that Mr. Vignola has shared a district-run charter and what the district is able to do with that, I would like to share that there is an option that the district could absolutely engage in, which is that the School Board of Broward County can serve as an education service provider while maintaining the charter school's autonomy. This could be done through a separate agreement, separate from the current charter agreement of the school. The district could offer comprehensive services such as the general compliance, operation management, financial services, and governance support, as well as leadership support. Two areas to stay away from, obviously, would be legal representation, because the district could not represent itself against itself, and of course, the writing of an application. And that concludes this section.
So the other part of the presentation speaks to the surplus property that we know Ms. Paul and her team are working diligently on. We know this is an update, if you will, around what's going on with Rock Island Professional Development Center, the Technology Support Services Center, which we all know is TSSC, as well as the TSSC Annex. And then we talked briefly the last time around the ESC administrative offices on the second floor at the current Arthur Ashe campus, which is, they are also there with Atlanta Technical College, as well as our CTASE department. And that's the employee count So essentially, I'm moving to slide 18 if you're in the middle. Essentially, with these locations, you see the status of where they are in the process. For Rock Island, we know has been sold, and those are the departments that are there, the number of employees that have to be relocated. There's the next steps that are planned out already for the TSSC Center as well as the TSSC Annex, and the number of employees that have to be relocated once those properties are sold. And then lastly, with the relocating the ESC administrative offices, there are approximately 495. That includes itinerant staff. Itinerant staff are those employees who, so like a school's psychologist who has a number of schools that they would report to schools, but then if they have to come for an administrative meeting at the ESC administrative offices, that's what that number entails. So as we look at space in schools, and the board talked to us on October 8th around partial closings, if you will, that concept. So when we reallocate space, what we are looking to do, our goals is obviously to look for space for the expansion of workforce programs on our current facilities. Also, one of the exercises that we are undergoing right now is how we would relocate current academic staff that are in administrative buildings. And I will use this building as an example. When you have 2, 3, or 4 floors being occupied by instructional academic staff who could be relocated to schools where they are closer to the work, not that they aren't there already, but actually their home base would be at a school, then that would free up space in this building to either relocate operations staff here, or potentially an idea may be to actually lease space in this building to other entities. So that's one of the things that we're going through that exercise now. And you can see our process. We have looked at schools that have available space. We are also looking at how we strategically pair departments so that they are in the right spaces together. And then hopefully we'll have that exercise completed, if not before we go home for winter break, as soon as we come back from winter break. Many of our partners are out here in the audience today. This is just a list of some of our community partners that we have begun to work with. Mr. Cox is here from the Museum of Discovery and Science. We've had a couple of planning meetings. We have a follow-up meeting coming up as it relates to not just North Fork, but providing opportunities across all of our elementary schools with the Museum of Discovery and Science. We had an awesome visit at Stranahan High School with Junior Achievement and some work that they can do there. The city of Coconut Creek is here today, and I know that they will sign up to speak. And so those are some of the things. And then one of the things that I just wanted to call out lastly on the slide is we did have a follow-up meeting with the city of Dania Beach one day last week. The days run together, and their intent is still to do everything that they came and spoke about as it relates to Olson, Dania, and Collins. The only difference is the EOC component of what they were trying to do would shift to Collins, because Olson Middle School is east of Federal Highway, and that would present issues with them for FEMA if the building was to incur any type of damages during a storm. But they still are committed to and invested in doing everything for all 3 campuses, and in shifting their work around the EOC to Collins. One of the investments that they are looking to do, and this is going to make a few of you get really happy, is to look at upgrading their playgrounds on the school campus. And then I don't want to speak for Mr. Sullivan and his team, because I know that in January they are going to have a full workshop session on marketing, but this is just some of the intentional steps that they have taken. We are in movie theaters now. They are looking at mailings, just a plethora of strategies to do intentional marketing, because as we know, as our parents tell us consistently and constantly, if they don't know, they won't go. But if you don't remember anything else, you must choose the best. Choose BCPS. And these are our next steps. As I said, tomorrow the superintendent will distribute a memo regarding his intended recommendations. The district is having a district-wide school showcase on January 14th, and I believe that's at the Amarant Center, and I don't want to take academics thunder, but it is January 14th. And we will have equipment there, so if parents want to go in the choice options window and apply, we intend to make that a full-service experience. January 22nd, we will have the school board meeting, as I referenced, where the board then will have an opportunity for its final deliberations and voting. And then we will start the process of continuing the work. And as Dr. Hepburn said, once whatever decisions are made for 24-25, the next week we start planning for 25-26 and anything that comes in between. And I hope I didn't take up too much time because I know you wanted to spend the bulk of your time discussing.
Thank you very much. Next, we will go to public comment, and first on the list is Jackie Luscombe.
Hello, good afternoon. Jackie Luscombe. I'm the ESE Advisory Chair, actually, and a parent too. I wanted to speak on two fronts to this item. I'm a member of the Long Range Facilities Planning, Master Planning Steering Committee, whatever it's called now, and I didn't know, as a member of that body was going to kind of fade and that there was now going to be a boundary committee where it was going to be making formal recommendations. I do feel a little lost as a member of the Long Range Facilities Planning Steering Committee because we don't meet often. We get zero outreach anymore about the redefining process. And the Boundary Committee did not include an invite to ESE Advisory to be part of it, even though one of the 6 impacts being considered was specifically named as ESE. So while I appreciate that as having been flagged as a serious impact for consideration, I think it's an omission that ESE Advisory was not represented and that the communication with us on the Long Range Facilities Planning Committee has entirely lapsed. So if anyone wants to put it on me that I wasn't aware of meeting, feel free to do so. But I do think if you're considering ESE impacts, then a logical pathway for communication might actually be ESE Advisory and the Advisory Chair. That said, I would like to encourage that from this point onwards, we show ESE Advisory that courtesy. I also wanted to address the matter of a district-run charter school. We all maybe know what's behind this. There is a growing population of students with autism. There are autism charter schools in Miami-Dade and in Palm Beach. And right at the beginning of the redefining schools process, I did have a conversation with Dr. Licata where I said this might be an idea that comes up of a district-run autism charter school. And we just have batted ideas around all kinds of other ideas. And there is a very delicate line to tread as to whether such a school would be seen as segregating students and that actually attention needs to be paid more by BCPS to actually delivering compliance to the students it already has. But the fact is you have lost 96 students with complex autism to Miami-Dade who attend their charter school there for students with autism because there isn't one in Broward. So I do think it's a legitimate conversation to have. I was dismayed that there was a visit by the ESE department last month to the Autism Charter School in Miami-Dade. I'm not sure under what agenda or potential considerations that was done. There was outreach to one parent, not to ESE Advisory, to a company. I heard about it third hand. And I would have loved to be part of any conversation that's going on around that. There is a lot to crunch down. I know I'm told, well, it's not under consideration right now, but let's face it, a district-run charter school is on this presentation for a reason, so do include us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up is Sandra Welch, Mayor of Coconut Creek.
Hi, good afternoon, and thank you for allowing us to speak. My first thought is that we so much appreciate having the community meetings in the community and in the schools, both in our high school and then the one elementary school that's being considered for redefining. We are extremely appreciative of that and the consideration that our children, the students, and the families can go to school and continue their education somewhere right there on Coconut Creek Parkway, or have options to do so, and from K through 12. but specifically Coconut Creek Elementary, it has been, I went on that campus, my granddaughter's 30 years old. I walked her to her first day of kindergarten when she was 4. And so to see it grow into something even bigger and better is personally very exciting for me. And also, as our commission is very intent on keeping good relationships with all of our schools, all of our principals, and the staff, and try to stay as in tune as possible as we can to have that connection and connectivity in our own city. And I know other cities do the same, but I'm just talking about Coconut Creek. The only thing that I have heard subsequent to the last community meeting that we have is someone that was, I think, very integrally involved in the ESE cluster, that it happens right there on that campus at Coconut Creek Elementary, that it stay intact. And I know that you're carefully looking at that, so that is my last consideration. But again, thank you for coming to the community and staying in the community to hear the feedback. It's so important, and look forward to what the decision is. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Bernadette Hughes.
Thank you. I'm the Government Affairs Manager for the City of Coconut Creek. And as Mayor Welsh mentioned, the community input and feedback, I wanted to speak to the interaction that we had with this group here. First of all, I want to thank Superintendent Hepburn and Dr. Wanza and all of your staff for involving the city in conversations about redefining schools in the county, and in particular in the city of Coconut Creek. I actually have a list here where I've been keeping track of all the meetings, all the conversations that we've had, and we've had a lot of questions, and you all have been very responsive to us, and we appreciate it. You even came to one of our lunch bunch meetings in the city of Coconut Creek that was attended by our principals and answered all of their questions, and so thank you for that. I'd also like to thank School Board Member Nora Rupert and, of course, Ellen Tolson, because every time a meeting is logged, we call her and say, what can we expect? Can we speak? What can we bring? Just to stay engaged in the process, and so we appreciate their assistance throughout this. And so finally, I want to keep this short and sweet and reiterate that the City of Coconut Creek Commission had previously given a consensus at one of our commission meetings to support transitioning Coconut Creek Elementary School to a K-8 school. We believe this transition will provide continuity for our students from kindergarten, as we've said this multiple times, from kindergarten all the way through beauty school, trade school, college, whatever you may have it on the Coconut Creek Education Corridor. It'll be fantastic. And as such, we support the recommendation of the School Boundary Committee for the Coconut Creek Elementary School K-8 reconfiguration. We thank you for your time, and if you need any assistance or have any questions, please feel free to contact us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next up is Nicole Morris.
Hello, again, Nicole Morris, Coral Springs. I have a couple of things I want to clear up that I spoke about Pines Middle School earlier. Pioneer Middle School has 16 portables. They have 24 on campus. That's what's listed on the website. That's where I got that. They have 44 on site. I'm assuming 20 of those belong to the annex, 24 with capacity, but Mr. Beck has told me that only 16 of them are being used. The rest are not. Last year, we spoke a lot about gross capacity versus permanent capacity, and one of the things I said was that it was unbalanced throughout the district with schools that have portables, because often you'll have 44 portables or 24 portables on your site, but they're not using them. So they are at 122% at Pioneer, 122% of their permanent capacity, 105% of their gross. But they have a lot of portables that are being calculated in that aren't being used. But they are still at 122% of their capacity. Now, the data maps that we were given at Pines Middle School said that they were at 29% of their capacity. I'm seeing that that's not the case. They're actually at 36. So it's just a slight increase, but that's not what was presented to the public. But what I will say, again, and I'll stand firm on this, is that at some point, rather than doing a boundary change, they kept adding portables. Pines Middle School is 93% free and reduced lunch, and Pioneer is 31%. Pines Middle School has 51% of their students attending charter, and Pioneer has 8%. Pines Middle School is 47% black and 5% white. Pioneer is the exact opposite at 5% black and 47% white. So I don't think that the intention was a socioeconomic or racial segregation, but that is the consequence. I just hope that we'll take a look in the future at who's responsible for making these decisions to let one school go to the wayside to keep another community intact, because they are not Cooper City schools or Pembroke Pines schools or Coral Springs schools. They're Broward County Public Schools. And I was told today, or I've been told, people moved to Cooper City to go to those schools. Well, people also moved to Coral Springs to go to their schools, to go to Selman Douglas, and then get told, oh, well. I just hope that we will have some equity here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Aretha Wimberly.
Good afternoon. Thank you all for the opportunity to speak. I want to thank a sincere gratitude to the board and district staff for listening to the community when you came out for community conversations regarding Broward Estates and the potential to convert it to an early learning center. We are, the parents in my group that I'm speaking with, are very concerned that that is the only proposal that was rejected, as if the community voices from these neighborhoods are not informed or capable of saying what the needs are for the academic opportunities for their children. We are experiencing an early learning crisis in neighborhoods like the ones adjacent to Broward Estates Elementary School and within the 3 to 5 mile radius. We have not received any of the information to our PTA or our community groups about initiatives such as the one that was on the overhead that the city of Fort Lauderdale is endeavoring to do to expand early learning centers and opportunities for our children. We're looking at serious concerns for how this is going to impact our children's readiness for Head Start and pre-K. And so when you have the opportunity to be bold, you have the opportunity to correct the disparities and the discrimination and the inequity that has been forced on these neighborhoods for decades. Now is the time to do it with this redefining process. So I understand that this boundary committee meeting did not include the 2 Broward Estates community members. So I don't know if their votes were included. I don't know if they voted by proxy. I don't know what their concerns were or if they were valued at all during this process. But I do know that the district and the board members came out and heard from the community. We expressed emphatically that we need early learning resources and tools accessible to our children. Jack and Jill has been a premier top-tier example of how we can help our children prepare for Head Start and pre-K programming. And yet they are taking children out of their programs because they no longer have the resources to give kids. At 2 years old, these children are being removed from programs like Jack and Jill, who are saying Kids Spot, Early Steps. They no longer provide the type of therapy and resources and instructional training that these kids are going to need in order to be ready for elementary school. So when you have Jack and Jill taking kids out and these parents don't have anywhere to go, where is the expectation logically for our kids to be prepared for elementary school in a way that's equal and equitable? And yes, Black mothers, you should be concerned because Black unwed mothers are specifically referenced in Project 2025. So you need to make sure that your children are actually getting all the resources that they can. So if you're not going to move forward with providing this opportunity at Broward Estates, what's the alternative for our children? Thank you.
Thank you. And our last signed up speaker is Mr. Joe Cox.
Good afternoon, school board members. Joe Cox, President and CEO of the Museum of Discovery and Science. So today I'm updating you on work that we've been doing with staff on a really transformative partnership between the museum and Broward County Public Schools. This multi-layered approach really could redefine and reimagine a single school, such as North Fork, reignite the Sprouting STEM Magnet School program, and impact every single second and third grade student, truly inspiring the next generation of scientists, engineers, and innovators. The MODS Model School at North Fork, or perhaps elsewhere, focuses on grades pre-K through 5 and delivers high-quality experiential learning in an environment that's inspired by the museum, and importantly, designed in partnership with administrators, teachers, district staff, and the community that lives around the school. MODS would deliver hands-on STEM experiences at the museum and an exciting new immersive discovery classroom at the school. Students would participate in project-based STEM challenges throughout the school year and then exhibit their projects at the museum. This discovery classroom concept could be expanded to reignite the excitement of the 6 Sprouting STEM Magnet Schools. For even broader impact, let's provide every child in 2nd and 3rd grade with the experience of visiting MODS, perhaps adding programming specifically to support STEM learning in those remaining C schools in the district. As you know, MODS has decades and decades of proven partnership with Broward schools. Through Changemakers, we inspired students to explore academic and career opportunities. School is Cool helped middle school students transition to high school by focusing on STEM as the foundation for their success. In the early days of the pandemic, we provided 8 weeks of digital learning curriculum to support K through 12. And as one of only 15 museums nationwide to be designated by the LEGO Foundation as a playful learning museum, we integrate all of their curriculum into our frameworks. Over the last 12 months alone, the museum has asked the community to invest $1.7 million in Broward County Public School students. Thanks to philanthropists, corporations, and municipalities like the City of Fort Lauderdale, we funded programming including 100 paid high school internships for students, field trips to the museum, and even bus transportation for thousands of your elementary and middle school students. With your investment, we're excited to work with you on this transformative initiative. We have the opportunity to refill North Fork Elementary, to reignite Sprouting STEM, and set every 2nd and 3rd grade student on the path to becoming problem solvers, innovators, and thinkers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other public speakers? Okay, now we'll move to board discussion. Dr. Holness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I know that there are, based upon the School Boundary Committee recommendation, there are several proposals, and I will go ahead and speak to the proposal that would impact District 5, and I'm looking forward to the input from board members for proposals that impact their district, and will allow them to go ahead and respond to those and then provide my feedback subsequently. But regarding the proposal that impact District 5, I have to commend community member, Ms. Wimberly. I appreciate that input, and Ms. Wimberly is also the president or the chair of the Grand United PTA. So I have a few questions for the team, Dr. Wanza. The Boundary Committee, can you tell us the composition of the Boundary Committee? Who makes up the Boundary Committee? And then I have several questions, if you don't mind, Madam Chair, because this is really important. Because when we look at these proposals, only one of the proposals on here from all 6 that the Boundary Committee disagreed with the community's input, which is Broward Estates in District 5. So it's important that I have the time to make sure that we address this particular issue.
Dr. Wanza?
Okay, thank you. through the chair. So I want to do one thing, if it's okay. We do have copies of another map. It's just so that the board has comparative analysis. It's the same thing. We uploaded the Flickrs map. We know that we switched from Flickrs to FAST, but we made enough copies for the board and the community, and we will upload a copy to the presentation after. Thank you, Mr. Sullivan. But so to answer your question, Dr. Holness, at the October 8th board workshop, the board gave the superintendent and staff direction on the composition of the boundary committee, and then at the October 15th board meeting, the board passed a resolution that pretty much established the committee, and specifically the committee's membership was comprised of the chairs of 6 of the advisory groups, which is the District Advisory Council, the Facilities Task Force, the Diversity Committee, and the 3 area advisories, as well as the student advisor and the alternate student advisor, and then 2 members representing each one of the schools that were identified that could be impacted. So there were 2 representatives from each one of the schools as well. There were 2 individuals who were sent to our office who received the communications to attend the school boundary meeting. We sent emails. Actually, the night of the meeting, when I realized they were not there, I called the principal personally. She called both of them, and then my staff even set up a Teams link to allow them to attend the meeting by Teams, since they physically, one had a family emergency, and we respect that. And the other member said that she did not realize that she had a scheduling conflict. But in order to accommodate that, we did set up a Teams link. Unfortunately, they did not access the Teams link, but there was representation that from all 6 of the advisory chair people, as well as the remaining schools and the advisor and alternate student advisor. And what I will say on I think the last 2 votes, you see the count is 1 person less than the remaining, because the alternate student advisor had to leave early because she had to go home and study for an exam, and we respect that.
Thank you. So just to reiterate, Dr. Wanza, the 2 members selected from the Broward Estate community to be a part of the boundary committee, they were unable to attend the meeting where this decision was made as far as supporting the proposal or rejecting the proposal.
That is accurate.
Okay. Now, outside of Broward Estate community, were there any members from District 5 who were resident of District 5 present?
So not knowing the exact addresses of people, just knowing what I know, the central area advisory chairperson, I'm not sure if she specifically lives in District 5, but I know she has a child that attends school, 1 in District 5 and 1 in District 3. I also know that the chair of the District Advisory Council is a resident of District 5. I believe she lives in the city of Plantation, which is in District 5. Outside of that, I can't be positive as to the residential addresses.
Understand. So for those who were part of the committee who you believe to be resident of District 5, are you able to expound on what their vote was?
Yes, I can. The Central Area Advisory Chair, she voted no, but the District Advisory Chair voted yes.
Okay, so it was 2 individuals, 1 voted yes, 1 voted no.
That is correct.
Correct. But residents of Broward Estates were absent who were on that committee.
They were not present.
Okay.
That is
so. Thank you so much. So my next question is the community input that we receive. Can you, for the sake of the public, speak to what the community desire was when we met at Dillard High School?
Absolutely. So the meeting at Dillard High School, I believe it was the first of our 8 community meetings, and it was that Monday night. And emphatically, the overwhelming consensus from the community was to transition the students from Broward Estates over to Dr. Martin Luther King and create an early learning center at Broward Estates Elementary School, similar to the one that we currently operate at Gulfstream Early Learning Center in Hallandale. And their only ask, if you will, was that as the community, as the Early Learning Center was developed and the community resources to be offered at the center, as those were being developed, their ask was that the community be a part of those discussions and those decisions. But it came from the community. The community consensus was to transition the the K-5 students to Dr. Martin Luther King and create an early learning center with community resources at the Broward Estates campus with input from the community on what was to be offered.
Okay, so would it then be fair to say that the suggestion of the boundary committee is in opposition to what the community actually wants?
The vote of the boundary committee is not consistent with what we heard on September 18th at Dillard High School from the community.
Okay, and just to reiterate, the members of Broward Estates who are residents of Broward Estates were not able to attend the meeting to provide their input as well.
That is correct.
Okay, so my other questions, how will Broward Estates students benefit from this transition? Could you expound on that?
So I can start. I'm sure the superintendent may want to jump in, and I will never take Dr. Fulton's thunder, or I think Ms. Hudge is in the back as well. But first and foremost, I think that one of the things that we all have to acknowledge is that the current Broward Estates, the number of students in the boundary, it is not one that the community is replenishing, for lack of a better term. And so when you get down to where you have 200 students or less in a school, there are less than 250 students in the boundary, right? So when you transition them to a school that currently has, I think, over 400 students, so now that population becomes almost 700 students, you're talking about more resources, more activities, more opportunities, because now a principal has a larger budget, larger resources that they can then ensure that students and teachers are receiving. I think the other part that the community was concerned about, and we addressed it that night at Broward Estates, was if the schools were to combine, how would we work to ensure that it is a seamless combination? And we talked about how if the board does vote to move this proposal forward, how not only my office, but Dr. Fulton, Ms. Hudge, the entire team would work with, bringing the school families together early in the second semester of this year so that the transition would be seamless when next school year kicks off. But I will tell you, obviously a school with a larger population has more financial resources and opportunities to provide students with more.
Wonderful. So there are currently, my understanding, 116 students who are inbound students for Broward Estates.
That is correct, Dr. Holt.
And the capacity of that school is approximately 700 or 695 or so?
For Broward Estates, let me pull it up. Yes, Mr. Beck is saying yes.
Okay, so based on what you just said, Dr. Wanza, students from both MLK and Broward Estates will benefit from this transition because there would seem to be greater weight on the use of the FTE dollar for students' learning outcome.
Yes.
Okay, so how will the community benefit from having an early learning program?
So I believe Dr. Canning is in the room, and she can expound as well. And I'll just start. One of the things, and you see the maps that we distributed as well as the map that was already attached to the presentation. And Mrs. Wimberly actually gave an awesome preamble. When you talk about readiness for school, readiness for kindergarten, the opportunities for the district to say that we have created pathways, outcomes, programs, a foundation for the students to then transition into kindergarten more prepared than they would had they not had this organized, structured, well-rounded experience, number one. Number two, you have a plethora of wraparound services for the community that would be offered there at Broward Estates. So if it's okay, if Dr. Canning, thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Lori Canning, Executive Director for Family and Community Engagement. Back in 2016, we had the opportunity to transform Gulfstream Middle School into Gulfstream Early Learning Center. We did that through an intense collaboration with the community, building not just early learning and early childhood opportunities, which they are plentiful, but opportunities for outreach into the community. We do that by leasing space on campus to partners, Hispanic Unity of Florida, Broward College, the Early Learning Coalition of Florida, Mobile School Pantry, other partners who come in, and while they use this space to meet their needs as an organization, they also use the space to provide services to representatives from our school and members of the community, providing social services, outreach, and family strengthening activities. We do all that as a unified community school. On our campus, we also have Head Start, VPK, Pre-K ESE, Early Head Start, many opportunities for early childhood education. And yes, we have seen the impact. When you look at that map, you could see that Gulfstream Academy has a different color because we do have higher readiness rates for those children. We've also seen the impacts with the numbers of families we are able to support. We have a clothing bank, we have a mobile school pantry, and again, we have built many of these resources based on the needs of the community.
Can you also add, does Community School South provide programming there?
Yes,
Thank you.
thank you so much for sharing that. One of our largest partners that we have on campus is Community School South, who provides adult education. We have over 350 adults who come to our school each and every day to learn either ESOL or GED, and those are also representatives from that community coming from all around the world. We are able to do that because we have a school within the school model with our early childhood center separated from those adult education opportunities.
Okay, and Dr. Wanza, Ms. Wimberly, who's from the community, mentioned that there is a significant need for an early learning program in that part of District 5. Would you be able to attest to that or speak to that?
So, Dr. Cannon, you can speak to that, but I do know that when we had the conversation at Dillard High School, and there was a lot of conversation around over 3,500, 4,000 families on wait lists for early learning programming and early learning services in the central Broward corridor. Wow. But Dr. Cannon, you can.
And we would be able to expand based on the site and the spaces that are available, expand early childhood programs to Broward Estates if that opportunity does become available. Not only that, but work with the community to determine who would be the best partners to bring in, what are the needs of the community so that we can map out those needs and then match with our community partners who we know are ready to serve within that community, provide them with that space, provide them with the services, and really work together. I look forward to working together with you to make all of this happen, as we all do.
I appreciate that, Dr. Cannon, and those numbers are significant. 4,000, you said, Dr. Wanza, on a waiting list?
That is what was shared when we had the conversation at Dillard High School. It was somewhere between 3,500, 4,000 students, families on waiting lists for services.
So not only does the community want this, but there's a significant need for this. And as you mentioned before, students who do well in early learning programs tend to continue to do well in kindergarten, and third grade is an important year as well. So for the life of me, I just cannot understand why the committee would not support this proposal, knowing that the community embraced this proposal, knowing the significant benefit of this proposal, not just in student learning outcome, not just with MLK students and Broward Estates, but with the community as a whole benefiting from early learning programs. This seems to be a winner all around. So I just don't understand it. And Dr. Cannon, I appreciate your input, and Dr. Wanza, Dr. Cannon will be working, if this goes through, to ensure that the program is implemented with fidelity at Broward Estates as far as early learning program. Is that how it's going to roll out if it's going through?
That is accurate, but if you would like to, Dr. Holness, we do have the representative from the School Boundary Committee. The vote, as you can see, I think it was like 7-4 and 15 against. So I think I'm right. I'm somewhere close to it. Okay. Ms. Allen could, if the board so is inclined, to allow her to expound if that's something that the board wishes to.
Okay, that's fine. Go ahead.
Okay, so after the second meeting, November 18th, listening to the community members that attended, the biggest concern that they had was having their children transition to a Montessori setting, that they were already currently in a STEM setting. They wanted to know why we weren't looking at bringing in just a VPK early learning center since we had so many empty classrooms in that school. Why couldn't we combine the two instead of moving the children from one setting to another, even though it would be the following school year? The concern was the Montessori learning and uprooting the children from what they feel is a generational school.
Okay, so Dr. Wanza, and I appreciate your feedback. When we had the meeting at Dillard, were they aware that MLK is a Montessori type program?
Yes, and one of the things that was explained to the committee, and I said it, so I didn't rely on anybody to say it, I said it, was that if parents did not have a desire to have their child a part of a Montessori approach to education, that we would work with the families, because remember, the students in the magnet who want to continue in the STEM, their option is Plantation Elementary School, which currently has the STEM magnet, and because it is a magnet, if they qualified for transportation, it would be offered. So we do have a pathway to work with families who would say, I choose not the Montessori approach to education. We do have a pathway, just as we would for the students in the school who wanted to continue with the STEM, they would transition to Plantation Elementary, which is in the proposal.
Okay, so they have an option. So based upon what we've seen here, and I appreciate and I respect the committee's feedback, and this is not in any way negating the process by the committee, but at the same time, I think as a board, we need to listen to what the community want. And the community clearly stated that it is in support of this proposal. We have a strong community leader here with us today who said this proposal is what they're in favor of. The community, when we went to Dillard High School, they knew about the Montessori aspect of MLK. Those parents who do not want Montessori have the option to go to Plantation Elementary. So with all of that in mind and considering the benefit of this, I think that this board should support the community's proposal regarding Broward Estates and transition those students over to MLK and have a robust early learning program at Broward Estates that community so significantly need. There are, as Dr. Wanza mentioned, up to 4,000 students on a waiting list in that community to be in an early learning program. So I think this will be overall beneficial. And Dr. Wanza, I hope if this goes through that we can expand the time from 2 o'clock to maybe 5 for the early learning program at Broward Estates as well.
So I'm certain, Dr. Canning's back there, we would certainly work with the community and community partners, because if that is something that the community says is a need for our community, we will work with our partners. We know that the Children's Services Council is also eager to assist as needed. I'm not committing them to anything, so I don't want anybody to walk away and think that I said that.
I'll reach out to him. Hello?
But we would definitely work with the community and the community partners, understanding that that is a part of the services that community.
Thank you, and I'm just going to conclude, Debbie. It's important to me and to the community that the board listen to the community and listen to what they're asking, and I think that District 5, looking at these proposals, it's the only one here where the committee is saying let's drive the process as opposed to the community driving the process. And I'm asking the board to do the right and the responsible thing and support this proposal.
Thank you. Board Member Thompson.
Hello. First, I want to say thank you to all the community people who have come out and our boundary committee person, because I know it was more responsibility than you thought. So we appreciate it. I have several questions, and several of the changes are in my district. The first one is, could someone walk us through the plan for the ESE students at Silver Shores, especially the pre-K program?
Dr. Hepburn.
Go ahead, Dr. Watson.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Thompson. So we actually had a very family-oriented meeting at the school. We went to the SAC meeting last week. So a couple of things that the school and the community have asked, and we've been working with our ESD department, is that the IND cluster remains, one, and if the school grows to the middle school grades, that we certainly include what we call SVE, but the appropriate programming and grade level support in the middle grades. So that's the first thing. The second thing is so right now, I want to say approximately 14 classrooms are used for pre-K programs. Some of those students do not even live in that boundary. So what we would do is, as we grow the K-8, we may have to then start to make different decisions about the number of pre-K classrooms that are there, number one, and number two, could relocating those students to schools that are closer in their neighborhood be an option. So coming right off the bat, we would start to grow the school, 6th grade, 7th grade, and then as the school grows, then the number of pre-K classes may continue to decline. However, what we do know is that A.C. Perry, I believe they have some pre-K classrooms, as well as we know Beachside has some pre-K classrooms. So it wouldn't be that pre-K would just go away. We would have to reevaluate each year to determine the number that can remain as the middle grades and even the elementary grades grow, because it's another schooling option for parents.
Okay, and then for transitioning to Silver Lakes, have we talked to Pembroke Pines about traffic concerns? Because Silver Lakes is a very community school. It's actually very difficult to get into.
So Pembroke Pines has come to us multiple times around traffic concerns at a number of schools, right? Unfortunately. And one of the options that they've asked for that I'm not going to speak for the board. I'll just let the superintendent have his conversation. But one of the options that they've asked for is, can the board consider providing district transportation to students under 2 miles? I don't know if that's something that we would entertain, but I can tell you that we have been talking with the city of Pembroke Pines on a number of traffic concerns around multiple schools.
Yeah, I've gotten that too. Okay, and then I'm obviously in favor of Coral Cove. I'm obviously in favor of Silver Shores, now that we know for sure that ESE is being considered, because obviously that's vital for our community. For Pembroke Pines, is there an opportunity to use some of that open space to house staff?
Pembroke Pines.
Pines Middle.
So what we would do is we would see how the school would grow in grades, and then there's always the opportunity to reallocate space to staffing, just as we are doing now as we're going through the exercise in a number of the schools.
Okay, so if it's a gradual transition to the 6 through 12, we could put staff there.
We could.
Okay, cool. And then I do believe, just for the next round, that we need to start looking at middle schools, especially since we're expanding so many K through 8s. We need to, especially in my district, what are we going to do with middle schools? That should be in our next reevaluating conversation. And then I want to touch base on what Ms. Luscombe brought up about the autism charter school. As many of us might know, our autism community is growing exponentially, and we do not provide the services, especially that the high needs students would need. I actually toured that charter school, and they work very well with the district. It's a district-managed South Florida autism school. They actually have several field trips. They provide opportunities for these students that fiscally we won't be able to. And so I would really like the board and staff to consider, in the next round, talking to them, seeing if that's beneficial to us, our students, and the district. And then finally, going to Broward Estates, I agree with Dr. Holness in the community. I think early learning is so vital for the health and the well-being of our community, and it seems, at least prior conversations, was very supported. And I think making it a community school can only benefit everyone. And it seems like Dr. Wanza and Miss Canning, Dr. Canning have an excellent idea to go forward. So I would be supportive of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Alhadeff.
May I go on the list, please?
Sure.
So one of my concerns with the K through 8 is that the middle school part of it, will they have electives, sports clubs? Will they be properly funded?
Dr. Hepburn.
That's a yes to all of the above. And in order for a K through 8 to function properly and have the intended outcomes, it has to be funded like a middle school. I don't know, the staff here with the previous K through 8s can probably talk about, if you fund it like an elementary school, it's doomed to fail. So to be funded like a middle school to ensure that it has all the resources it needs, and then the students will have access to the extracurricular activities so they can mimic some of the same things in a traditional middle school.
And are we looking at how we might potentially need to have to update the facilities, like a science lab, the gym, auditorium?
Yes, that's all in consideration. Ms. Paul and her team are ready to press go as soon as we get a definitive answer from the board based on that workshop from October 18th. And then from community feedback, as I was telling one board member yesterday, once the board gives us direction or comes to consensus about something, we press the go button and we start moving, we start preparing ourselves for what inevitably we're going to have to do. So we're already having those conversations and understanding some of the facilities needs for transitioning to school from a K through 5 to K through 8.
Okay, so I understand that you're going to come back with your recommendations, and then there'll be the financials will come for the board to approve. So I hope to see what those costs are laid out. Anything to actually make this K through 8 happen. The financials for that. Also, staff, like how are making sure that we have the proper staff to fill the middle school positions. And then also we talked about relocating staff.
Correct.
And what the cost is for that to relocate staff. So I'm looking forward to seeing your recommendations, seeing the financials, and then also seeing the board actually vote to approve this and for then you to be able to move forward to execute this.
Yep. Absolutely. So the first thing the board will get as of tomorrow are the recommendations based on the community feedback and also the consensus from the board and from the October workshop. And hopefully before we leave for break or probably right after to give you the financials, because we've gathered a lot of information, but I want to make sure it's as approximate or and verified as much as possible so we don't put incorrect information out there in the public.
And Dr. Hepburn, if I may, and then the third step, you spot on, and then the third step on January 22nd, that board item will then lay out the complete financial impact. So that, but to Dr. Hepburn's point, prior to that board item, we will give the board information, right, around the financials so you can start to ask questions, have follow-ups, but the actual board item on January 22nd will have the financial impact in it as well.
Thank you. And Mrs. Alhadeff, can you weigh in on the Broward Estates question?
What was the question?
Well, the staff, the suggestion was to make Broward Estates an early learning center. The boundary committee
Yes.
voted no, but
Yes, I'm okay with making Broward Estates the early learning center with the recommendations in the packet.
Thank you very much. Okay, Mrs. Rupert?
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Thank you to my colleagues. It was interesting, and for the public to be there, interesting to hear people's take on what is going to be the best for our students district-wide. I wanted to ask a quick question about, excuse me, Coconut Creek Elementary. And I know that at one time, and you probably answered this, but I need to hear it again, that we were asking for a PK ESE, maybe 2 or 3 classrooms. That was the previous principal, Dr. Miron, before she left. and I noticed that the boundary committee was recommending a K through 8. So can you explain that process? Is it a process that's going to go simultaneously, or what is that process?
Dr. Hepburn.
Go ahead, Dr. Wanso.
Okay. Thank you, Mrs. Rupert. So currently, the school does have pre-K classrooms, and there is, and as I think I said it with a previous answer around Beachside has pre-K and it's a K-8. AC Perry has pre-K, so they may not have the exact same number, but we certainly would look for the opportunity to keep what we can there.
So I said I must have forgotten the ESE part of it.
Yes, because a number of their classrooms are ESC classrooms, pre-K, just like with Silver Shores.
Yes.
Yes.
So where are we on that process, since Dr. Miron had requested it for like 2 years running?
So we would work with Ms. Egan and Ms. Hollingsworth and the team in the ESC department to ensure that we are able to provide that programming on that site. I don't know how many classrooms exactly of ESE pre-K are there, but we certainly would not do anything to disrupt that process, because we know that one of the considerations that the board asked us to take was any impact on students with disabilities.
Right, thank you.
You're welcome.
And then this is just a general question to the superintendent. As we're looking through the data and, you're gathering, first there was a large gathering, then it got more focused and, the circle got tighter. There were still, there are still under-enrolled schools, under-enrolled elementary schools that when you look at the 5-year projection outward, it does not look good for some of them. They're losing 200 or so children in the next 4 or 5 years. Granted, everything that we're going to do and what we've already done is going to be bringing them back. However, those that are needing it but didn't qualify for actually having a change. I know, Dr. Hepburn, we talked about programmatic changes. I would like, when we meet the next time, if my colleagues agree, is that we need to have that side conversation. It doesn't have to be very detailed. It'll be something like, having all the data, looking at all this, then we need to make sure that by springtime, the latest, we're going to be talking about new programs for the following school year. So we don't let that dire 2 years, 3 years, 4 years unenrollment rate get any worse. We're going to recapture before that happens. Agreed?
Dr. Hepburn.
Yes, absolutely. We can provide additional information and some of the other efforts we're doing to let people know as a district, all the way trickling down to individual schools, what we're offering to students in the community, because that's also a wide gap for us too, where community and parents and their kids simply don't know what we offer and the wonderful things we do in our schools. So it's multiple variables that we're addressing to get kids to re-enroll in our schools.
Okay, thank you for that. And I think that is it for me. To answer the questions for Broward Estates, I would be fine with whatever the community wants, which sounds like they want a early learning area. So I'd be okay with that. And is there another question, Madam Chair, that I need to answer?
No, that's the main one.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Zeman?
Thank you. I appreciate all of the efforts to learn from the communities. And one of the things that we've heard, which I think we would have expected, is that the community cares very deeply about their schools. Single district school board members care a lot about their schools. We have a big problem, though, that we're still not addressing this year, which is we have 40 to 60 more schools than we can afford. And at the end of the day, our challenge as a board is to build the best school district that we possibly can with the funds that we got. And I appreciate that we're going to continue to do this repurposing for another phase, as the superintendent and staff has promised. But I suspect that we will have to find a new way to think about district-wide issues. It's great to have criteria to look at. If what we were doing was based on correcting past underfunding and under-resourcing of schools so that we could get greater equity, I would be more in favor of it. But I want to make sure that we don't lose sight on the law of economics, because the law of economics is like the law of gravity. It doesn't go away. So the law of economics in education and in public resourcing is that we have 40 to 60 more schools than we can afford, and we will not have the money to pay educators. We will not have the money to lift up our C schools that we have, our C-rated schools, and we'll continue to complain about resourcing when we didn't fix it when we had the opportunity. So over time, I hope we decide to do the right thing and build the best school district we can and fund the things that we'd like. Mr. Superintendent, would it be possible to get the presentation of your recommendations 2 weeks ahead of time with the January 22nd decision meeting?
Dr. Hepburn.
Yes, we should be able to produce that. The January 22nd. Go ahead, Dr. Wanza. I don't want to speak for you because I know your team is always diving into something, so go ahead.
I just want to be very clear. I am taking off winter break. I have plane tickets. I'm just joking. We certainly will meet the first delivery, the first delivery for the January 22nd school board meeting, and typically that's 2 weeks ahead of the meeting, right? So
right.
we that I will tell you, Dr. Zeman, we will meet the first delivery date.
I appreciate that. The community appreciates it. People who may want to propose deviations from this will appreciate it. And I think given the gravity of this situation and the need that the community has, remember, this is the board that promised we would close 5 schools. No, it's the board that you joined. It is the Broward County School Board that promised Broward County that we would close 5 schools. And we aren't talking about closing 5 schools anymore. But I think it's very important for the data and the recommendations to come out 2 weeks ahead of time, because there might be a lot of work that's done over those 2 weeks to kind of create something that is different or better. On Gulfstream Early Learning Center, I am committed to go visit with everybody that uses that site. I'm going to learn everything I can, just like I did in the Parent Community Involvement Task Force. I want to make sure that my view is fully informed, but I believe we're not in that business. And I believe that if you're IRS, you work on getting tax returns done on time. If you're Customs and Border Patrol, you worry about protecting our border. And when you're a government agency, you better be insanely focused on what your job is so that you can do your job really well. And our job is K through 12 education. But I can't wait for the visit, and I might come back with a different opinion afterwards. I guess to you, Mr. Superintendent, and maybe to Dr. Wanza, how did equity play in the recommendations that was before the board today?
Go ahead, Dr. Wanza.
So we have, for each proposal, we did some data to talk about so when we talk about equity, I think the markers that we have pretty much used as a school district is around students with students who qualify for free and reduced lunch meals. We talk about students who qualify for ESC programming, and then I believe we also look at racial. Yes, we look at racial demographics as well. Those and that data is included in one of the attachments. And we also not just provided it in an attachment, we also spoke about it at the regional community meetings. We talked about the impact on diversity when we had the 3 regional meetings at Broward Estates, Pines Middle, and Coconut Creek Elementary School as it relates to the proposals that were under consideration.
I appreciate that very much. And lastly, I look forward to diving into the data even more. I am struck by our opportunity right now to rebuild and to repurpose and to reprogram and to do a variety of wonderful things. Mr. Superintendent, thank you for bringing the construction or capital needs with the recommendations that we'll get on around January 8th. I think that's going to be important as well. There may be an opportunity as some schools and individual communities are impacted to produce something with disproportionate resourcing that allows for those people to understand that they're not only going to a better school, but they are going to be resourced in a new and different way. Not just the construction requirements, because we want to open a K through 5 into a K through 8, but also just a compensation back to the community so that they understand that when we talk about equity, that also includes a Broward Estates-like example of their suffering. They're going to go through some pain if it becomes either sold or becomes an early learning center. They're going to have to go to MLK or to other schools. There's going to be a shock there. I want to make sure that we open the door and think a little bit about how do we make sure where they land is disproportionately resourced for a couple of years so that we can, in fact, lessen that impact. So at the end of the day, we may make some things better. We have certainly opened up a communication with the community that we have not had up to this point. That communication is fabulous, but the challenge we have as a school board is how do we stitch together 239 campuses and 206 schools to serve 197,000 students when we used to have 250,000 students. And that's still a challenge we have not lived up to yet. We have not come up with a solution that says this is putting the most amount of money into the ingredients that make the greatest impact on our community. And that's what I'm going to continue to fight for, is we've got to make sure that we're serious about how many buildings we want to continue to pay to maintain when we can't afford to pay teachers what we really need to teach them to continue to do the hardest job in the world. And that's really what it comes down to. Last point, because I know I already said last point once, Chair. For the people like Dr. Cox, for the people from the municipalities that have taken this opportunity seriously and come and contributed, a double thank you to you. The $1.7 million that you raised is noteworthy. But the energy and enthusiasm you put into this kind of point out again what I believe, which is public schools are the fabric of the community. And we all should be willing to invest in them, our time, our resources, our property tax dollars, and sometimes some difficult choices so that, in fact, we build a better system. And I look forward to continuing this for several years, Mr. Superintendent. And I'm not going to forget about the law of economics. It's just going to keep coming to bite us until we take some courageous steps and get to an infrastructure that's consistent with the needs of this community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Bowman.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to everybody who is here today and for all the people that have been spending a lot of time working on this effort. I know that volunteering your time is a sacrifice, and so we really appreciate it. And I am very happy with the way that this has been going and the way that we've been able to get a lot of community feedback. I think that this has been much better than when we started the process, and we have a lot that we can rely on now to make decisions. So thank you for that. And I really appreciate as well the people that are coming out, the municipalities, the organizations who are here to partner to support our public schools. I think that that is absolutely essential for us to be successful. And it is just so much better for our kids to have that kind of structure and support behind them. I think it makes a well-rounded student, a well-rounded person. So thank you for everyone that's doing that for us. To speak to District 1 specifically, the Hollywood Central proposal for a K through 8, that's been something that the community has wanted for at least the past 5 years. I think that it fits very well into the location where Hollywood Central is and the competing choices. And so I really appreciate that that's been brought here, and I fully support that. One of my questions would then be to Olson. If we're moving I really appreciate again that Dania has come and is so supportive with their 3 public schools. They had originally suggested that they would put their EOC in Olson and then reduce the footprint of Olson, but now since the FEMA issue is it's gonna go to Collins, I'd like to know where that puts Olson in terms of it being,
So thank you, Mrs. Bowman. Actually, the city still wants to enter into a joint use type of agreement because they want to do something around recreation after-school programming. So they still want to, that space that they would have done the EOC, they still want to do something there as an investment and an uplift in the school. As you know from driving around, they've already started whatever you do with the drainage and all of that stuff and what was the facility. They've also talked about, when we walked the facility last week, what they would do to upgrade the outdoor courts that are on the school side of the park that's going to be constructed. So they still have and are looking forward to eagerly investing in programming that would still put some city resources on the campus that the school would have availability to in the times that they are not using them. So, for example, one of the things that they talked about was either Parks and Rec, as well as maybe their communications and media departments, moving there and then being able to allow the school to have access to those resources during the school day, investments in partnership, things of that nature. So they are still fully invested and committed to Olson.
Okay, that's fantastic to hear, and I am so happy that they're doing that and working with us. They've been fantastic. I guess to address Broward Estates, I really appreciate Ms. Wimberly's email that she sent out in the last little while. Is very well reasoned. I read it. I very much appreciate the perspective and being prepared for that. One of my questions is, because there's a 3.5 to 4,000 per family waiting list, will the people that are actually the surrounding community in that area have priority, or is this something that's going to be like a county-wide availability?
So I'll let Ms. Canning speak to it, but I think that they kind of work with that surrounding community as priority first. And I see Ms. Canning's coming to the mic, but I believe that that would be something that would be a focus.
Thank you very much. Lori Canning, Executive Director, Family and Community Engagement. We would plan on offering a variety of programs there. Some of the programs are based on that specific community and children that are within the community. And then other programs, families would apply, and then they would be based on various factors like socioeconomic status, ESE status, family status. Then we would base it based on need from those families.
I do think it's important that if the community is supportive because they have the need, that the community gets some kind of priority for that. And then I had just to go back to Hollywood Central, just one question there too, to Ms. Thompson's point, that we have a pretty significant pre-K ESC. Would that be affected at all?
It would be the same concept. We would work very intimately. I'm looking at Ms. Hollingsworth, and I see Ms. Egan in the back. We would work very intentionally with those programs and those families to ensure that they receive the least impact, if any.
Okay, great. And then to Dr. Zeman's point, we may have to close schools at some point in the future, but I do appreciate that this kind of innovative thinking is a first step into bringing kids that may not have been choosing our schools to now have an option that's attractive to them. And I think that it'll be very interesting, and I'm very hopeful that this will be very positive in the outcome moving forward, and we'll be able to start seeing that next year. And I also support the Broward Estates plan. Thank you. Mrs. Pham.
Thank you so much, and thank you for coming today, everyone that spoke, and for taking the time to go through this so thoroughly. I just wanted to say to Jeff, I was also at that town hall at Dillard, and there was a lot of excitement in the room with parents. They were actually upbeat and really look forward to some positive change. And I hope you continue to get that momentum behind your community so you can bring about that change. And I think it's important that we had one speaker today that was from Dillard that evening, but that more people stay involved, because I think they've been overlooked in the past, and you can help to have this happen. Second thing was, I just wanted to say, as far as Gulfstream Academy, I've also been there, and I just wanted to advise the board that this was one of the places where they were going to cut the basketball team That man came in and spoke, I thought, twice. Not here? Okay, then if I'm not mistaken, Gulfstream Academy also has a clothing depot where they have service clothes for the students, where people donate them. And oh, I'm thinking about the middle school Gulfstream, okay. But anyway, so they really have some neat, innovative programs where they've thought outside the box and brought the community in and have a lot of community involvement. So I'm hoping that we can work through this for these two schools. Thanks.
Thank you. And Mrs. Leonardi, do you have anything? Okay, so I'll end. Just a couple of things. So we've mentioned full choice a number of times. Dr. Hepburn, could you just, for the public, explain what full choice means?
Dr. Wanza?
Sure. So, and I'm going to, thank you, Ms. Hickson. I'm going to talk about the difference, right? So Gulfstream K-8, Gulfstream K-8 is the assigned middle school for the children in Hallandale, but they have an option, obviously through choice, to apply to any other option that they would like in the district. When we say it is a choice option for grades 6 through 8, the students don't have to stay at the K-8 school. They could, if they so choose, go to what is their bounded neighborhood middle school. So I will use Hollywood Central as an example, since that's the last school that we spoke about. The students at Hollywood Central have the option of remaining there for their middle school grades, or they could go to Olson Middle School, which is their boundary middle school. The same thing would happen with the Silvers, Shores, Lakes, Palms. So Silver Shores would be the school. Silver. Sorry, that we have too many Silvers, Lakes, Trails, and Palms. That we could, the students could opt to stay at Silver Shores for the middle school, or they could go to Glades or Walter C. or whatever is their bounded middle school.
Thank you.
For the neighborhood, yes.
And I just want to be clear, I'm going to go through the 5 of them. So for Pines Middle becoming a collegiate academy, that's a full choice option.
So the middle school kids, that would remain their middle school. Very much like Lauderhill 612, Millennium 612, they would have to apply for the high school part. And if they, don't make criteria or they don't want to stay, they would continue on to Flanagan Heights School, MacArthur, or whatever, it's good. I know these boundaries.
Perfect. Silver Shores would be a choice for 6 through 8.
Yes.
Hollywood Central would be a choice for 6 through 8.
Yes.
Coral Cove would be a choice for 6 through 8.
Yes.
Okay, and then Coconut Creek Elementary would be a choice.
Yes.
So all of the things that we're giving, because a lot of the concerns was how would it affect the local middle school, which also Board Member Thompson brought up.
Right.
So it's more not to take away the students that are going to those middle schools, but an option to bring more students in. So I just wanted to say that out loud because we know what those things mean, but not everybody listening might know what that means. Sorry, Landon, I'll let you finish. And I would just make a comment, because I have been to all of the schools. There are 2 different K-8 models in our district. There is the Beachside model, which funds them as a traditional middle school. They have sports, they have electives, they have all of that. But we had one at Coral Springs K-8, which obviously was not funded in that way, and they were not successful because they didn't have the funding to offer all of those other things that a middle schooler would want to have. So I know we mentioned already that we would fund them as middle schools. I just want to point out that in the district, there's definitely 2 visions of what K-8 looks like. A.C. Perry doesn't follow the same kind of model as Beachside, and we know which ones are really successful and which ones are not. So I hope that we would fund all of these new K-8s and treat them like we do Beachside. So I'm just making a comment there. So there were 2 meetings for Broward Estates. one at Dillard, where they were very excited, and the idea of becoming an early learning center was something they definitely wanted and expressed a need for. Then we went to Broward Estates, and as I mentioned earlier, there was a portion of people who, again, went there as children and didn't want to see their school be closed because it's a legacy school, as we've said before. But what I also heard from them when we were there is they didn't want the students going to MLK because of traffic. There was already a traffic issue. The concern was if they're all walkers at Broward Estates, now they have to ride in a they'd have to get there a different way. And the traffic's already, similar to Pembroke Pines, an issue at MLK. So adding another 200 students, they had concerns there. And then the other concern was, of course, maybe they don't believe or know what the Montessori programming is. So they had some concerns about that. So as we move forward in looking at this, I hope that, because I too support turning it into an early learning center, I think it's necessary, and I think that the consensus here is to move forward with that. But we need to take in mind consideration some of those concerns that were there. And I would also say, I kind of put this somewhere else, but there are organizations that want to come in and partner with us. So I hope that looks like funding. Yep. I hope it brings money with it, right? So that are going to come in and upgrade where possible, because some pieces of our facilities just, that's not possible. But I hope that we're talking in partnerships. I love the fact that Dania Beach, their commission is committed to not just saying they want to help, but they're putting dollars into that. I hope that other municipalities would be willing to do that because they're very invested in wanting to keep those schools, because as Dr. Zeman pointed out, we're not talking about closing schools because we don't believe in them. We just don't have the funds to do that. So we, along with the community, would like to keep schools open, but we don't have the funding. So there needs to be a partnership where the dollars are coming in with the ideas, because that's the only way that we're going to keep looking at just innovative ideas and not necessarily truly closing down a school or leasing it to someone that doesn't have anything to do with education. I will make a suggestion moving forward. I actually made the suggestion when we started, but it didn't come to fruition, and I'll give it the name Dr. Hepburn gave it when it was actually my assistant's idea, the baseball card. So yes. A lot of people said when they got there, they didn't know the programs that each school had. We gave them these maps, but we need to give them a baseball card for the school. And so moving forward, what programs are there? What athletics do they have? What partnerships do they have? All of the information on a single sheet of paper, so that when they're sitting in a boundary meeting, because that's what I heard from some of the boundary people was, well, in fact, I think the diversity committee said that earlier today. They didn't feel like they had enough information to make an informed decision because they didn't know about ESE clusters there or the different programs. So I said it in private, so now I'm going to say it in public, so I hope that it comes to fruition moving forward, that as we go to communities, we need to make the baseball card for the school so that all the information is on a one-pager and everyone feels like they have all the information to make an informed decision as we go forward. And probably more in a sense for phase 2, but if there's more community meetings, I'd like to see them for this phase.
So if I may, Dr. Fulton, if I may, to Ms. Hickson, I think, and thank you, we've had the conversation about that. I think that is essential to marketing period, right? That a parent coming from the community just to register on the school counter is a quick scorecard, if you will, for this school of all. And so I think that is essential to marketing, period. So I know that Dr. Fulton, myself, and I'm glad you walked in, Mr. Sullivan. Yes, we believe that that's essential to marketing, period.
And, as a magnet coordinator, that's what we did. And I'll say there's a number of schools that do it already, and they do a great job. I might have copied some of them when it was my turn. But I just think it's essential that we do that. I was going to talk about Olson, but you already did that. And that's all of the things that I would like to add. Landon, did you want to add something?
Thank you very much. And I'll go quickly because I know we are over time. I want to start by thanking this group of people that's sitting in front of us. And there's no but that's going to come after this sentence. I'll let you know that. So, and for their work in supporting this initiative and the long hours towards this. And I think that it's been it's been an effort that has engaged our community and one that has started a really positive conversation. So I think it'd be wrong if we did not recognize that. Alana and I had the great opportunity, maybe pushing it, but we had the opportunity to be on the school boundary committee and provide feedback. I will say that I thought that our very big data sheets were very helpful. I think we had a lot of great information, but I want to share two things that I think we had a very robust conversation on, hours-long conversation on at our school boundary committee meeting. And one is the ESC focus at Silver Shores. I know that we talked extensively about ESC students being considered in the conversation, and I know that's something that the board put as a commitment. So we had a great conversation about making sure that in whatever decision is made, the ESC students are kept at the center of that decision, to know that wherever program, whatever new school they attend, that is a place where they will continue to thrive with the staff that are with them, and with a great, educational experience. So I wanted to share that was an extensive conversation at the Boundary Committee. The other part was the Early Learning Center at Broward Estates, and I will admit that hearing the conversation here today, and as well as hearing the data points and looking back after that, an early learning center is something that could be very beneficial for the community, and I'm looking forward to being able to see that. Won't say we'll host a Speak Up, Speak Out session there because I don't know how that would work, but I'm looking forward to seeing the positive impact that could have. And I'd like to say, because Dr. Holness and I met yesterday, we had a great conversation, and Dr. Wanza and, Dr. Hepburn's out of the room. I guess I can call you Superintendent Fulton for the moment, but we had a conversation, Dr. Holness and I, about hearing student input on programs and classes and knowing what students are looking for. So I'm looking forward to working with Dr. Wanza and through the superintendent to provide an opportunity for students to provide input on what are the classes that they enjoy, what are the programs that are drawing them into our schools, and also, what are the programs that are offered at other non-Broward County public schools that they find interesting that maybe is something that could come here. So I'm looking forward to being able to continue to support this initiative in coming years, all in the hope of making a better educational experience for all. Thank you.
Thank you. And very brief.
I'm good.
Okay, perfect.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Just a quick second.
Okay, 'cause we're
I'll be
not
done in a
doing
quick
2
second.
rounds. We're behind.
No problem. Just a quick second. I'd just like to reiterate what Board Member Bullman mentioned, that Dr. Wanza, that the community in Broward Estates and MLK, that they have first priority with whatever happens as far as an early learning program or any other program that is at Broward Estates, because their students are moving and they're the ones dealing with the consequence of that, so they should reap the benefit first. So I hope they will be prioritized. They will be first priority.
So thank you, Dr. Fulton. I'm just going to respond briefly. So thank you for that, Dr. Holness. What I will say is, once the board makes its final on January 22nd, one of our very first meetings is going to be with the Broward Estates community around what that whole, what the center, planning for it, resources, programming, everything. So yes, we do understand that they must be first priority. And Madam Chair, if it's okay, can the boundary representative just have 30 seconds to thank the board for allowing? Okay.
Thank you. I just wanted to say thank you. It was very interesting and an eye-opener to be at 3 different schools within the district, the north, the south, and central. I want to say thank you to Dr. Wanza and to Mr. Beck and to Landon, who is so incredible at such a young age. But on behalf of all the other parents that were not able to be here, I do want to say thank you for taking the time to let us speak and hearing our concerns related to the schools and what's in the best interests of all of our students.
Well, thank you, and I'd like to say thank you and all of the volunteers for taking the time. As Landon pointed out, it was time-consuming for sure, but this is a big deal, and it's really important to our students and our families. So we thank you for all of your time and effort. So thank you all very much, and I think you have an answer to your question. Perfect. So we're going to move on to the next item, which is professional development opportunities. We'll give it about 2 minutes for staff to switch over, and then we'll jump right into that item. Thank you. As I mentioned, the next item is professional development opportunities training series. We are not going to do a full presentation. The staff sent us 6 different options, right?
4.
4 different options, and they have a recommendation, so they're going to give us that, and then I'm just going to go around the room and ask everybody what their vote is. So go ahead.
So based on the timing, the format, and the price, we believe option 4 will serve the school board best for their professional development.
Okay, thank you so much. So you should have had a chance to look through there. So option number 4 is the certification. No, what is that?
It's the master
board program that's given by Florida School Board Association. So unless you have a specific question, anybody have any questions, we're just going to kind of give a consensus and move forward. Dr. Zeman?
I'm just want to make sure that I understand what we're doing. There's a whole bunch of other learning opportunities, whether they're sponsored by Council of Great City Schools or conference next month on artificial intelligence in K through 12. In addition to individuals kind of doing their own thing, these are kind of the sanctioned professional development opportunities that we'd have throughout this next year.
Through the chair?
Mr. Sullivan.
Yes. Or I should say through the deputies. You know.
Mr. Sullivan.
Thank you. So this is really the professional development for the board as a group and as board corporate. So this doesn't preclude you from doing any of the council breakout sessions, the fall conference, or any of the individual conferences that they do, or anything else from FSBA or any other organization that we belong to. This is just the group setting professional development for board corporate.
And then just another question. If this wasn't, if you weren't concerned necessarily about time or reasonable expenses, would you still recommend option 4, or which option would allow this board to be able to grow the most over the next 12 months in ways in which you feel like this board could and should grow?
I still think I would do option 4. I mean, that one's the easiest for the board because it does not require travel outside of the county. So I know everyone either has other commitments or challenges to leave the county. So I think I still would pick option 4 with the understanding that if there's something, a specialty that any board member want, they can go outside of this professional development process and go through, if there's a council, Great City Schools Conference, they're still welcome to attend that as an individual board member.
And to my understanding, option 4 is training all done by FSBA throughout the year.
Correct. There would be 3 on-site sessions, 4 hours each.
And if I'm not mistaken, we would do that during a workshop period. Is that correct?
Correct. There would be through a workshop forum. And I'm sorry, there's 1 forum and then there's 3 on-site.
Can you explain what the forum is?
Mr. Hill, can you expand, please?
Absolutely. So the forum is just basically like an opening ceremony, I should say ceremony, an opening session for the board, so that also will be on-site. It just will be longer, so that will inclusive of 12 hours, and then the additional 3 sessions will then just be split up into 4 hours. So everything will be on-site, whether in the boardroom or a retreat setting off-site.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Leonardi.
Thank you. Sorry, my speaker was like moved. Just real quick, for option 3, in terms of like sunshine and public access, would there be complications with doing like the bi-monthly cohort Zoom sessions? Like, I guess I'm wondering, was that taken into account when you guys recommended option 4?
To be overly cautious, option 4 is better in terms of sunshine because I guess again, it's all in a format of a workshop. Not that saying option 3 would necessarily be a sunshine violation. We would just have to be more careful in how we conduct those types of training because it would not be able to be, my understanding, Ms. Batista, it has to be in the county for it to be sunshine. We can't have a meeting outside of the county in sunshine.
That is correct.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. I'm done. Yeah. Thank you.
Anybody else have questions?
I'm just curious about, from my colleagues, I was always struck of all these opportunities by going to the closing session the day before the Council of Great City Schools Conference up in Philadelphia, largely because it's urban districts only, FSBA, 61 rural districts and 6 urban. So what you get from FSBA is typically more controlled, managed, and focused on rural districts that have 5 to 15 schools in their district. Council of Great City Schools is the 78 biggest school districts in the country. So you learn about Toledo and LA and Seattle and Chicago and Denver and Dallas and the like. And having just gone there, it taught me in a few days what would have taken a year of master's studies to learn, just to sit there and talk to people that had done it. And you just walk away with that full of great context for other things. So I was going to argue very much for the end of option 3. Is there a way of putting some FSBA stuff in and then closing with the closing workshop plus the conference? And again, it's optional. It's up in Philadelphia. Not everybody can make that fit with their schedule. But it is a powerful conference, and it's incredibly powerful training for a district like ours as opposed to learning what they do in Suwannee County, which is amazingly important for Florida. There's nothing wrong with Suwannee County, but I heard so much at FSBA that was about districts that were, you know, switching from this kind of hand towel to that kind of hand towel, and I know that that's a big issue. In some places, it's not a big issue to us. So that's just my pitch, is that I thought that the Council of Great City Schools Conference was almost essential for people to go to at some point while they're on the board, and if they offer this training ahead of time, that would be a very powerful thing for Broward County School Board to do if we could link some FSBA stuff to get Florida things in, and then go to that conference to the extent people were willing and able to go.
Well, I'm ready to go.
Okay, well.
Let's go, Nora.
Do you, well, I'll come back to you, Mrs. Rupert. I think we could still, if we individually wanted to go, as was your challenge to us earlier, to go to the Council of Great City Schools in Philadelphia, but what we have to do is a group professional development, so that what they were saying was because it requires travel and all of that, everyone couldn't necessarily commit. But if we do option 4, it's here, it's during a workshop, everyone would be committed to attending those, because that's the whole point, is to attend the professional development as a group of 9. So we could still do that as an individual, going as, you know, as a group. Mrs. Rupert, did you have a question?
No, I was just going to tell you I'm ready to go, man. I was ready to vote.
Oh, okay. We're getting. Okay. Well, we're doing consensus. I haven't gone around there yet. Do you
Okay,
have a question?
mine is, you have my consensus for 4, and I also agree with going to every single training that you can possibly get to make yourself an excellent school board member, and that's our job. So I appreciate that. Thanks.
Thank you. Mrs. Thompson.
So my understanding is this: we have this budget to plan the board total training, but then we have an individualized budget because, as Dr. Zeman's recommending, is going to Philadelphia. I know that as a new board member, I want to go to the finance FSBA thing in February. So can we get our individual budget so that we can plan out these trainings we want to attend?
Dr. Fulton.
Mr. Sullivan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy. So yes, the board currently has a budget for this particular professional development, $17,000, option 4. That covers option 4. For individual travel, the board does have a budget, but I will have to get with Ms. Johnson, and we can share that with the board, and you can utilize that funding to do the outside opportunities outside of option 4.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to go around and see. So you have option 1, 2, 3, and 4. So Dr. Holness, which option? 4, yes. Okay. Board Member Thompson?
4.
Thank you. For 4. Mrs. Leonardi?
Option 4.
Ms. Bowman?
Option 4.
Dr. Zeman?
Yes, ma'am.
4. And Mrs. Pham?
Option 4 with one proviso. I saw one of the dates is July 29th. I know Mrs. Rupert's out of town usually during the summer, and a lot of vacations are scheduled toward then. I don't know if we could shift around a little bit to make sure that we make it where everyone can attend. That would be great. Shift the date.
Dr. Fulton?
Mr. Sullivan, are the dates flexible?
We will work with board corporate to make sure we pick a date that works for hopefully the whole board, but at least the majority of the board.
Okay. Thank you. All right. You have your direction?
I have to do all the items. I think that was unanimous.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Oh, public, we didn't have any public comment, by the way. The next item up is rule development, school board policies 1930 and 6300. I'll turn it over to staff for a very brief presentation.
I believe that one is mine too. Mr. Chisholm's probably on his way down, but while we wait for him, we're still streaming? Yes, we're still streaming. I don't know if Ms. Batista wants to guide us on this. I know there was... If not, unless there's any questions, the board has seen this before. But we had a discussion about it in a prior workshop, and this is just now following the official rulemaking. And this is concerning banners at our schools and signage.
Okay. Does any board member have any discussion about the item for board policies 1930, which becomes 6300? Dr. Zeman?
Thanks so much. Just one question. Is there anything in this policy that deviates from the Palm Beach County policy on signage?
Mr. Sullivan?
We mirrored, this closely aligns to the Palm Beach policy.
Thank you very much. Having been to a couple dozen schools up there, it's very clear they have a single policy and a single usage and a single size and almost a single type font and color and things like that. You go by their high school and there'll be 50 of them in a row, and they look very professional because they're all same size, same logo, same design, and they all come from the school saying thank you to somebody who gave them the money. And so I just love what they have up there, having seen it, and I'm glad that we've borrowed liberally from their policy.
We sure did. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Any other board members? Ms. Bowman?
I just have a question. I like what you did with this too, by the way, but in Article 2C, the partners in education, just like a little clarification on that. This is like a separate bridge entity, or what exactly is this?
Dr. Fulton?
Mr. Sullivan?
So basically anyone who wants to partner with us, so if it's a local business, they want to make a donation or be a financial partner, we wanted to clarify what that meant in policy, just so we're consistent to how we're treating everyone who wants to partner with us in that regard. And Mr. Chisholm might have more to add to that as well. I don't know if you heard.
I did,
just
some of it.
Perfect. Just clarification on the partners in education.
Eric Chisholm, Director of Strategic Partnerships. I'm not sure what Mr. Sullivan already shared, but it definitely gives us clarity. Right now, this policy really aligns also to Policy 80/20 because lots of individuals utilize our schools and their partners in education. This policy also will be that companion policy to that to ensure that we have clarity, consistency, and our schools have pretty much what they need to go forward to partner with communities.
Can I just ask one follow-up question?
Go ahead, Madam Chair. Go ahead. Sorry, Ms. Batista.
So the board maybe needs to be reminded what 8220 is, which is the use of facilities by outside entities?
Thank you for that. And that policy is coming back, I think, in January. So what we're doing together is ensuring that as we look at policy 1930 and 80/20, we're ensuring that they're very much aligned because you'll have a lot of partners who will come to our schools, want to utilize the facility. And part of the partnership in expanding that reach is to get many of them to become partners in education. So these companion policies really are very important.
Thank you. Ms. Bowman, did you still have another question? Mrs. Pham.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to put on the record that I believe that this policy conflicts with Florida statute, and I'll read it to you, 1002.206, and that is the freedom of religious expression in schools, public schools, and that I believe that the signage content is, you're discriminating against the content because there's no violation here. Churches or other religious groups are allowed to rent facilities on the school property, be inside the school properties, conduct business on the school properties, but you're saying they cannot put a sign out front where other vendors are permitted to do so. And I think this is going to create a problem for the district. So that's in the record. Thank you.
Ms. Batista, can you speak to that?
Yes. So the statute that is being referred to deals with use of facilities. Our use of facilities policy, as Mr. Chisholm just mentioned, is 80/20. under that policy, any entity, regardless of, religion or whatever politics, is able to use the facilities. And there is a different standard for the use of facilities by outside entities versus what the entity is able to put on as a message to the public that is could be viewed as being endorsed by the school board.
Thank you. Any other school board member input? Okay, so I'm guessing if there's no other input, everybody's okay with we kind of need a consensus, I guess, moving forward, or?
We don't need consensus. This will be presented for board action on next Tuesday.
Okay, perfect. All right, thank you so much. Any public?
No registered public comment.
Thank you. Okay, moving on. The next item is the state and federal legislative priorities. I will again turn it over to staff for a brief presentation. Oh, I'm sorry, Mrs. Leonardi. Oh.
Deputy Mayor.
Turn it over to Mr. Sullivan.
Thank you. All right, so this is just an annual legislative platform that the board approves, which gives the lobbying team the ability to lobby on the board's priorities. There's not that many changes. The changes are highlighted in red, the third bullet, and that's to reflect the school start time to give the board the flexibility to determine that. If not, that goes into effect in 26, 27, and we'll have to adjust our start times, which has financial implications. And then we struck out some funding requests just based on the current climate and some of the items that we've got in the past. And also we crossed out funding for the BCPS Police Department since the board decided to go a different direction. And everything else has remained the same. For state.
Okay. Any changes in the national?
I'm going to let Ms. Turetsky go over the federal changes.
For federal, we included, good afternoon, Megan Turetsky, Director of Legislative Affairs. For federal, we included one change to support the preservation of programs currently funded through the Department of Education.
Oh, okay, thank you. Hold on one second. Any public speakers on this item?
No registered speakers, Madam Chair.
Okay, so Mrs. Leonardi.
Thank you. I did want to ask my colleagues for consensus on adding something both to the state legislative platform and the federal legislative platform, and that is funding for paid maternity and parental leave. Recently, the Surgeon General, the National Surgeon General, issued a report about the stress and mental health challenges faced by parents. Loneliness, workplace well-being, and the impact of social media on the youth mental health. They've declared it a serious public health concern for our country, and often I think about our employees going through, these issues. They issued an advisory recommending a national paid family leave program. It's also important to recognize that Governor DeSantis expanded maternity and family leave for Florida state employees. The expansion was approved in 2023, and eligible state employees can receive paid maternity leave for up to 7 weeks and parental leave for 2 weeks, which can be combined to provide 9 weeks of paid leave for mothers. So I'm asking my colleagues if they would be willing to include this both in our state and federal legislative platforms, as this is both, been talked about nationally and at the state level.
Okay, maybe by a show of thumbs. Are we good with that?
Yes.
Perfect. Okay, thank you.
And on that point, Chair, if I could, would you like to ask for the funding that would be required for that or just for the policy itself?
No, I meant to say to provide funding for school districts, and I'm glad that you brought that up because I understand that it is also incumbent on us, and that is something that I hope we can discuss when we're discussing budget. But everything can help from both the state level and the national level on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, is that it? Mrs. Pham. What?
Brenda, you're being addressed.
Your turn.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, okay. 2 things. One, I would like an explanation of exactly what here. the Athlete Mental Health Project, that we're doing away with that request for funding. Could you just explain what that is to me first, and then I have another issue?
Dr. Fulton.
Mr. Sullivan or Mrs. Tereski?
Sure. So I believe last session it passed through the legislature, but got vetoed by the governor. So we didn't feel it was appropriate to put it back, knowing it would more likely face the same fate.
Did you just elaborate
Sure,
on what the program was?
Ms. Turetsky, can you elaborate exactly what
So the program was funded 2 years ago in the legislature. Last year it was vetoed. When we requested it 2 years ago, it was in response to high rates of suicide amongst athletes, and it was to provide financial literacy, youth mental health training, and otherwise, so to support athletes in their mental and emotional well-being, as well as for financial literacy.
So was that for all athletes?
Yes, that was what the intent of the
Okay,
of the
thank you.
program.
And the second thing is, I would like to request if we can get funding in here for cameras in classrooms for ESC students. I know we have some funding, but from what I'm told is that not all ESC students are getting into classrooms. One, it's the resources may be limited, or it's done first come, first serve, or by lottery. But I want to make sure that no student is left behind, and that we have funding for camera-equipped classrooms for all ESC students that parents desire that.
Okay, by a show of thumbs, does
Excuse me,
everybody-
before, I'd be interested in knowing whether we're short of cameras or not. Our policy is if a parent asks for it, you get it. Are we short of cameras right now in Broward County? Because if we go to Tallahassee and ask for money, and we have 800 extra cameras, that really destroys our whole platform.
We had a whole discussion about this recently, and we're short a couple of hundred cameras. But yes, Mr. Sullivan.
Yes, and this has already been filed to apply to the rest. It's going to be filed to apply to the rest of the state. So if the board agrees, we will include the funding aspect of it.
Great. So by a show of thumbs, everybody agree with adding that?
Aye.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Anyone else? You went already. Oh, no, you're next. I'm sorry. You jumped in a couple. I'm sorry. You're next.
Damn. I'm being such a good boy today. I'm playing by the rules here. This is a little bit different, so it's not something that we can all just agree on, but it's a strategy issue that I believe in deeply. Florida funds education on the cheap. National operating dollars for the average school district is $13,000 a student, and Florida funds it at $9,000. When we go and ask for a 5% raise in the operating funds, we're not really taking an opportunity we have to ask for something meaningful to close that gap. Mississippi, Alabama, and Georgia all fund education higher than $9,000. Our SAT passage rates are 47th out of 50, and our pay for educators in Florida is 50th out of 50 states. And so I'm tired of going to Tallahassee and begging for peanuts. I'd rather ask for $1,000 more per student in operating funding to kind of highlight the fact that we're just not getting the funds that I think Floridians really would like to be spent on education. At a time where we have over $20 billion in our rainy day fund, this would cost $1 billion statewide. So instead of 5%, I'd like to ask for $1,000 of additional money per student as we work up toward the national average.
Okay. Mr. Sullivan?
I would suggest a different maybe approach and say get closer to the national average instead of putting the $1,000 per student. That's just a recommended approach.
I appreciate that. Having worked the Hill in DC for 20 years, I think I have a decent idea about how to get people's attention. And the other piece of this that I think is important is the charter schools in Florida would also be receiving $1,000. So here's an issue where traditional public schools and public charter schools together would be talking to legislators. And I think that kind of a approach like that has a much better chance. And if you give them a number, then they can score it through the economists that run the scoring system, and they can go tell the legislatures it's $1 billion. If you give them a soft qualitative target, they can't even score it, doesn't get very far. So I like this approach.
Okay. Board members want to weigh in on that? We have to get, so would you like to suggest that we change it from 5% to $1,000? I guess, show of hands.
I have a question. What is 5% now?
$450.
I think let's go for 1,000.
Okay, everybody good with that? Thumbs up? Okay. Very good, thank you. Anybody else before I go? I have a couple. Okay, so I'll end this and we'll be back on time. So I have a couple of suggestions for the state legislation one. One, hearing from a lot of people and going to the conference for Florida School Board Association, I'd like to suggest that we add a uniform attendance reporting request. Some of the concern about chronic absenteeism is because every district reports the attendance in a different way. So as an organization, FSBA is asking all of the districts to ask state legislators to do a uniform reporting of absences so that when you're looking at it, you can compare apples to apples. So that's one. And when I had this discussion with Mr. Sullivan, he said if we added one, we had to take one away. So I would say we can probably delete the one that talks about pandemic recovery efforts because that ship has sailed. So see, take one away, add another one. And I would also like us to ask for them to increase the penalties or to address online threats that are happening in the schools. So some kind of state law that includes consequences for parents. I don't know how we would craft that, but to address the online threats that are happening in our schools with consequences that come from a state statute as opposed to us just implementing something.
If there's consensus, we'll craft a language to make sure we're doing that, and we'll put it under school safety.
Okay, then I have one more, and then
Excuse
we'll
me,
do
can we
thumbs
talk about that, or do you want to wait?
Yeah, I have one national request, so go ahead.
It's my understanding that parents are already liable for behavior of children under 18, particularly for making threats, bringing weapons to schools and like. We've just recently had a parent convicted and doing something 8 or 10 years in prison for their child bringing weapons to school. And so is Florida out of the ordinary in terms of not allowing us to punish parents?
So under the state law right now, it is a misdemeanor with no financial consequence.
Let's
I
go
would
after
like
it then.
to ask it to be a felony with some kind of financial, but that's specifically, they're two kind of different things. That's about bringing weapons. My suggestion, as we heard earlier, is about online threats. There is no, I don't think there's a state statute at this time that has consequences to it. Not for that.
You're talking specific about parents, right? Because there is for students.
Right, but to include, to make that a stronger state statute, to amend it to include parents.
To strengthen the statutes for parents for online harassment. That's great.
Yes.
I love it.
So, okay. Thumbs up or down for, oh, sorry, go ahead.
I just have a question about how, well, I guess we'll see that, how we would craft something like that, because online threats, parents may have no knowledge that this is going on. I know there's a lot of loopholes, even no matter what you're doing, to make sure that you're paying attention to what your kids are doing online. There's like fake accounts that they make and all kinds of things that make it difficult.
I
So
would
enforceability.
say that, but if you're underage and you are driving under the influence and you cause an accident, a parent is responsible. So I just feel like they kind of fall under the same.
With a physical item, because you let them have the car, or if you have a weapon that you failed to lock up properly, but the vastness of internet access, which the most prudent parent has a very difficult time kind of keeping their kids under control, that really opens up a lot of liability with.
Well, and so I understand that. I would say also, but we have a cost. So when there's an online threat, the school board has to, there's costs that are involved with that. So we had a discussion earlier, if a student is convicted, right, they go through the court system, there is actually, you can ask for, what's that word? No.
Restitution.
Thank you. That's the word I'm looking for. Restitution for both local law enforcement that has to go out and spend the time. So I would just like to know if there's a way to do that on a higher level, at a state level, to just make people understand the severity of what's happening. So I don't know that we necessarily craft that. The state would have to. We're just asking them to look at how to make those consequences stronger. Board Member Thompson.
I agree with Board Member Bowman. I don't agree with going after parents because of the vastness of the internet, and you can be very involved. There's secret apps, there's calculators, and I think it would be better use of our resources to go out and advocate for more mental health supports, more people in our communities that avoid these problems. But will of the board.
Yep, no worries. So we'll do both of them. First one, uniform attendance reporting. Can we ask for that? Okay, so that's consensus. The second one was asking for some kind of greater consequence that includes parents for online threats. So all those in favor, thumbs up?
Thumbs up.
Okay. All right, we'll let Mrs. Pham comment and then we'll try that again.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but if you could categorize if something is willful and wanton, I would be, if they are looking the other way, it's plainly a danger, and parents are just completely disregarding it, then I would be more inclined to hold them accountable. But in other situations, because it's a sliding scale, so if you want to put in different levels or categories, just like we do with our discipline matrix, then I think that might be better addressed. But if one size fits all on that one, then no.
And I'll just say it's kind of up to the state how they write that. We're just asking them to look into it. Mrs. Alhada?
Yes, thank you. I agree with you, Mrs. Hicks, and I think that this is absolutely something that we need to do more to stop these threats from happening. We are trying our best to tell students, think before you post. We're asking parents to have conversations with their students about making these threats, but it's still happening. And kids are saying, oh, I was just joking, but it's not a joke. And so there needs to be something more to happen. And even if it is just brought up at the legislation and it's a conversation to bring awareness to parents that this is serious and that they need to have conversations with their child about not making these threats, because it is hurting the education of our students and it is traumatizing our kids in our schools. And so we need to take further action to prevent this from happening.
Thank you. So go ahead.
If I may, so once we're done with the workshop item, this is going to be presented to the board next week for a final vote. I believe I have enough where I can honor your request while taking into account the other concerns.
Okay, perfect. And I have one request for national. So I'd like to ask us to add that on a federal level, they make a federal building standard for school safety.
Yes.
Okay, show of thumbs. Okay, perfect. So we'll add that. You had, I don't know if we crossed anything out, but okay, perfect. Anybody else have any additions or anything they want to add to the state or federal legislation?
I have a question.
Okay, go ahead, Mrs. Rupert.
It's for John. Are we getting the consortium next week?
Yes, that's on the agenda for board consideration.
Perfect. Okay, thank you.
Mrs. Alhada.
Yes, and I think Dan Daly might have brought this forward as far as when teachers get certified to become a teacher, that there is a safety training aspect of part of that certification. I don't think it passed.
No, I believe he just refiled, if my
Okay.
memory serves me correctly.
I would like to support that. Can we put that on the?
Sure. So there's no consent if there's no objection.
Perfect.
Yes.
All right, great, thank you. Okay, so we are done with that item. Thank you very much, Mr. Sullivan, for your three
Sadly, I'm not the next item.
presentations. So the next item up is the superintendent's appraisal system. I will now turn it over to staff for, again, a brief presentation. We're back on track.
You did very well.
I didn't know if we had to, okay. 1 second. The next item is Superintendent Appraisal System. I now turn it over to staff for a brief presentation.
Mr. Azarito.
Thank you, Dr. Fulton and School Board. David Azarito, Chief People Officer. I'm with Heather Parente, our Director of Employee Evaluations. We have the document. It's been sent out to staff and to the board, so we can go right into questions or we can do the presentation.
Are we good to go right to questions? All right, let's go right to questions.
Perfect.
Anyone have any questions or concerns they'd like to bring to staff?
So while we're saying the goal is to bring this next week to the board for an official vote and approval, just looking for any feedback on what was presented.
Got it. Ms. Bowman? Oh, shoot. Anyone else? Oh, sorry. Dr. Zeman?
Thank you very much, Chair Leonardi. I think this is going to work out well. I like the timeline. I appreciate the factors. I kind of struggled a little bit with this intellectually, though, because the things that I value in a superintendent aren't really represented here very well. And I just want to make a statement now that having been to a conference where there's 78 superintendents walking around and watching 77 of them follow behind Dr. Hepburn asking him questions, I've thought hard about what really makes him a special superintendent, and it's not represented here. These are good things. There are things that the district works on. There are things that he leads other people to help us accomplish. There's certainly things that are important to the community. But we're going to be coming up to another issue in April about the renewal of his contract. We wrote some things in there about what to do with the 1 year. And I will do everything I can at that point in April to make sure that we remind Dr. Hepburn about how valuable he is to our community. So what we have here will suffice, but the things that really make somebody a great leader are difficult to quantify. And so what we end up doing is kind of looking around and trying to think about some good things to measure. Some of these we've already achieved, like the A School District, but the ability, for example, let me just give you one. The quality of the people that have been recruited to Broward County senior staff and beyond the senior staff is a sea change from the quality of people that we've been able to recruit in the past. That's something that a superintendent brings, because when people come here and they want to be the CFO or be a deputy superintendent or a CIO, they want to know who they're working for, how much support they have at the board, and how long they're going to be able to stay. And right now in Broward County, we've got all of those great things going for us. It's not reflected on his appraisal system, so maybe what I wanted to do is just say thank you to Dr. Hepburn for leading in ways that we'll never be able to measure. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mrs. Leonardi?
Sorry. Okay. I just had maybe two, I hope, quick concerns or questions. So for the safety objective, I don't disagree with that by July 31st, 2025, at least 95% of active school-based staff will complete a course and pass an assessment. I don't disagree with that, but I also recall our training on outcomes
from several years ago, and so I'm very interested to I hope brainstorm with the board some like safety outcomes that we could potentially evaluate Dr. Hepburn on. And the first things that come to mind for me, since we were just discussing this, are like threats and or like sussor incidents. So a reduction in violence and things like that in our schools. And so I'm curious to hear from my colleagues on that, as well as the inclusion piece. So again, I don't disagree with the piece about, at least 95% of schools will provide inclusion practices for students, such as peer groups, special events, Special Olympics. Like, I think that's a good thing to have, but I also would like to see an outcome or an evaluation based on outcomes. So like the students who are impacted by these practices, what are they getting out of it? So I'm just curious to hear from my colleagues about that.
Okay, Mrs. Pham.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Hepburn, I give you kudos. You brought a lot to this county, and we can all see it. We can feel it. It's in the air, the improvement. What I would like to see added to this is a category for innovative school choices, innovative class choices, innovative club choices, because you're bringing a whole new vision to the school district that I think needs to be recognized and rewarded. So I know you're thinking outside the box, you're combining schools, and really doing a great job of it. So if we could include that category, I think you would really shine even more, and you deserve that appreciation and recognition. Thank you.
Mrs. Alhadeff.
Thank you. So on page 7, the safety part, so the part that I struggled with is that this is not actual physical training. So in these emergency situations, the body goes into fight or flight, and then they go back to their muscle memory. So by them just watching a video or answering an assessment, that is not training. So I think this is a very superficial way to calculate this. I think it would be much stronger, or it would be a more thorough way if it was allocated by the number of actual trainings that are done specifically at the school, which we do. I just think that watching the video and the taking an assessment is not actually being productive in actually learning how to physically train in an emergency situation. And then if we're evaluating the superintendent on that, I want it to be meaningful and purposeful. Right now, I think the way it is, it's not.
I'll just jump in. Originally, when this came to us, it didn't have the assessment piece, I think. However, whether they're watching it as a course on Canvas or there's an actual training, I think the concern earlier was if someone goes in and does a training, how do we know what they got out of it? So I think what you're kind of aligned to that, what you're saying also, what was the value of the training? So I wouldn't be opposed to saying complete trainings and pass an assessment. But I think we need to know that they understood, because I've sat in trainings before as a teacher. The phone is a great thing. And, sometimes they just don't take it as it should be taken if there's not some kind of assessment. It doesn't necessarily have to be a test, but something to know that they gained the information that you're hoping they gained. So I don't know how you change that, but I think it's important not that they just took the training, but they can implement, as you said, muscle memory, to be able to implement it if necessary. So I don't know if staff has a suggestion on how we might combine to fix that, but I still think it's important to have some kind of assessment to know what they've done. Dr. Hepburn.
No, I'm digesting the comments and trying to figure out what would a deliverable look like for the board if a school staff is going through some specific training, emergency response, a lockdown drill, which is essentially a training, right? How do we capture that information from the school to add that as a deliverable? So go ahead, Ernie. I see he got that slow walk up there. Go ahead. So I know we do log in the emergency drills, right? And schools do tabletops and all of that. So go ahead. I'll let you expound on that.
Correct. So Ernie Lozano, Task Design Chief Safety Security Officer. Schools do currently now do, their mandated drills with requirements. The school does an after-action report, but again, to capture each specific individual that participated and provide feedback could be a challenge.
Yeah, because we can get that information per school to say that they satisfied that specific training or that tabletop. But for each individual in the school, that's the hard part. But we know the schools are doing it on a monthly basis.
Could we do both?
Yeah, I'd be comfortable with adding in the
drills?
Drills.
Yep.
The drills plus the individual, because then you get the individual plus you get the whole 206 schools doing it. And I think the standard might be 100% for those, because those are mandated. You know, when you have a school and you do one a month, it's 10, or you didn't do what you're legally required to do. So it seems like the standard ought to be 100% of schools do the mandated drills over the course of a year, which I think is what we're doing now.
Yep, absolutely.
And I would say maybe the assessment is just one assessment at the end of the year. If they're doing 10 trainings, maybe there's a short assessment, couple of questions. In this situation, what would you do? Because at the end of the day, that's all we want to know, is that if there's a lockdown or if there's evacuation or whatever it is you've been practicing, you may practice different things. We want to know that all the staff is walking away with that information. So it doesn't have to be an assessment every single time, but at the end of the year, we would want to know 100% of staff knows if this is called, what am I supposed to be doing? So, just like students, if we're not going to be assessed on it, we may not be paying the same attention, even though it's important. You don't realize the importance until you're in the middle of a situation.
Correct. And in fairness to the superintendent and our school leaders and the staff at the schools, we can absolutely put together a quality face-to-face training at, a faculty meeting during one of the month, but our schools already through negotiations have limited time to pull staff together to do certain things. Principals have already put trainings together for their staff. But so my main concern is that June 30th timeline. Like, we can definitely make something more robust for the next school year with the right time and planning to get some more robust trainings for staff. My concern is trying to implement something that grand in the middle of a school year when they already have trainings scheduled and staff development for staff.
Mrs. Alhuda.
Wouldn't we be able to do those trainings during their monthly drill time, where that's already allocated in that time?
Yeah, so they're doing them now, but I'm talking about like to do a training and then have every staff member take an assessment on that training at the same time, right? That would be a difficult task to accomplish.
My suggestion isn't to add anything, except for at the end of the year, have a short assessment, give them a scenario, and what steps would you follow, and have them.
Work through it.
I'm not suggesting you add anything in addition if you're already doing the trainings that are supposed to be done. But how do we know that they got something from it? How do we can't assess him on that just based on did they do the trainings. We want to know where the training's effective, and the only way to do that is some kind of assessment. So if it could be a very simple online quiz, here's the scenario, what step would you do first? What would you do? Something along those lines, just so that at the end of the day, we have a way of knowing that he's on top of making sure that our staff understands what the protocols are for each of those scenarios.
So just to add, I would say that doing that at the end of the year is, for me, is too late. When I think about trainings and then assessing for safety procedures and protocols, I would want them to be assessed early, so if they don't get it, yeah, because at the end of the year, the school year's over.
And I could tell you the superintendent holds me and my staff accountable. Our ASMs, our directors, we're out at schools now. We're participating in the drills, providing real-time feedback. Did the staff follow the protocols the schools are implementing? And that's a powerful way to see. To your point, Chair Hickson, is the school implementing and the procedures the way we expect as a district? And my team is participating when schools are doing drills and providing that feedback, so then they can go back and retrain and readjust if the school did not implement the protocols we expect as Broward County schools with fidelity.
I just want to answer something, and then Board Member Thompson, you can go. So in the situation on February 14th of 2018, it was individuals who made individual decisions that caused a lot of what happened. I would want to know that every individual understands what their role is. So that's why to me, it's important, not is the school doing what they're supposed to be doing, because that's great, but the trainings are individual trainings so that every person understands what their role is. And that didn't happen on that day, and that's why we're here. So to me, it's more important to know the individual people know what their roles are, and that's why I would continue to push for individual assessments. Board Member Thompson.
I have a comment on the inclusive practices and how we're really measuring that, because I think there's definitely a difference between on paper saying as a district we're providing these groups and we're being inclusive, and then reality on how we are measuring that. What's the measurable outcomes? Do parents know about these resources for their children, and how they're being incorporated into the school community, more than just you go on their website and you see that they have Best Buddies, which they might have had it 6 years ago, but they don't anymore, which I've found in several of my schools say they offer things that they are not. So how are we going to be able to hold Dr. Hepburn accountable to that?
Well, I don't know if Ms. Egan's in the pre-function room anymore, but I know like last year they would literally go see what students are actually participating in those groups. That's probably her walking in. Okay, I'll let her answer that question, but I know it's boots on the ground and monitoring what students are actually participating in these groups. Go ahead, Ms. Egan. Please repeat the question.
I can try. So the question's referencing inclusive practices, because in several of my schools, they're saying that these things are offered and they're not actually being offered, like Best Buddies or peer mentors, things like that. So what is our mechanism for getting measurable outcomes that we can then hold Dr. Hepburn to accountable?
So a couple years ago, we started, hit the button. No, you have to hit the button.
No, it's a mic. It's an actual mic.
Oh, it's not like that.
No button? I'll just talk loud. A couple of years ago, we started an initiative with an inclusive champion identified at every single school, and we meet with them quarterly, and we give them training and build their knowledge base about different inclusive practices that they can provide within our school. We work closely with the Florida Inclusion Network, which is a discretionary project out of the FLDOE. And we have established a peer mentoring program at every single school. So if you're having a difficult time with one particular school, please let us know, and we'll be happy to follow up and provide support to them. So we have a database of all of our programs. They're not all called the same thing. You know, some people might, you know, name it after their, you know, school, like Bobcat Buddies or something like that, or they may have peer mentoring programs or Best Buddies. Not everybody uses the same title, but everyone has established a peer mentoring program within their school.
But how are we making sure that that's actually benefiting students? Like, what, are we doing a pre-post survey? Are we talking to families about them feeling like their children belong in our school? Like, what is the thing we are measuring that we can then hold our superintendent accountable?
So we are currently measuring the establishment of programs, but we can certainly look into other options of how to monitor feedback regarding the specific programs.
Dr. Holness.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. So I understand what you're asking, and I'm in support of that. How it looks, I guess, is the question, but I think at the beginning of the school year, it would be nice to have an idea what the knowledge base of the staff is, right? So there could be some sort of a formative survey or assessment to determine, well, what do you know and not know? So that could drive the training. And then have some sort of a mid-year assessment, and then an end-of-year summative assessment to see if the staff have acquired the knowledge base they need to ensure that safety protocols are being followed. So I think it should be an approach where we're determining what the staff knows and what we need to focus on, and have continual assessment. It could be a mid-year and then an end-of-year. And I think if we follow that yearly, we would significantly improve on the safety protocol, adhering to those safety protocol district-wide. So that would be an additive to what you're suggesting that I think would be beneficial.
Mrs. Alhuda.
Thank you. So I just want to be clear to understand on page 7 for safety. When you say complete a course, are you talking about them watching a video? And then how many questions are in the assessment?
So again,
Dr. Hepburn.
Go ahead, Mr. Lozano.
Ari Lozano, Task Assigned Chief Safety Security Officer. So our first iteration, and again, we'll take suggestions, is putting together a Canvas course, and then we were thinking a minimum of 20 questions that dealt with the plain language curriculum specifically, and the questions were immersed throughout each module, and you wouldn't be able to go to the next module till you pass the first module.
Okay, so this is something that's new and will be created.
Correct. We're building it. As we speak, in anticipation of this,
Mhm.
we started planning the iteration for rolling this out.
Okay, perfect. And then there'll be something added about physical training, and then possibly the 3 assessments throughout the year.
We can absolutely look into and build that in.
Yeah, and then just a reminder, about 3 assessments for the year. That would, I don't think that'll help us out this year because we're already, in the middle of the year, but certainly that can help us out in the following year, where we start that pre-planning week when teachers come back, or any staff, not just teachers, principals, all school staff, taking the additional assessment about their knowledge about safety protocols and emergency protocols.
And then I have another question. Is there a reason why we can't have 2 things in the safety category?
Like,
Dr. Hepburn.
can you expound?
So I was thinking, so the area security managers, they're responsible when they go to a school, they have a checklist of different safety requirements to have at the school. So I was thinking that would be a great one because you have the evidence and whether that actually is being done. So it's sort of like the Florida Office of Safe Schools. They'll randomly come to our schools and they have a checklist that they go through. Like, is there a single point of entry? Are the doors locked? Are they being buzzed in? Are they asking what their purpose for being there is? And so our ASMs go and they're doing that at each of our schools. So there's a report, and then that information could be another safety part of this requirement. Because now you're not only looking at the training of the staff, but you're also looking at the physical safety at the school.
Yeah. So the only thing I would say about that is that it would be iterative, meaning that as Ernie and his team are looking at that data, if they notice an ASM isn't doing what they're supposed to do, right, they follow up and they hold that person accountable and train them and coach them, whatever. So the next time they go out, they should see an improvement. That's the only thing I would add is to understand, just like on the academic side of the house when we do walkthroughs in the classroom, a teacher or admin staff may not be doing what we need them to do right there in that moment, and we take the opportunity to hold them accountable, coach them up, and all of those other things so that the next time the data improves. So it would, if that's a portion, we would have to come up with something to show that the personnel with those tasks and responsibilities have shown improvement over a said amount of time, instead of just, hey, you didn't do it right this time, right?
Right, but as school board members, our job is to hold you accountable as
correct.
the superintendent. And previous school board members, they didn't hold their superintendent accountable for the safety and security at the schools. So then you're going to hold your chief and your ASMs more accountable, knowing that we're looking at this.
So I think it's an end of the year, it's a cumulative thing, right? That by the end of the year, 100% of ASMs are collecting data appropriately in all the nuances of their jobs as far as the data they're collecting at each school for safety purposes.
I kind of like that idea, though, Chair, because this is an independent group with an established standard coming in when they want to with no notice and saying, how did you do? Now, they don't pass 100% of the schools they visit, but they should pass 90%. And that is an honest outcome to Ms. Leonardi's point, which is, and I don't like improvement in safety. Safety is a standard. So I'm not interested that you were a 40 and you became a 60. I'm interested in kids being safe every day, right? So it's a standard, not an improvement. I don't want a positive first derivative. I want schools to pass at some level. I don't know enough about the Office of Safe School reports, although I've read them before. I don't know if they're scored or if you can say you got to get a 90 or above on every OSS report. But I love the fact that they're random and they're not announced, and it's an outside entity coming in and seeing. That would be an assessment, I think an outcome-based assessment for safety and security, and I think we need something like that to make sure that it reflects the rigor that the board wants put on safety and security. So I would propose the individual exams at some point through the year and 90% passage rate for the highest mark for OSS reports, and then 80% and 70% for lower points, something like that. That's clearly a tough test, but I want it to be a tough test. I really do. I think the community wants to know that their schools are safe.
Any other board member discussion? Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Heather's like, y'all just messed up my whole, go ahead.
Heather Parente, Director of Employee Evaluations. Thank you for that information. Quick question for me, just to make sure that I weight it properly within the tool. Are you thinking that that would just be 2 objectives within the safety metric? So it would still be weighted as 1 objective of the 4, or are you looking for that to be a 5th independent objective?
No, that's the 2 objectives within the safety.
Thank you very much.
It's going to work. And team, just to recap, whatever notes you've captured, can you kind of clarify what that is, what you're leaving with as far as what that objective looks like? So just want to make sure we're clear.
Okay, Heather Parente. So I see it as 2 objectives within the 1 safety metric. And the first one, well, let me start with the second one since that's the one that we just discussed. That would be looking at the data that's collected by the ASMs to ensure that they're, because it's going to be the end of the year metric, not so much looking for the improvement, but looking to make sure that they met collecting the data correctly, and we'll develop the scale with at least 90% or higher for the highly effective rating.
So I heard something different after Dr. Zeman talked. It was more based on the OSS report their cumulative report. and
So per statute, we have taken the Office of Safe Schools assessment. It's in the FSSAT SSRA platform, and our ASMs are using it currently. By statute, we have to, as a district, assess each school on that same template, both traditional and charter, one time throughout the school year. So we are doing that. But again, as Broward County Schools, weekly, I have the expectation that our ASMs visit a minimum of 5 schools weekly, and they use that assessment during those visits. And so we are implementing the state template currently throughout each week as our ASMs visit.
And what I was proposing, Chair, is when the inspections happen is when I want them to all be at 90% or above. It's great that they're being trained by the ASMs to the exact same standard. That's wonderful. But it is the random independent inspection that I find most compelling, and I think the community would, because then the ASMs are going to be working very, very hard because they have no idea when these guys, and these guys are not friendly. They come walking in and they're running around real quick before you can fix anything. And I would like that. I mean, to me, this is, again, not something where I want improvement. It's something where we have to be great. And it's 1/2 of 1/4 of one component in his evaluation. So it's not going to upset the apple cart for him, but it matters to the whole safety and security system that he's being assessed on a real independent inspection rather than on inputs or number of people that have taken a class and passed a 20-question thing. Those are helpful too. But if everyone in the safety and security knows that his evaluation is based on these independent inspections, that's an honest thing, and they're going to really be working toward honest safety and security.
And I think to your point, the 90%, most of the time, even now in our current visits by the state, they do it by deficiencies, not percent. And most of the time, a school may have one deficiency out of the 60 plus questions that are on that assessment that they assess.
That's better than 90%.
But so
that was going to be my comment or question of how do we quantify their reports in order to turn it into a metric for this objective. So I guess we can probably work on that offline, but because I know I know the reports as they're reporting like that as a deficiency and a
correct
percent. Yep.
Right. Is it a uniform document they use every time?
Yes.
Okay.
Sixon.
This is awful.
I just had a question. On average, how many times is the Florida Office of Safe Schools coming to randomly inspect the safety of their schools?
So that's pretty much weekly, and on average they'll visit 5 to 6 schools a week, randomly.
Our
Again,
CPS schools.
correct.
Okay.
You were saying it was the ASM. She's asking people from the office.
No, I'm saying the state.
Oh, okay.
Our expectation is our ASMs visit a minimum of 5 schools in their cohort weekly, a minimum. The state also comes, we have an assigned person to the region, and they visit approximately 5 to 6 schools a week.
Every week.
Pretty much weekly.
It's 200 inspections a year.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
I would just ask one more question because School Board Member Thompson had a question about inclusion. So what we have here just says that they'll provide inclusion practices. Her question was about making sure that they were effective. So did you capture that as well? And so what will that new objective look like?
I'd like the opportunity to work with staff to be able to frame that and include it, but I understand the ask.
Yeah, and I think we need to discuss that now, really. So if you ask me, if I'm playing a sport, I'm playing football, what does success look like for that football team? Is it measuring wins and losses? When you know you don't have the athletes on your team to have that many wins and losses? Is it, what does that look, because that's it's a hard outcome to measure because we're providing opportunities to ensure that we're being inclusive as possible, providing different types of opportunities for our special needs kids to be engaged and involved in things that they wouldn't ordinarily be engaged in. So what would that outcome look like? I think that's a discussion we need to have now, because that's a very hard thing to quantify because it's so qualitative, right? And then even if you ask a parent, if all three of them are parents and all of them are best buddies, one of them may feel like, wait, I'm not getting anything out of best buddies. The other two may say, hey, this is awesome, this is great. But the kid may actually, as a principal who had a best buddies program, I thought it was the best thing since sliced bread. But I had parents who's like, I don't want my kid involved in that. It's a hard thing to quantify because it's about qualitative experiences to make sure our kids, all of our kids, are engaged. And these are opportunities that we provide to make sure we can have an inclusive environment on a campus. So if we can have a little bit more discussion on what we think that looks like.
Okay. And I'll just say, I've also been to a lot of schools, and sometimes I think the idea is the fidelity with which those programs are being offered, maybe not so much what everyone feels about it, but you may say you have. I'm going to give an example, and I don't want anybody to be offended, but a lot of people will say they're participating in Special Olympics. But there's different versions of Special Olympics. So there's where you go and you participate throughout the year and do things, and then there's some where it's a one-day activity and Special Olympics comes, and there's nothing wrong with either one, but the experience and the inclusion that happens, like, are they practicing for that one-day event, or does everybody just do the one-day event? And there's a big difference between participating all year as opposed to just participating. And sometimes the Special Olympics, if it's not a unified partnership, just because you participate doesn't mean there's inclusion, because it should be more of focused on the unified part of it, because that's the inclusion part. So for me, I don't know that it's so much, asking parents, do you feel more included now than before, but really more of staff making sure that they're doing it with fidelity. And, to be fair, I don't know that staff knows the difference all the time of all the different events, and, so I don't know how they would also know the differences in those things, but I think it's more about us not just providing it, but the students being able to participate and feel included, because that's what inclusion is, right? It's not just checking a box to say,
Correct.
Yeah, we do an activity once a year. That's not really inclusion.
Correct.
So that, to me, would be that bigger piece of it, as opposed to, just do they all have a program? Dr. Zeman.
I just would like to offer a way to move forward on this. We could, through Dr. Egan's staff, certify like actual programs, right, for this year, and at the same time ask Dr. Hepburn to start trying some things to measure inclusivity. It's a big deal. We know kids quit school when they don't feel like they belong. People quit schools when they don't have one friend in the whole school. And we've done some things with cell phones. We've done some things with psychologists. We tried to do some things to make it better. But there are objective surveys, and often organizations will do a sample every month. So they'll pick 2% of their whole workforce, and they'll give them a survey, and they'll track that survey result, hoping that it trends north over time. I think it's such a hard problem. I'd rather punt on it this year and say, okay, inclusivity this year will be programs, and let's get them certified so they're actually up and running with real kids in them, and then try some measures over the second half of the year and see if there's any that are feasible and we can get done, and kind of give the staff time to research, how you would put together either focus groups or surveys or something to put it together. I think right now it's asking a lot halfway through the year, or most of the way through a year, to kind of add this in a way, just because it's so difficult to measure.
Okay. I wouldn't be opposed to that, but I just would like to say, since it's inclusion, that it shouldn't just say Special Olympics, it should say Unified Special Olympics Programs, because that's what's inclusive. Special Olympics just is a program for special needs athletes. If you're not in the unified partner part of it, you're not having that intermingling with gen ed. Anybody else? All righty. Did we answer everything? You good?
Yes, you did. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank
Chair,
you.
before you go, though, could we ask the soup for any final comments? I just feel like since this is his eval, I'd love to, if he has any questions of the board, or, if this sits well with him, that's important too, just to be fair.
As it is right now, it sits well with me. I like the idea of what we're talking about with the inclusion objective, pretty much focused on making sure students are engaged in a program right now, and then we'll figure out over the second semester, the ESC team will figure out how do we quantify student experiences, right? Because that's the difficult part to try and capture, and Ms. Hickson knows, and some of the folks sitting behind me know who's been in schools. It's our special needs kids. Some of them, don't communicate well, or some of them are even nonverbal, but we want to make sure they have those valuable experiences and feel like they're part of their school. So how do we quantify that? And so that's actually a great thing that we need to work on to figure that out, so we can continue to enhance that over time. The safety objective, totally agree. As I tell the team all the time, we are the beacon of safety in the country. We're going to continue to be that. And so we're going to continue to iterate and do what we need to do to ensure that we stay that we're the example for the rest of the country, and they should be calling on us when they have questions. And I'm good with the rest. I don't think there was any change with the rest, correct? Because I walked in about 5 or 10 minutes into this. So I'm good.
Thanks, Sue.
Great. Thank you so much. Thank you for coming. So we are on our last item, which is the proposed 2025-2026 school calendar options. I will again turn it over to staff for a brief presentation, and then we will go to public comments.
All right, good afternoon. David Azarito, Chief People Officer. Let's see if my, there he comes. He's chewing on an orange. Again, we've sent this out, sent the survey results to the board. I have copies here I can pass out behind us, and we can go through the presentation, or we can just go straight to questions again.
I think that we could have okay, thank you. We could have a brief presentation, maybe not all of it, and then we'll go to public comments.
Chair, could I ask for the survey results before the presentation?
Oh, sure. I think they emailed them to us, but can you, if you have them, you can.
That's nice, but
Beacon, can we get the presentation up? All right, thank you. Good afternoon. Once again, David Azarito, Chief People Officer.
Eric Chisholm, Director of Strategic Partnerships.
And we are here to talk about the 25-26 proposed school calendar for the 25-26 school year. Just said that twice. So going to kind of, we did this a little bit a couple weeks ago. Where's it going? There we go. So go ahead on this.
Sure. So what we wanted you all to have is some information, because we did put the surveys back out to the community. And this is a highlight of what went out to the community, so that there was clarity around what we were doing. As we all know, many times people may not be watching board meetings or board workshops, but the idea was to ensure there was clarity around what we were putting back out. So this is just kind of a blueprint, a template of what went out in addition to the actual calendar surveys. Next slide. We talked about this before. This is just historically. I know we have 2 new school board members, but on an annual basis, we orient the board and provide this information. And this is just kind of the timeline that talks about what happens after the calendar is adopted on December 17th, if that's the will of the board. Then we develop the employee work calendars, which are about 25 calendars. These are the laws that are associated with it when we presented the last time we laid them out. And at this point, I'm just going to really just take us to the actual options. And I think one of the big takeaways around the options is when we had very meaningful, very fruitful conversation, the takeaway was that we were looking to have October 20th, 2025 as a day off. So all three of the options are presented as such, and they have that off. The first calendar option, you will note that there's a footnote to that calendar that speaks to the fact, is that the one? We're missing the footnote? With the minutes.
No, it's at the top.
Oh, I got the wrong printed copy. Okay. So at the top, you will see that that's the middle school where we would have to make some adjustments around the middle school bell schedule. And we shared with the board, I think there was some feedback from the board to come up with some scenarios that would look to that. And that is what that option really does. It actually still has school starting on August 11th, and the last day of school for students would be June 3rd, and the last day for our teachers would be June 4th. So we've definitely had conversations around how we do that. We work with academics and what it would look like, and it would definitely require some bell schedule time changes at the middle school level to ensure that we end the semester, if you will, on December 19th. It will be a clean break. You can see the semester breakdown, 42-42, and traditionally we try to be above 42 days in each of the 9 weeks, but the way we would accomplish this breakdown would be to make the adjustments to the middle school bell schedule. Calendar option 2. That calendar option, and again, I think the similarities that you'll see the way we presented this was to ensure that each of the calendar options still had school beginning as early as we could start, which is the August 11th in each of the calendar options. And this calendar option, there would not be any any schedule change as it relates to the school ending the semester. It still will end December 19th. But what you do see is that we would go to school on our teachers who would be in school on November 24th and November 25th, so that would not be a full week of Thanksgiving off. We've experienced the Thanksgiving window since 2021. The last time we had a full week where we worked was 2019-2020, and since the 2020-21 school year, we have been off for the full week of Thanksgiving. So there would be this change on this calendar option. But putting those additional days and bringing us back, that also gives us an opportunity to not make any changes to the middle school bell schedule, as well as ending this semester with the start of the winter break. That calendar would also have school ending on June 1st for students, so they would come back for 1 day based on that breakdown, and our teachers' last day would be June 2nd. And the final calendar option is also very similar again. School would begin on August 11th. And what you see in this calendar option is also one of the unique calendar options, specifically because what would happen is we would come back from winter break. We would do exams that last week, but when they are gone for the 2 weeks, we would come back and we would still have 4 days left in that semester, the second semester, the first semester in the second 9 weeks, and that would end the first semester. So January 8th would be the last day for our students, which also will be an early release day, and January 9th would actually be the planning day. The end of the school year would be June 3rd for our students, and our teachers' last day would be June 4th. I think because you have the survey data in front of you, that is another component that was requested of the board that we share that. And I think as a quick run through of that, that's the information we have, unless David, you have something else to add.
Good. Okay, so we'll go to public speakers. The first person on the list is Jay Peta. No. Roy Verman.
Good afternoon. Namaste. My name is Raj Verma.
Hold on one second. We need someone on the clock. Sorry.
That's okay. Start again? Yes. Okay. Good afternoon, namaste. My name is Raj Verma. And I don't have anything special to say except express my sincere thanks to the staff, the board members, for bringing this issue up to this point. But before that, I would like to congratulate the new members, the returning members, the chair, the new responsibilities. So we are very much, the community has been looking forward and they have been asking questions. I did not ask them to be here and repeat the same thing over and over again. I know it's the last item on the agenda and you had a very long day, a very long meeting agenda. So I just wanted to thank everybody for supporting the community, and we look forward to having one of these options which is most beneficial to the school without incurring any hardship to the staff and the teachers. So thank you again.
Thank you. Next is Shekhar Reddy.
Good evening. Namaste. My name is Shekhar Reddy, resident of Plantation.
Hold on one second.
Sorry.
Can you reset the clock, please? Hold on. We need Andre. There we go. Okay.
Okay. Good evening. Namaste. On behalf of Hindu, Buddhist, Jain, Sikh American community, I'd like to express my gratitude to Broward School board members, Broward School staff, and teachers. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's reset the clock. And our last speaker is Ajay Joshi.
Namaste, good afternoon. I'm Ajay Joshi, resident of Plantation. On behalf of our community, the Hindu community, want to say our gratitude for the board members, the Broward School board members, and thanks a lot for considering our request. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Okay, school board member discussion. Mrs. Leonardi.
Yeah, I just want to express some more gratitude. It's really lovely to hear from our public speakers who have been so involved and collaborative and solutions based. So thank you for your input and your advocacy, and thank you to our staff. This has really been my most lovely experience with calendars in my time as a school board. So thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Thompson.
I have two questions. So first, to the general counsel through the chair, is there any issue for us giving a specific day for a religious holiday?
Ms. Batista.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So as the item on the before you states on my memorandum, if there is a religious holiday, you are not able to do that. I mean, it's very clear in the memorandum. The Establishment Clause in the First Amendment does not, basically says that you as a governmental entity cannot either prohibit nor promote religion. So that would be an issue. If you're looking at Diwali as a cultural holiday, that's a different story.
So for clarification, just because it is also considered a cultural thing and there's a potential impact to our student attendance, we have no issue having this day off?
Ms. Batista.
So again, so if you're looking for diversity, then diversity and being able to honor that, and that is the reasoning behind having this holiday, then it is fine as far as the board wanting to go in that direction. If it is strictly looking at that day as a religious holiday, you would not be able to take it off, and I don't believe there is any data to support that there is absenteeism on that date. or any other secular reason other than the fact that, you want to have diversity.
Okay. And then I also just want to bring to board discussion the impact on working families and having an entire week off for Thanksgiving break. It is extremely challenging for people, especially with young kids in middle school or elementary school, to have that full week. I know we talk about economic impacts and the current situation of our economy. I think considering having school on Monday and Tuesday would actually be beneficial to a lot of the families. And I know that that was not the calendar option chosen on the survey, but I also want to point out that only 12,000, I'm stealing yours, a little over 12,000 people responded to the survey, which working families generally are unable to do it. 26,000?
Yes.
So out of how many families our district serves is that? I appreciate it. It's 26,000. Thank you for the correction. Oh, I see that now. Wrong circled. However, I just want to have a very robust discussion on how we can support working families. And one of those things that we can do as a board is giving them Monday, Tuesday in school, which I also think helps not having to have testing after the break, or not having to, we can end the quarter before the end of the break. Because one of the options was we would still have some of the quarter after.
After winter break.
Mrs. Leonardi?
I don't want to, are we going to a round two? I don't want to skip over people.
Oh, not yet. We're
Okay.
still on round one. So Dr. Zeman?
I'm generally not persuaded by surveys anyway, largely because of the sampling. 27,000 though is a great number. I'm glad we do it. It's persuasive sometimes in a relative sense. And the one that's very persuasive to me is that 70% of our principals and assistant principals feel like option one is the best. Their job is to deliver results for us, and they have a preference, a pretty overwhelming preference for that. The fact that 220 of them participated, I think, is a good number. I also think that option one, if I'm not correct, will allow us to finish before the winter holiday. Is that correct? And that's the one that I think is most aligned to now. I appreciate School Board Member Thompson's ideas about families, but it's also true that we've had a week off at Thanksgiving since 2021, or no, I'm sorry, how far back? 2020. And in some sense, there is an expectation that families can take trips that week now and things like that too. So it really cuts both ways. The only evidence that we have is the almost 27,000 people that voted, and they didn't vote for option two by a big number, which would have given them those 2 days off. So in the past, when we've had Monday and Tuesday school, we've also had horrendous absenteeism. And so people have voted with their feet and just not showed up for a couple days, and it was difficult to keep the curriculum going. So I'm in favor of, as are the principals, of option one, as well as the respondents who did participate this time in our survey.
Mrs. Pham, did you have your hand up?
Thank you so much. I also note about the 2 days, but the difference is those 2 days are added to the summer. So either way, the parents are going to have to accommodate their children and make some kind of arrangements for their care. So it's robbing Peter for Paul, if you've ever heard that saying before. I'm in favor of option three. I think it's very favorable. It's got the 5 days for Thanksgiving, which I know a lot of people appreciate, especially staff. It's got the full 2 weeks for Christmas and New Year's. And also, it's got, of course, the 20th off, which all three offer. So we really do appreciate that. And I'm hoping that we can continue to work this way together as a group and accomplish things where all diversity, inclusion, and cultures are included. And we're not cherry picking just certain ones to be appreciated and celebrated. Thank you.
All righty, Mrs. Alhadeff.
Thank you. So I appreciate the calendar survey and its results. I think that the survey went out in different modalities, from text messaging to emails and phone calls. And so I respect the survey, and so option number 1 with the highest percentage would have my vote. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. School Board Member Bowman?
Just had a question, point of clarity. So in October, having a half day on the 10th and then a day off on the 13th, I know it's the end of the quarter, but does that affect our ability to capture as many FTE credits or students as possible? Are we?
Is FTE affected by having an
Yeah,
early
like
release
would we
day on
be
the 10th?
jeopardizing our ability to maximize that?
No, we're not. We, the FTE week, and Dr. Fulton or Dr. Hepburn can help me out. So FTE, it's if the student is counted, if they're there one day of those 10 days, the week before FTE week, or any day of the actual FTE week. So the fact that it's an early release day, as long as they're there one of the other 9 days, if they didn't show up, they're still counted for FTE.
Great, thank you.
Landon?
Thank you, Ernie.
Oh, did you? I'm sorry. Well, Dr. Holmes can go after you.
Yeah, we can.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. Wanted to highlight kind of the student perspective on this very quickly. We've received a lot of great student feedback about the clean break and the importance of having the clean break for winter break, and especially it's been brought up for students that are in single semester classes, especially single semester classes that are AP classes. So for example, many students at the high school level will take a semester of AP government and then a semester of AP macroeconomics. And the problem is that the days are equal in the semester, but you also have to take off a month for the AP exam, right? So every time we chip away at the length of second semester, it continues to be detrimental, especially for those students, as well as the students that are enrolled in dual enrollment classes. So, obviously the student perspective on this showed option 1. I'm personally in support of option 1, but I think, overall the options that include.
So sorry.
I got a applause from Mrs. Pham on that. But any option really from the student's perspective that supports a clean break is beneficial. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Chisholm and your team, I appreciate all the efforts. I know this was a lot of work, I can imagine. And thank you for having all 3 options include October 20th. And I really appreciate the survey. I just wanted to be sure. So the only major difference with option 1 and 3 is that with option 1, the teachers return on Monday and students return on Tuesday.
Through the chair.
Go ahead.
I just want to also clarify the other big component of that is the third calendar option. The semester ends after they come back from winter break. So in 3, this semester would still end on the 8th of January. So that calendar is one that they would come back and still have 4 days to complete the semester.
So option 1, the semester end before winter break.
It's clean break.
Okay, option 1 it is.
Option 1. Thank you. I have a quick question and then.
One for me.
Oh, sorry, Ms. Rupert. Go ahead. I'll ask after you.
She said one for me.
Oh. Did you have
Thank
anything
you.
else to add? You're good with option 1. Okay.
I'm good with that. Thank you so much.
All righty. I have a quick question because, down at the bottom, it tells you when all the breaks are, but as we saw when we had a storm happen and we had to close schools, there's no contingency on any of these calendars for days that we would go to school if we lost days. So I've seen calendars where it's been on there. I'd like to ask that we do that so that it's very transparent to everyone, that if we had some kind of weather emergency or some kind of emergency, where would we get that time back so that we're not scrambling and having to meet here again to approve that afterwards?
Ms. Azarito, can you let them know the cushion that's built in based on the minutes of time,
Correct.
kind of replicating what some of the other school districts are doing where they don't have to bring kids back to make up days.
Yes, sir. So through the chair, option one, adding the 10 minutes or so to the middle school bell schedule provides that cushion. So if we had the 3 days off for hurricanes, we may not had to have made them up at all. So the other districts that had longer middle school were able to absorb 3 of those days before they started to. If we needed to after that, then we could expand the early release days back to full days to make up 2 hours here and 2 hours there. But it's really adding that 10 minutes to the middle school day that alleviates that allows us to have that cushion.
So is it possible to put that on the
verbiage,
calendar?
yes.
So it's very transparent that we can absorb up to 3 days based on the timing, and then beyond that, here's what we would do, so that if it comes up, because it may be more than 3 days, especially if we're unfortunate to get a hurricane like some of the other areas have done. So I just want to be proactive in making sure that we have a plan and that everyone's aware of it before the school year starts.
Yes.
Mrs. Leonardi, did you have something to add?
Yeah, just real quick because it was brought up. So I am grateful for the survey results. I was recently at a Fort Lauderdale Education Advisory Board meeting where there was great frustration expressed about us not listening to survey results. And I think, there's a tension there. For me, a survey result is one data point, right? So I don't use it to make all of my decisions at all times, but it is a piece of information that is helpful to understand. I think these survey results are very helpful. I do want to speak to the attendance and having Thanksgiving week off, and I very much appreciate the case about working families and childcare during Thanksgiving week. I can speak to my experience as a teacher, and I know that information was requested about attendance during Thanksgiving week. But as a teacher, it was very difficult because attendance was very, very low when we had school Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday before Thanksgiving. So you had to design lessons that were engaging, but weren't necessarily required for all students to participate in, because you would have, a majority of your students having to try to make that work up. I do think that one solution is that we work with cities that provide childcare during that week. I know the city of Pompano Beach, my former home, was very, very good about that. And they do that not just for Thanksgiving, but on the severe weather days that we have, they put together childcare for students at the very last minute. So I think sharing that information out and working with cities to do that is one solution for our working families who can't find childcare during those days. Thank you. Oh, and I'm for option one. Sorry. Thank you.
So just a quick question for new board members. This will come back to us as something to vote on next week. So will you be bringing all 3 options, or you'll just bring the one that you got consensus for here today?
Option one,
So
consensus.
let's make sure everybody gave their input. So, okay, Dr. Holness was 1, Mrs. Al-Hadef was 1, Ms. Thompson was 1, I'm 1, Mrs. Leonardi 1, Ms. Bowman 1, Dr. Zeman 1, and Mrs. and Ms. Rupert, so it's unanimous.
That's what we heard.
Good, okay, just wanted to make sure. Okay, thank you so much for that.
Thank you.
Okay, at this time, do any of my colleagues have anything to bring to the board or student successes to share? Mrs. Leonardi?
Sorry, I have a few things. So I think given the anticipation of the OIG working with the school district, and given some recent events, I think it might be helpful to, if my colleagues are so inclined, to invite the OIG to come to us and do a workshop about what the OIG will specifically do, the rules that govern the school district, or what they will and won't investigate. I know they've done this for cities, and so I would really like to know from my colleagues if they'd be willing to, or if they'd be open to a workshop from the OIG and sitting down with us and educating us and the public about their parameters.
Okay, anybody opposed to that? All right, so Dr. Hepburn, you'll set that up?
Yes, work with Ms. Batista on setting that up.
Thank you. So I have three more things. Sorry. So in that same vein, I know that historically, or the last few years, we've done, as a school board, have done our ethics training online. I think it again might be helpful for the public and for our new board members, and for me, even as a refresher, to have ethics training performed, in person. I know that the League of Cities does this. So I think it might be interesting if we did something consistent with that, but I'm curious to hear from my colleagues if they'd be open to an in-person ethics training as opposed to the virtual one that we've done over the last few years.
I'll just give my input, and whoever wants to jump in, but since I've done it, the ones that we had here in the board room were not a person. We listened on the phone. I didn't find that helpful. The online one that I take through I think it's the League of Cities.
FSBA.
Yes. Well, it's not FSB. It might be FADS.
FADS.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's very interactive. They give scenarios. I know it's also virtual, but I find it to be much more engaging. And my preference would be to continue doing that than to sit in a board meeting and have someone speak to me through the phone for 4 hours.
Yeah, I wasn't proposing that. That's why I said in person. I know the League of Cities does this for our cities in person. So, or they use people who do that in person. So I'm not asking, because I also don't agree with sitting and listening on the phone, but whatever the will of the board is.
Okay, let's see. Dr. Holness?
Chair, did you want to get consensus on?
That's what I'm trying.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
Again, that would depend on the quality of the in-person, and I'm not sure we have that information. So currently, unless we have more information on that, I would rather stick to the hot guy on.
Yes, I like that too. This is all Hada.
Yes, in person.
Okay. Board Member Thompson.
I don't have a strong opinion since I haven't taken the virtual one yet until December 31st. So, whatever.
I prefer the option of doing it on my own time in the 4 hours. Plus, it's due December 31st. So we wouldn't have time to do that this year. It's really kind of a discussion for next year. But Ms. Bowman?
I think he answered the question, at least for this year.
Dr. Zeman?
I'd love the idea. If it was like 1 hour hard-hitting ethics may I finish? Thank you. In addition to what FADS does, and ending with that really cool Jeopardy game, where you actually get a lot of learning just by playing that silly game. But I think 6 months later, I'd love to have someone from League of Cities come back and hit us again. It's really challenging, the ethics laws. There's all kinds of incredibly little minute things, and they're sometimes counterintuitive, and I'm worried that once a year, 4 hours is not enough, and it would be neat to have like a good hard-hitting 1 hour thing if someone from the league can come and update us. So,
Dr. Hepburn, is that something we could do, like maybe April, May time?
Yeah.
Have just come at a workshop?
Mr. Sullivan?
We can look into it. For next year, we can look into the April timeframe, yes.
Okay, just like a refresher kind of thing.
Be
Everybody
helpful.
okay with that?
Madam Chair, I was wondering as well, because I do like the idea of in-person. I just don't know what the quality of that looks like. So could the superintendent explore that and bring back a 4-hour ethics option that would be in person that could sort of elaborate on the quality of that program?
Go ahead, Mr. Sullivan.
Again, we can go look at what the League of Cities do. Since they already do it in person, it's here locally. It probably won't be a big issue. So I know I'm going to see my League of City friends Thursday. So I'll start asking them around and see if we can contact the person that does it and assess if that's valuable for the board.
Okay, perfect.
And I'm very aware of the timeline, and so I wasn't necessarily talking about our requirement for this year, but in the future, and because I think, again, like having a public-facing discussion about these things and educating the public as well as us is important. I have two more things I'd like to bring up. So I know that we have our quarterly workshops with the advisories, and I think that that's great. I'm also interested in, and I again want to hear from my colleagues if you all are interested in quarterly workshops with students, bringing up student issues. I think, the student advisor and I talked about this briefly yesterday, maybe going through BCASC, not necessarily having principals choose students to come to speak to us, but having this really be student-driven and hear about student concerns and student questions. Okay.
Wait, I just have a comment. I would like to make sure that we're including all types of students, not just the students that are in SGA or honor students, but all students. Feedback is important. And I feel like sometimes when we do these roundtables, it's only like a certain type of students.
Landon.
Thank you. To your point, Ms. Thompson, and that's something that Ms. Leonardi and I spoke about yesterday, is making sure that that is not the type of students that we are just speaking to. At all of our Speak Up, Speak Out sessions, we make it a point to talk to a diverse group of students as well as a group of students that has diversity of experience in school. And if the board, decides that this is something that you all want to do, we definitely make sure that that's the group that comes here to speak and speak freely in front of the board. I'd like to just point out quickly that we are scheduled for a board workshop in the end of January to give you a kind of a mid-year update on the work that we're doing in the student engagement initiatives. So that will kind of be the start of this conversation if the board chooses to go in this direction.
Dr. Seaman.
I kind of like the idea, by the way, of not just high school kids, but middle school and elementary. Like if 5th, 8th, and 12th had a table with us of a whole group of people, we'd be learning about somebody's 6 grades of elementary, 3 of middle, and 4 of high school, and it would, provide a little bit of a draw for people to come because they're reporting out on what their experiences had been, rather than catching people before then. So I love the idea. I would actually prefer that to some of the options we have every quarter.
And I would just be not concerned, but we would need to know how many students are coming. Where do we pick them from? Are they the same students coming every time we have a meeting, or is it a different group? Those are not things I'm expecting you to answer right now, but just in terms of thinking of the logistics of it and, how do the students get here? Things of that nature. How do they get the opportunity to come? So when you come back in January, if those are things that you might ponder and bring to us.
Absolutely. Well, that'll be part of our presentation in January as kind of a framework of what the quarterly discussion could look like.
Perfect.
Thank you for bringing it up, Ms. Leonardi.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for clarifying. I was no way implying that we should only hear from SGA students, and that was something that you and I discussed. So thank you for clarifying that. And then I have one last issue I'd like to bring up. As I've been visiting schools, attendance for students has been a big concern of our school leadership. So I'm wondering, I don't know if we need, I'm wondering if what solutions we can bring to the table with regard to student attendance. So I don't know if that looks like a workshop or if anyone wants if anyone has any ideas about that right now. Thank you.
Dr. Pepper.
Yes, so we actually have a scheduled workshop coming up real soon to talk about attendance. It's been a concern that we've identified last year with our principals looking at trends. So we have an attendance task force or committee, or what you could say, with principals that they've had past attendance concerns but have overcame them, and utilizing some of their best practices to scale out, and as well as some other innovating ideas that they've come up with to kind of challenge. This is actually a discussion in the superintendent's portion of FADS while we were in Tampa also. So it's a national concern. It's definitely a big concern across the state. And also more of a concern with the recent election too, where a lot of the superintendents are in fear of kids being afraid to come to school due to their status of their parents and such. So,
Mrs. Alhada.
Thank you. So I would ask if you can, at the workshop, bring back MSD's 10-10-10 rule. Mrs. Keffer rolled out this 10-10-10 rule, and attendance there's been greater attendance, and their test scores have also increased, so there's data to support that.
And I'd also add, in the FSBA, there's a whole session also on attendance. And there are some programs that are actually the norm in a lot of different states that we don't have here in Florida. So if we could add that discussion on some of those projects or programs to the workshop, that would be great. Dr. Zeman.
Thanks so much. I just wanted to connect a dot to another dot here today. We talked in repurposing about traffic and transportation issues. This board voted for us to have a day one policy for transportation next year that optimized our assets, our 1,200 school buses that we have, to make sure that as many people as we could get to school. That dramatically reduces car lines. It gives parents or guardians or whoever's responsible for those kids extra time, reduces pollution and the like. So I'm looking forward to learning more about that, because I'm hoping that takes tens of thousands of cars off the road in the morning and in the afternoon, and doesn't cost us necessarily any more money because we're already running buses with lots of seats. Second is there's an event coming up. I think it's in January at Panther Stadium. Does that ring a bell? Who's the audience for that event?
Yes. Yeah, Dr. Fulton's here. I won't steal her thunder in that one, so I'll let her talk more about you're talking about the all school showcase, not just the choice school showcase. I'm sorry, Dr. Fulton, I'm probably going to steal a little bit of the thunder before I turn it over to you. So as we told the principals on our BCAA call yesterday, we're trying to implement strategies, not just redefining and some of the marketing efforts that we're doing and whatnot, but all type of things that we can implement to stop the bleeding. We do a choice showcase, but that's not all of our schools. So we're going to have a showcase for every last school in Broward County, being showcased at the, whatever they call it these days. It used to be the BB&T Center, Amarant Center, where all of our schools will be there, where parents can come and find out about information for every last school, especially the schools in their backyard. We have tons of families that are just not taking advantage of the schools in their backyards because they have no clue about the great things that they're offering to students. So it's an opportunity for parents to learn about schools within their backyard or learn about other schools that they may be seeking through reassignment and other efforts to enroll in. But it's pretty much an opportunity to showcase every school in the district instead of a portion of our schools that have choice programs.
Okay, but the intended audience is parents who go to the stadium to meet with all 206 schools, have reps there, so they can, if they know about it, they find out about it, and they have the time and energy, and can get there, they'll go and they can walk to any school they're interested in, learn about it right there. Great, thank you.
Mrs. Leonardi, were you done? Okay. Anybody else? 'Cause I have something I want to talk about very quickly that we're going to change at the next school board meeting. So we're going to change how we work on consent to try to streamline and make our meetings more efficient. So when we get to the consent items, we are not going to ask anybody what they want to pull. We're going to assume that no one's going to pull consent items because they are consent items, unless you let us know by 10 o'clock the day before the meeting. So you're supposed to be emailing your questions ahead of time anyway. So if you want to pull a consent item, it's not that you can't, but you need to let us know ahead of time. And then what we're going to do is, after we pass the consent, we'll have a section for school board comments, because often people are pulling those consent items because they want to say congratulations for retirement, or they want to give a comment. They're not pulling an item because they need to know something in order to vote on it. And it's something, I had a long discussion with different people across the state on how their meetings don't take as long as ours. And that's one of the suggestions. So when we come, we won't be asking what items do you want to pull. So if you want to pull something, it'll be your responsibility to let us know ahead of time, and then we'll obviously do whatever you've pulled after we've passed the consent and gone to the thing. Also, for public comments, we're not going to take it per item. They're going to have public comments at the beginning of the meeting, and it'll be on whatever item they want to talk, and they have their time limit for that. And then we're also going to put the superintendent's report after public comments, so that if there's something that's brought up in the public comments that needs to be addressed, he goes right after them, so he'll be able to immediately address some misinformation that might be being shared at that time. So I just wanted to make you aware of a couple of those changes. So really important for you to remember, and again, ask your assistants to help remind you that you will need to let us know by 10 a.m. the morning before what items you want to be pulled specifically for consent, because otherwise we'll just pass those consent items all at one time to start the meeting. Board Member Thompson.
How are we notifying the public that it's no longer going to be public comment per item?
We'll have that discussion when they come, because they can still talk on any item they want to. They're just not going to do it at the beginning of each item.
But if the item's at 2 p.m., we've kind of trained them to come at 2 p.m. to talk. So if you have people that come at 2 p.m. to talk on an item and we already had public comment in the morning, I'm just trying to understand the process of that.
That's fine.
Mr. Sullivan.
Mr. Sull.
Yes, we are happy to communicate that out to ensure everyone knows. We know usually it's the same folks who typically come to these meetings, so we'll make sure to reach out via email to them as well, and we'll post something on social and our websites.
And, again, just to say, at the school board conference that we were at, most districts don't allow for the same amount of public comment that we do. We are not in the norm. So this isn't reducing how much they can. It's just kind of putting it all at the beginning of the meeting so that our meeting, especially if we're going to do consent all together, if they want to speak on one of those, they have the opportunity to do that even if we're not going to pull it for discussion. Mrs. Leonardi.
Yeah, I'm very excited about these changes. It's refreshing and cool that you're doing this. To that last piece, the one other thing I would ask is, like when we on our website or wherever people go to register for public speaking, there be like in red or highlighted that like this change has happened. But I think this is great. Thank you.
And again, we get a lot of comment, like people are coming to talk on 4 items, and one may be at the beginning of the meeting and one may be at the end, and they sit here all day. So this is actually to benefit them to be able to say the things that they want to say all at one time, and then we'll have that information so that when we get to the item, we've already heard what they say, but I'm just trying to be more cognizant of people's time and how much they have to wait around to give us their input. So, Dr. Zeman.
Yeah, like Ms. Leonardi, I'm really excited about this. I just want to be clear about the pulled items by 10 the day before. That's both consent and open items. You want them all by 10.
I would love them all by 10, as would staff, because that's kind of what we're supposed to be doing now. But for sure, the consent items, we could have a discussion about open items on the day of, but I'm not going to be asking for consent on the day of.
Can I, I get it. It seems to me like we'd be doing ourselves a big favor with that 10 o'clock deadline for both. The staff would be ready. We would all be ready because we could see by 12 o'clock, the list could come out of what people had said that they were going to pull, and we would be able to put a greater amount of credibility in this board by running a regular business meeting because we knew generally what we were. A school board member is a legislator. They can bring up any consent or open item as they want. They can talk all day long. But at the same time, I think we'd be doing ourselves a big favor to get these things in ahead of time. And if you don't know by 10 o'clock the day before what you're going to talk about, I don't think you prepared. And it will kind of force us to do a little bit more work ahead of time. It will make us have a much more regular item, so I'll throw that idea to you. The other idea that I'd throw is if we're going to ask people to come and talk at the beginning, in the past we've had time certains and we've staggered them out through the day. If there's something that needs to be done because it has a broad kind of interest in the community, it seems like it would be good to do that earlier in the agenda. Where maybe we pass consent and have our 2 minutes of talking real quickly. And then if there's 1 or 2 or 3 like huge issues, why can't we just address them while the public is here so that they made their comments and then we dive into the LL1 and the 007 and the PP3 that are the kind of the top issues of the day. I think that would also drive people to watch school board meetings again. I think our online attendance has dropped tremendously, and it would be nice to have more people watch kind of the most meaty issues of the school board.
Okay, thank you for those suggestions. Board Member Thompson.
I think it's a good idea. I just think for the first time, I'm concerned that yes, we do blast out on socials, we'll put it on websites, whatever. But if we have someone, I just think there should be some leniency the first time we do this, where if someone comes to talk about it like 2 p.m. meeting and they didn't see the other stuff, that we allow them opportunity to talk.
That's fine. I don't have a problem with that. And, you know, we'll implement it as we go along, and we'll obviously, if someone's here, we want them to know we're interested in what they have to say. So we'll obviously do that. And I just wanted to remind you all again, I said it earlier, we're going to move the advisory suggestions or recommendations. Right now, they're in L1, which would be consent. So if we leave it in L1, it means we never discuss it because, as I just mentioned, unless someone pulls it, we're just going to pass consent. So we're moving it to LL1, which would then be an open item. And so if there's something that you want to just direct the superintendent, you think it's a good suggestion and you just want to direct him, we can do all of that at one time. The advisory will feel heard. The item will be addressed. You know, we could even go through it. You know, what do you think about this one, and hopefully that will alleviate some of the concerns that they shared with us at the meeting today. So we will see how all of these changes go. All right, thank you. Mrs. Leonardi.
Sorry, I just had one question. And this isn't necessarily for you as chair, but I'm curious about, and again, I'm in full support of having the deadline of 10 a.m. It's 10 a.m. the day before, right? For pulling the consent items. I guess I'm wondering about like the mechanism for holding us accountable to that, because I can envision a situation in which like a board member shows up and they aren't aware of this or they don't remember and they want to pull the item anyway.
Well, that's a great question because obviously it's a rule now and it's not necessarily being followed. So it will just have to be, just like the public speakers, it will have to be a reminder that we agreed here that these changes were going to happen. And I'm not going to ask the question. So unless somebody specifically says, hey, whatever, I'm going to make the assumption that we're all good on consent items. And I would just also remind you, as people did to me at the meeting, if you have a question on consent beforehand that's going to waver whether you vote one way or the other, you should be reaching out to the superintendent and asking him those questions so that you either know. And if you know you're going to vote no on a consent item, you should be telling me you're going to pull it. If you're voting yes, save what you have to say for the comment part. You don't necessarily have to pull it. They like to remind us that school board meetings are specifically to do the business of the district. It's not to educate people. And they must have said that 1,000 times over the last few days at that workshop. So we want to kind of get on that same cadence so that workshops are a time to educate. There's other ways to educate, but we're coming on school board meeting days to just do the business of the school board. John. Mr. Sullivan.
I just want to make sure I'm clear. So I think I'm clear. The public will get 3 minutes to speak on any item that they so wish to. That's on the agenda, not 3 minutes for each item they wish to speak on.
I was thinking that as we were talking about this. So we might have to go back to look at the policy because I think people have a 15-minute limit to what they want to talk to. So I guess we're going to have to figure out. They have 15 minutes right now, so we can't change anything until we
change that
decide
policy.
to look at the policy. So if they wanted to talk on 5, whatever,
They could
have their 15 minutes at the beginning. Yes.
And I'll check with FSBA. I think what they do is the 3 minutes to speak on any item, not 3 minutes per item.
But if that was the case, we'd have to change our policy because policy says they can have up to 15 minutes. Mrs. Hall had that.
I have a question in regards to the consent. If I'm voting no on something, but we're doing one group vote on consent, how does that work? Because if I'm voting no on H3, I have to give my reasoning of why.
Right, you'd have to let us know that you're going to pull H3. Anytime you want to vote no on a consent item, you'd have to pull it. So you'd have to let us know ahead of time that not that you're voting no, but just that you want to pull that item.
Got it.
Mrs. Leonardo.
Sorry, I don't usually talk this much. To the point that we were just talking about the 3 minutes per item. So I think it's important that we're very clear, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it's my understanding per policy that someone can speak for 3 minutes per item with a max of 15 minutes. So what I personally don't want to see happen is that like someone's allotted 15 minutes at the beginning of the meeting and they can talk for 15 minutes on 2 items. You know what I mean?
So and actually remembered now what they said. So they sign up and they put what items they want to speak to, and then you would know how many minutes that they had. So I think it was Lee County. So we may have to tweak what we're doing, and that might not happen by next week, but that they would have to your point, they have 3 minutes for each item. If they're only signing up for 2 items, then we'd give them 6 minutes for their 2 items and figure that out. So
if I may, I think what we can do is memorialize what you said in writing, so everyone's clear.
And this is fluid, obviously. It's just a suggestion to make our meetings more efficient. So we'll have to tweak how we look at that.
And sorry. One thing I think might be helpful is like if staff when someone comes to speak, they say like, okay, so here's your 3 minutes for BB1, and then here's your 3 minutes for BB2. But I think what you are doing, Madam Chair, is really cool, and I think like we can have discussions about this all day. I think it'll be messy at first, and that's fine. That's how like these new initiatives happen. It doesn't have to be perfect right away. So I'm really excited to see how this plays out.
Is this effective, this upcoming board meeting?
I would like to start trying. So I would say, we could make a card, or even when they sign up, you can sign up to speak on up to 5 items, or just what are the items, no more than 5, however you want to phrase that, and they have to write out what items they're going to speak to. I think cards would be better, to be honest.
We could do cards, but I'll get with Ms. Batista, because is it 15 minutes or is it 5 items?
The maximum is 3 minutes per item, no more than 15 minutes total, right?
So I couldn't pull more than 5 items?
You're not able to pull more than 5 items, right?
Yes.
Now, the other thing is that usually with the 15 minutes, the 1 minute, when there is also speaking as to the motions, and so that's included in the 15 minutes as well.
And can I still give away my time?
Yes, but not all 15 minutes. I mean, you would be able
I think we're definitely going to have to revisit that policy.
Right.
All right, well, we'll start off and see how it goes, and have them sign up, and have to keep all those things in mind, so they do have a minute if there's a motion.
And we'll make sure to reach out. Again, we know that usually the folks who are public comment are the same individuals, so we won't get everyone, but we'll get most of the folks who are the usual folks.
Most people come for 1 or 2 specific items. Dr. Zeman.
I think it's very obvious to us that there's interest in people coming to talk, and sometimes those same people talk about a whole bunch of items. What's less obvious to us is the people that don't come to our meetings, because it's always the same people that talk for a long period of time. Whether you guys like it or not, there's 2 million people in Broward County. 800,000 of them are doing something actively to support education. And my belief, with no evidence, is that there's a lot of people that might want to come and talk, and they don't come anymore. In the same way that I have a hard time getting really amazing people to volunteer for advisory committees. They go, and then they quit. And these are all real things, and we have to be honest about them. There's value in hearing from the public, but there's also value in constraining individuals' comments so that we encourage more people to come and share their thoughts. We're not hearing from the community when 4 people stand up and talk for 15 minutes and no one else comes because it just takes too long to sit and wait for them to go through their talk. So I think we have to be thoughtful about that, and that's why I was so encouraged by what you were doing. If we limit people to 3 minutes at the beginning, we might get 50 people to come rather than 4. And I'd really like to hear from more people.
Yeah, and so I'm going to direct the superintendent to bring the policy back for discussion, but we can't change the policy right now. So we can change the process and then figure out how we move the policy, but the policy says what it says. So we can't change it to 3 minutes total today because that's not what the policy says. Is that correct? Board Member Thompson, did you have your hand up?
I was just going to ask about motions because people can talk to motions.
Yeah.
And it was covered.
Okay.
So I'm good.
All right, so we've got the direction, and we press the go button.
So remember, 10 a.m. the day before the meeting, so that would be Monday the 16th. Any items that you want pulled, please make sure you, and who would they email them to?
And I'll make sure I'll send reminders and text messages.
Thank you. The scheduled order of business for this school board workshop of the School Board of Broward County, Florida has been completed. Seeing no obligation, I now adjourn the meeting. Thank you so much for coming.